2025 has concluded. We would like to thank all the participating teams and the players who delivered top performances over the past year. It's probably time to discuss the plans for next year. This video will share much about the new format, the new ecosystem, and other surprises. In short, welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026, the inaugural league year of Marvel Rivals. To better balance each region and present more exciting competition, we've made adjustments to the regional distribution for the Professional League in 2026. Specifically, we are merging the Asia and Oceania regions into a single Pacific region. The regions for 2026 will be Americas, EMEA, China, and Pacific. During the group stage, the Asia and Oceania regions will compete independently and face off in the playoff stage. In 2026, there will be 2 regular seasons and 2 international LAN events. A notable addition this year is the preseason before the start of Stage 1. The preseason is not only the debut for these teams, but will also determine the initial seed placements. Additionally, Marvel Rivals Championship will continue to exist throughout this period. Even more exciting changes include the allocation of league spots and promotions. In the 4 regions, online competitions will determine the teams that qualify for the 2 international events. We eagerly anticipate seeing these competitive teams once again. Starting in 2026, in addition to the preseason, the Regional League and Mid-Season Finals, hosted by Marvel Rivals Ignite, will determine whether teams qualify for the Grand Finals. The final results from Stage 1, the Mid-Season Finals, and Stage 2 will correspond to varying league points allocation. Teams that excel in Stage 2 playoffs or rank highly in the annual league leaderboard will compete for a spot in the Grand Finals. At the same time, to enhance the competitiveness and accessibility of the league, we are introducing a promotion and relegation system that provides all aspiring teams and players around the world with the opportunity to enter the professional league. Teams can earn champion points through the MRC, enabling them to compete fairly for league spots against the low-ranked league teams. Partner clubs will have limited relegation protection opportunities. Speaking of the MRC, there will be 6 seasons next year. The PC region in Season 6 of the MRC will be the final opportunity to compete for the last spots in each region for 2026 preseason and Stage 1. If your region still has available slots, be sure not to miss out. Starting from Season 7 of the MRC, ongoing participation will enable your team to earn champion points, and the teams with the highest cumulative points will have the opportunity to compete for qualifications for the mid-season and end-of-year promotion leagues. Certainly, the most significant surprise is that in 2026, we will launch a Partner Teams program. With certain teams worldwide to become our partners, we will create partner team bundles, and partner teams will enjoy revenue sharing. We hope that this initiative will encourage comprehensive and healthy development of Marvel Rivals esports ecosystem. Besides the partner team bundles, esport bundles will be launched in a timely manner. At the same time, the annual prize pool will exceed $3 million. Let's see how much you can win. More competitions, more moments of victory. There is so much to look forward to next year. The Ignite events of 2025 were unforgettable, and we can't wait to embark on a new journey with everyone.
Hold still, I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
My time to shine.
beholds the God of Thunder!
You know what to do, spiders? Time for some fireworks. It's spider time!
You are done, dude. Oh, thought you had me. Happy holidays!
On the hunt. Let the devils out!
You couldn't be saved.
As we ring in the new year, ladies and gentlemen, from multiverses far and wide, welcome to the beginning of something truly special, a new chapter in the Marvel Rivals esports saga. Welcome here to the Marvel Rivals Championship here in the Pacific region for Season 5. My name is That One Dan. Next to me virtually is Avatar Liger, and we cannot wait to be the first ones to show you some coverage of these players igniting the battle.
Ooh, I could not agree more. What a beautiful start to the show right there, Dan. It is an honor to be casting alongside you here tonight. We're here for some absolute prime, perfect gaming here today. Good time here with the Marvel Rivals gang. Everybody watching at home, welcome to the show. It's a good time. Now, Dan, tell me, this day, we've got teams playing crazy for the past month of this MRC in the holiday time. Sacrifice the family time for the love of the game. They were here, they were committed, and now we're at the top 48 teams left in MRC right now. It's looking crazy. We've got some good matches today. We do.
Yeah, I've been trying to advertise this MRC in particular, right? You've got so many teams that have played in the Ignite season this past year, and now with Ignite being on their off-season break, a lot of these players are given their moment to try to make a name for themselves quite literally during this entire tournament. And so this really is their biggest chance in trying to break into Ignite, and Season 5 is where it all begins.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the blueprint has been set for the past year of Rivals Esports. We're going into year 2. Everything's bigger, more entertaining, more mature, more professional, more fun, guaranteed, all of the above. But what I will also bring to attention, you know, we've got prize pools, right? We've got big schedules coming out. We've got 2 weekends of MRC. It's going to be a good one, definitely, for sure. But on top of that, we've got new heroes in the mix in this new meta. We've got uncharted territory. I don't know about you, Dan, but doing a bit of practice. We've been watching some a certain mischievous little thief with a little bit of a card action. Certain you know, Mia Moore,
Yeah, a little bit.
a Cajun man doing crazy things together. I know who's getting banned. I'll tell you that. I know who's getting banned. It's very obvious.
Yeah, it's obvious. Gambit is just way too strong in the current meta. Not only just Gambit, there's just so many different heroes that are just so good, and we've been saying that these bans are not enough to cover what is a trove of different picks that are so good right now. You've got dive composition being very viable. You've got poke composition with the Hela and Namor.
Yeah.
You've also got different ways to enter the battle as we head into our due diligence, as we show off the new costumes within the game that we all know and love when Winter answers the call of light and Thunder wrapped in Frost and Grace, Cloak and Dagger's Ice Pas de Deux, trading shadow for shimmering white and blue as they move like a winter breeze across the battlefield. And when the skies tremble, hail Thor, the god of winter, as his might will be sealed in Ice and Storm. Available right now, actually, until the 23rd of January, so pick them up because they're looking snazzy.
Ooh, they're gonna embrace the cold and let winter rain. But guess what else? Guess what else is going on? Everybody, we're going nuts this season. We've been going nuts. The snowballs aren't going to throw themselves. Give in to the holiday spirit in style with Penny Parker's festive Snow Spider and Star-Lord's storybook-like Starcracker and Daredevil's I'm not Daredevil costume. He's not Daredevil.
Not Daredevil. No.
It's not him.
That's
and
not
guess
him.
what? It's been available. It's been available since the 18th of December, and it's going to be going until the January 16th, and it's going to end at 1 a.m. PT. So you better get in there, strut your cold as ice looks, and bring on the winter cheer.
Yep, these are the 3 costumes headlining the current holiday season as we show them why they're all treading on thin ice. This was no snowman. It was a snow spider, or more accurately, a snow spider with the double slashes. To clarify, it may have been coated in a thick layer of snow, but there is no mistake that this is everyone's favorite mechanical marvel, especially when Penny Parker popped out of its hatch in her festive holiday dress.
Yeah, I mean, keep it cool on the battlefield with Penny Parker's Snow SP//DR, aka Spider, first appearing in Marvel Rivals Season 5. It's going to be available. It's been available since December 18th. It's going to be going until January 16th as well. 1 a.m. PT, slay the competition, and reign supreme.
I gotta say, this is one of the best costumes that I've ever seen in the entire game. This is so good. The sound effects, the visuals, the music, they just nailed this one. Absolutely perfect.
Beautiful.
Absolute perfection. It's your favorite snow mech. It's your favorite spider. SP//DR. So make sure you pick it up because I like it. So I'm sure everyone else will like it as well. And now you get the take a seat emote as you see Penny Parker hopping out of the mech, and we'll sit right
take a seat
alongside.
emote.
Yeah, the take a seat
Yeah,
emote.
it's becoming available for a lot of heroes right now in Rivals. It's looking really good. Everybody's got
They're
it.
pacing it
Cap has
really,
too.
really well. But now we move on. It's the coziest time of the year. Festive sweater season. Matthew Murdoch, the lawyer himself, opted for a slightly more casual option, donning a personalized holiday sweater that still managed to make a bold statement, even if it wasn't the most fashionable of statements.
Yeah, you got to embrace the festivities in comfort and style with Daredevil's Not Daredevil costume. That's right, first appearing in Daredevil issue 7 in 2011 comic run, and you're going to bring the warm, fuzzy holiday cheer to the battlefield. It's going to be available again December 16th all the way to January 16th, 1 a.m. PT. Who said comfort couldn't look good?
But something more magical is this story that is about to unfold through countless victories ahead. We've got the Star-Lord decked out from hand to toe in an elaborate costume that makes him look like a Christmas nutcracker. From his mustachioed mask to his red and green coat, he looked like a storybook character that did come to life.
Ooh, and with that whole HE, you're going to crack open a world full of mysteries, a Star-Lord Starcracker costume, which first appears in this Season 5 of Marvel Rivals. Again, available December 18th all the way to January 16th, 1 a.m. PT. The night sky is full of stars, and be the one that ignites the brightest. Ooh.
With that cheeky little grin.
Hey, listen.
Sneaks it right in.
That terrifying. Amazing. Every time.
It is very, very terrifying. I'm not going to lie. Every time I get the MVP, I see that, I'm just like,
Anybody with this costume is getting Gambit boosted by the Royal Flush with the Galactic Legend in the sky. It's just too much. It's too much to handle. It's honestly
way too
But,
much. Now we move on as we head into our first few matches for MRC here in the Pacific region. Do note that a lot of, I would say, a lot of orgs definitely keeping an eye out for some of these teams, some of these players that they may potentially pick up as we take a look at the schedule of this entire tournament thus far. We are in that round 7 to 9 area, quite literally the midpoint of this entire tournament.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. I mean, we're talking about, December 7th, 27th, and 28th, started off. Ignition round 3, 4 to 6 was going off. But this weekend, we are here for round 7 to 9. Big games are happening right now as we speak. All these teams are playing, going hard, trying not to get eliminated, trying to make it to next weekend as well. And tomorrow as well, we've got rounds 10 to 11. That's going to be an intense one. But the finals, the lower bracket finals, you name it, that's all going to end next Sunday. Everything culminates. These top 48 teams are going to turn into one Marvel Rivals champion. So that's going to be a jam-packed 2 weekends in the beautiful month of January in the big 2026 for Marvel Rivals Esports. It's going to be a good one.
It's going to be a great one, right? We're the first ones to bring it in the new year. But what's also going to be bringing in is that nice looking prize pool. Total award, $14,500 split between the champions and the top 16. The grand champions will be bringing home that 6K prize. Think about all the costumes you can get with that prize money. Like, the possibilities are endless at this point.
I mean, we're talking massive winnings. Championship team walk away with 6,000. Share that amongst your 6 players. That's 1,000. That's massive. Runner-ups get 3K. Third place 1,500. Fourth place 800. 5th to 8 still walk away with 400. 9 to 16 walk away with 200. Remember, today is the top 48. Okay, so only gonna walk away with 16 of these teams are gonna walk away with their moolah. So it all depends who wants it more and who wants it the most in this time of January. But damn, there it is. That's the schedule. That's the prize pools. We know what's at stake. We know why these teams are playing. We know why they're here in this holiday time, in this holiday festive season. Just a great time to do a lot of good things. But right now, I want them to provide me some gameplay. Okay, I want to see these teams put on a show. I want to see some big combos. I want to see some top tier gameplay, big strategies, new ideas, new things here for this next year of esports for Rivals. It's expected to be a banger, and it looks like we're jumping into it.
Yep, we've got Team Fib versus Zero Tenacity. This is, in fact, the Zero Tenacity that you have seen in Ignite, maybe even in Marvel Rivals Championship Season 2. And now they make their comeback here in MRC Season 5. While the Ignite season is in its little break before the preseason happens over in April, we head into this map. This team going up against Team Fib here on Krakoa.
Now, Dan, I have a theory. I think I know what VDVG stands for. I think it means very dive, very good. I'm gonna roll with that.
Oh, okay.
Very dive, very good. Why not? Yeah. Because yeah, it depends on them. If they're gonna fib about their name being Fib and not being, very straightforward with us, I'm gonna assume it's very dive, very good. So I want to see very good gameplay with the very dive comp. But for now, let's roll up on the fact that Venom's. Hold on a sec. Wait, I might be onto something. Venom's protected. Venom is protected.
Oh,
why are we protecting Venom?
That opens up so many avenues for this pick in general. Venom is such a good anchor for so many of these good team up abilities. Yeah, Fib did in fact ban out the Hela, so the symbiote shenanigans is not going to be as effective. You still have the Jeff that could still use the healing tethers to its utmost advantage. Zero Tenacity, on the other hand, will protect the Captain America, will ban away both the Gambit and the Loki. What we've been talking about in the green room figuratively, is that Gambit and Loki are just the best in slot strategists in the current meta.
Ooh, but somebody's there right behind them. Visible Woman protected as well. Sue Storm might take them for a run for their money, but I will also bring to attention, you know, the lovable threat to society. Jeff is being hovered by Hamza right now. Could that work with a bit of Venom? There is still some symbiote shenanigans there. Could be a factor, but protecting Phoenix from Z10, that's a good start. A lot of firepower coming out right there. Really want to see what these bans are. And just to remind everybody watching, Marvel Rivals Championship ban system. These bans are global, not team-based. There are 6 bans. Both teams cannot play Gambit, cannot play Loki, cannot play Psylocke, cannot play Hela. I wish those were my comp games, but unfortunately, they're not. But Magneto has also been banned, and we're going to get this fun. It's already... They didn't even hesitate. Daredevil is gone. Right there.
Quick as you like it. Daredevil has been very, very strong. You've got mobility, you've got survivability, you've got damage. And if you have all 3 of those, you're in contention of being the GOAT of duelists in the entire game. And you can see it. Team Fib, don't even hesitate. Not even a second of thought. Just instant ban. Takes it away. Zero Tenacity, though, also banning away the Magneto. So no bubbles, no meteors going to ruin any wombo combo plans. As Zero Tenacity also saving the Phoenix, Jean Grey herself, which provides a lot of pressure when you want to play that Rocket Raccoon. You can't really do it as well because you're putting your Rocket ultimate at risk of getting quite literally seared by that Ensong Inferno.
Ensong Inferno could get dicey up in here, but you know, we're going to a fun time. A lot of things are happening. I got a Waxra with the Winter Soldier on our screens right now. 10 seconds till those doors open. It's going to be a big one. I'm liking the comps I'm seeing. I do have that theory that Fib's running a little bit of a pseudo dive with a Venom Groot lineup. How unique. I mean, you've got the Cap Emma coming out from Z10 though.
Oh wait, hold on.
Got it?
Oh,
We got Deoxys switching over to Mr. Fantastic. I think one of us wanted that Mr. Fantastic, and we've got it right here, right now. But Fib also running a shieldless front line. You've got Zero Tenacity with the Emma Frost, sometimes even Marvel, which is on that Captain America, that could provide that frontline protection, provide that little bit of shielding, but Fib are just relying on their, quite literally, their own health bars as they both scrap around this entire zone. This is the first fight here in Domination, the most important one by far. If you're able to get the zone, you will have a huge advantage, have opportunities to stagger, and Zero Tenacity look to open things up with a quick pick on the group.
ooh, I like that. Oh, Eggsy. Big pick taking out Server, the Venom right there. Early picks, and that's capture in favor of the Z10 right now. Percentage on the board for them. Kaidia, big on the Emma right now. The Queen walking down. Waxra taking him out. Now they're singling out and taking down Invisible Woman. There is another big pick for them. I gotta say though, they're pushing pretty far up, and the last thing you want to do is be caught behind a thorn/wall there, Dan. But they've got sustain. They built up 20%. They got the ultimates in favor. They might take a fight here.
They could just keep the pressure going. As soon as Zero Tenacity get the site, they were able to find cleanup, but Kaidia will apply even more pressure onto the back line that is of Team Fib as that Winter Soldier of Waxra just goes down quickly, but he will be sent straight back. But Xe is going to keep that man advantage in Z10's favor. Hamza Omar also committing the invisible boundary very, very aggressively, but that's going to result in a 1-for-1 trade overall. But Dotori will make that man advantage yet again on the side of Zero Tenacity. Xe now taken to the skies with that Galactic Legend, tries to ride a legend for himself, but is just going to zone everyone from Fib away, even forces out the invisible boundary as well. And Fib are now not working with any strategist ultimates at all. Zero Tenacity have the Captain America ultimate to keep himself alive. Dotori is also there, who will team up with the Ensong Inferno, which will make it lethal. And that's a quick double, make it even more as Fib gets sent straight back to the spawn room as soon as they set foot onto the site.
Right, leave it up to Jerry to drop fire in our first map of esports in Marvel Rivals right there with the big Phoenix. Reminds me of a little bit of Season 2, Season 3 action last year, but back into it. 80% and climbing right now. Are Fib gonna make it? Are they gonna dive in? They have the Angela. Can they bring out some ultimates? Can we get bouncing on it? Can we get a big group? Oh,
great dash.
Prison right there coming out, following into the fantastic bouncing action from the Brainiac bounce right there. Trying to zone him out. Does manage to get Hamza Omar, taking out the Embers right there, and caps on the scene. Turns the tide to get a 3-piece right there. Double KO's coming out. Z10's just absolutely turned back onto Fib's advantage there and taking it back in their favor. But Fib are almost capturing. They almost had it, but it's just not enough for them to be formidable as Z10 pushed them off the point. 99 ticks down, overtime ticking down. 3-2-1. That's the round end to 100.
Yep, the shutout is in favor of Zero Tenacity. As soon as they were able to find the two strategists of Team Fib, the fight was over. You have no lifeline, you have no battery that can keep your health bars in tip-top shape. And as soon as Marvel was able to assassinate the backline that is of that Invisible Woman and that Luna Snow, Fib had no more resources to stay alive in the fight any longer. And Zero Tenacity, that is a step 1 to their map victory in the Hellfire Gala as we head into round number 2.
30 seconds before you attack. Get
Oh,
ready.
it's gonna be interesting. We're seeing a couple switches, a little bit of Luna Snow maybe on our scene, you know. Penny Parker, interesting pick here, you know. Normally Penny played more on the convoy, convergence maps, hold a corner, bunker it down. Very tough to kind of play on the brawl, but if the right map lends to your favor and your team can enable it, it can cook. I will say though, yet to see that sort of swooping presence from Angela. Hopefully Servo can, you know, maybe serve it up and maybe bring, you know, a sorry parade from Z10 to the backline of their team, maybe get a pick there. But unlike in the Jeff's giving more options, you know, that ultimate is always reliable, but never mind, back on the Bucky instead. So far, little switches, maybe unsure what they want to roll out with, but nonetheless, both teams go on the point. About 15 till the mission area unlocks, but Emma Frost Kaidia has that Psionic Seduction ready to go.
Yeah, Psionic Seduction is available. No one else on Fib are able to counter that. Maybe the Invisible Woman could pop that invisible boundary, but is it going to be up in time? It looks like the answer is going to be no. As Hamza and Kaidia pick up a quick double, and again, this first fight going commandingly in Z10's favor, and that zone goes straight on open on the side of Z10, and look at how Z10 are moving in. Great shot coming in from XZ as well. Beautiful shots, beautiful hit scans coming in as Fib have to find a way back in as Z10 crawling closer and closer towards Fib's spawn room. But right now, Zero Tenacity, they're waiting to strike, and that moment will be right now as Kaidia finds a 1v1 against the fellow doppelganger. Jerry takes this guys with the Ensong Inferno and will crash down and crash out the Bucky into the spawn rooms yet again. Zero Tenacity make the full court press, make sure that Fib have no room to breathe, no room to work with, and Zero Tenacity are looking so good for a second shutout in a row.
Oh, it's a bit of a tough situation for Fib right now. They have the ultimates. They can activate. They can probably bring 5 ultimates to the next fight. You know, they can set up a boundary. They can dance with the fate of both worlds. But right now, they need to take fate into their own hands and try to activate. But AZ's already there. Galactic Legend in the backline, shredding them up. They're going to have to pop Korra, who's going to bring out the Lunar Snow, try to dance, keep him nice and sustained. But at the end of the day, it's going to be matched. Kotora's going to drop the amplifier. Cosmic Yarn is absolutely being woven right now. Jerry's there, slams down with the Phoenix, taking out the Jeff right there. That's another pick for Jerry on the Phoenix. Going forward, shield bashes are in. Oh, Captain America, woo, salute to you. Crazy with the triple KO right there. They are just on fire, 70%, Dan. Where are Fib? They need to show up.
There's no way for them to really come back. They have to resort to that Doctor Strange portal, but Marvel has a chance to go for a knockup. He hears the voice line. When does he opt to go for the knockup? He's trying to look for it. Look at the side of the screen. He goes in, dashes in, but I think the portal still will come into fruition. There it is. Fib now have access to the site. They get to the circle, but they have to stay in the circle. This might be their one way in as the Jeff Ultimate is popped. Kaidia will pop the Psionic Seduction to keep himself CC immune, as that invisible boundary will also be used on the side of Fib. Hamza will match it quite quickly. Jerry now taking disguise yet again. Can he find the sparks? Can he find the damage? He will be able to do so. And that's the momentum that Z10 needs to send them right into another shutout. Overtime meter will soon hit 0. And Zero Tenacity commandingly taking over Krakoa and map 1 as well.
What? The Penta KO on Phoenix. Map 1. Hello? we are on smoke right now. What Z10 is feeling themselves right now. They're doing absolute movement right there. Jerry with the deserved strong MVP backed up by their team, and they were the whole way through. Hey, that Phoenix lock-in, you called it at the start, Dan. They knew what they wanted right at the gate, and they're going to take this first map in, you know, a very, very good series for themselves right here. Leading the series now, having that first map in a 6-minute match on Krakoa. That is massive.
Goodness. We gotta take a look at these stat sheets right now. Hamza Omar was the only person that went down. Only 2 casualties, and it's all on Hamza Omar. No one else went down. So Fib just could not find the eliminations, while Zero Tenacity, you saw what Marvel was doing in the backline. You saw what XZ was doing, as well as Jerry just landing the shots, landing the headshots, the things just doing so much damage, so much work. And you've got Marvel as well in the backline, just annoying the hell out of the rest of Team Fib. You draw the line of sight away from the front line, and that leaves Divine and Servoduries out to dry, because they're not going to be getting heals, as the strategists quite literally are going to be patty caking with each other. So that line of sight is going to be fully focused on themselves, the strategists, and that leaves the duelists, maybe the Vanguards as well, not getting the support, not getting the heals that they want. And that's where Z10 strike. As Marvel is providing that attention, everyone on Z10 strike elsewhere.
Absolutely, and you can see it right here in these amazing highlights. Just a clinical masterclass of fiery proportions coming out from Jerry. Absolutely zoning from the cap, just in the back line, just putting in so much work. Doubles after doubles, KOs after KOs, just constantly pushing, boxing in, and anchoring their position at the same time. They never pushed in too deep. Every time they went in, they made sure they pushed, maintained the space, locked down the formation, and then pushed again, and then pushed again. Like taking steps up a staircase right there. But for them, honestly, they were going down the staircase. It was just that one favored for them. But soon, we're going to get into that next map. We're going to see potentially, can the tide change? Right now, Z10 has winners momentums galore right now with a strong 6-minute map for themselves. But, you know, look, Fib, there's stories. We've analyzed the behind the scenes. We had a look at their team. A lot of options on the table, a very large roster, but maybe that's backfired. Maybe they have too many strategies. They don't have their bread and butter. And Z10, very seasoned in the Rivals esports scene. They definitely got a premium butter.
This is also a lower bracket match. So Zero Tenacity, their tournament lives are quite literally on the line. And they got sent down by XOXO1, who Zero Tenacity did beat in the open stage. They played each other twice during the open qualifiers. Zero Tenacity came out on top in both of them. But then as soon as we went into the playoffs, the double elimination bracket, XO just swept Zero Tenacity. So it begs the question, what happened to Zero Tenacity during that series? Did XO find a way to beat them, or is Zero Tenacity just slumping a little bit? But right now, this is a huge morale boost, especially seeing how dominant that map 1 was as we head into map 2. And I'm seeing something different. That's a Widow. A Black Widow.
Hey, yo.
Being saved.
We protecting Black Widow? No way.
Interesting.
Absolutely no. Following the group protect as well for Deoxys right there. I like what I'm seeing. You know, hey, we've seen a little bit of Black Widow from Z10 earlier, but hey, listen, I want to see it in the big 2026. I want to see what it's capable of. But we're going to get this second band coming out from Fib in just a moment right there. But they've had enough of the Phoenix. First priority, get Jean Grey out of here. All right, turn it to dust. Had enough. At the same time, the cap. But this means the problem is, Dan, is that this is opening up those massive meta picks. All right. There's so much available for them right now, and it is going to be interesting to see what makes it through and what doesn't. But another one down. I'm sorry, everybody watching at home. We know you wanted her, but another game of no Lady Loki. But we do get Venom, okay? It's consolidation price.
We got Venom for a tiny bit in that first round of that map 1 that we just now saw. But Fib getting rid of the Phoenix, getting rid of the Captain America, I feel like those were the 2 most problematic on the side of Team Fib. You've got Jerry just clicking away in the back line, but also teaming up with Hamza's ultimate, the CYA, Cosmic Yarn, giving that 40% damage boost onto an End Song Inferno. And if you have at least 1 spark on yourself, and you're a squishy target like a duelist or a strategist, it's over. It's cooked. If you're not able to take down the 500 HP of the Phoenix crashing down, you're gonna get crashed out. And Zero Tenacity will take full advantage of how Fib have been banning.
Team to win this one.
I'm about to crash out. Who banning Moon Knight? I want to watch Moon Knight. Hello?
Oh my gosh, yeah,
He's
that's
finally in
your
meta.
guy.
That's my boy.
That's your guy.
Also,
Oh, no.
Adam Warlock protect? Why are we protecting Adam? He's
Interesting.
interesting final wave for the bans and picks. You're right. But I like what I'm seeing so far. Maybe we get a bit of Jeff Nader coming out from Z10. Could be an option. Daredevil's open. Corey's hovering it. Could be a little bit of lawyer in action. Take him to court. See if they can defend themselves. Figuratively and literally. But more importantly, everybody knows we're getting into this game. We're switching it up. We're on Convoy now. Yggdrasil Path. Beautiful map. Divine map. Absolutely a great map for people who love Loki. But unfortunately, still no Loki. Bad. At this point, I'm very curious to see what our bans will be. I remember last MRC, Dan, we were taking score. We had like a 98% ban rate on Ultron and Mantis at one point. It was insane. They're just not showing up. But could be interesting to see how that's going to roll with Gambit and Loki, as you said. But Dan, I'll tell you something. Walking out of the doors right now, Fib's composition sort of pseudo dive. With the Jeff and Rocket outsourced speed boosts, who is their target though? Who do they want to jump?
Yeah, Zero Tenacity also on the flip side, not opting to go for the triple composition that we've been seeing so commonly throughout Ignite 2025. And now Zero Tenacity running that traditional 2-2-2 composition provides some extra damage at the price of some survivability and healing. But Dotori is just going to get clicked away, but comes back thanks to the BRB as Marvel somehow just picking up a double out of nowhere as Servo just dashing away, trying to be that annoying little symbiote on the wall, but Jerry's able to click him away. And now Fib are staggered yet again, so they're gonna have to regroup, wait for a better opportunity until they strike again. Ultimate charges still waiting to be seen as Hamza Omar is the one leading the charge alongside Marvel with the CYA, and the Strangling Prison could be absolutely devastating for Fib as Eggsy kidnaps Servo Dumpster. He's the diver, but he's gonna get dove by Eggsy. And now he's going to get staggered yet again. Fib are just broken apart, broken to pieces. And that Strangling Prison will not help any further as Fib just gets sent straight back again, and again. The Thornwood walls as well, just lashing down on the front line. And Fib have no response to the aggressive plays that Zero Tenacity are just providing.
Absolutely. Like right now,
gosh.
just
Oh my gosh, what?
That was... Ooh.
What?
Jerry, let him.
I think Jerry just paused for a second there. He just paused. He was like, wait, I landed that?
Jerry, listen, get off the menu for server admin. Start playing the game. We'll take it easy. Let him move. Let him play. At the end of the day, you know, for a fair bout, I think Jerry's signed up for a... I think Jerry decided to be the E in PvE. I think Jerry is the final boss at the moment right now because it's just absolutely clinical. And speaking of a big clinic right there, it's a triple kill. Straight, oh my days, the prison. Imprisonment coming out from Groot right there. Massive insta, taking him out again. Just another fight by the clean Z10 right here. Zero Tenacity just absolutely boxed them in and boxed them up once again. Fib have ults though. They have ults, but they can't even get out of spawn.
They used two of them, the Strangling Prison and the CYA, but it was all but a farewell for Fib's side, as they could not get the value that Z10 did with the Meteor M and the Strangling Prison both used in tandem. Fib quite literally could not do anything because that Meteor is soaking up all the projectiles from Fib. So none of the damage is any effective on the side of Zero Tenacity as Fib, they are slowly creeping up, but Zero Tenacity are giving them the space for now. Servo Dury's in the backline with the Feast of the Abyss, but a great bubble will keep Dotori alive. The Fate of Both Worlds also available as well, but Hamza is the one that lead the charge with the CYA. Jerry wins that 1v1 against Waxra and will stay in that off angle, just wailing away on the backline of Fib.
There it is. Onto sight, going off. Match it with Jerry in the sky, raining down hell on him. The dance is down, but the shifting is there, and Eggsy is just slashing and dashing. And you know, he definitely crashing right into the enemy team with a big meteor following up from Kaidia. And that's just, again, another strong fight. 30 seconds left for Fib to try and make something happen. They do have that Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. They could bring it out. They could potentially build up to their own Strangling Prison if they can potentially get that going for them. But right now, bunkered in, bunkered down, feeling confident. Z10 right now, just holding it. Holding the door closed right now on Fib.
There's an opportunity for Fib to win this fight. If Boxera and the Rocket Raccoon team up their ultimates, there's no response on the side of Zero Tenacity. Yeah, you do have the Strangling Prison, but how are you going to strangle a flying Star-Lord up in the skies? Marvel goes in for the Strangling Prison. The Groot will follow suit as well. Both Groots committing their ultimates, but it's going to result in a 1-for-1 trade. Fib, this is their chance. This is their way of getting to that first point. But Zero Tenacity staying alive. The Cosmic Yarn will come out just in time. And Fib do not have any sort of way to take down that Yarn. Cannot cut it down. And Fib will have to settle with the point only moving 72 meters.
Hey, we got to take Helen Phoenix away from Jerry. It's got to be a double ban. At this point, it's got to be a double ban. What a strong defense coming out from Z10 right here. And they only got to push barely 1/6 of this map. That's right. Barely 1/6 of Yggdrasil path for themselves. But right now, hey, tougher battles have been won. It isn't technically over for Fib. They got a chance, but whoo! They better stack the odds in their favor as much as possible. Strong decisions need to be made right here. They really need to think very critically about how they could hold it down. I can see Devane might bring it out, might bring out the Adam Warlock, Karmic Revival, keep them in the fight one more time more than they can just give up. See if they can keep on going, but game's the game. I'm seeing the Thing currently shaving his beard. You know, just staying trimmed up, ready to go for the next fight. Respect it.
Make sure he's logging the competition, you know?
Yeah.
But Zero Tenacity, if they want to end this map quickly, they could just go for a full dive composition. And that's exactly what they're committing towards. Exy on the Wolverine, Jerry on the Spider-Man. You could even argue that Kaidia could also dive in as well, being given access to that vulnerable ability. And that allows some extra damage on to the backline of Team Fib, who are setting up a triple composition. They need to stall out the time. They have to do a full hold, or else this map will slip away.
Ooh, and speaking of slipping away, getting frozen today. Unlucky situation for the Penny right there. But, oh, big swing. And Waxra gets pulled by the Spider-Man Jerry. Jerry having a little bit of fun, playing a bit of a Scarlet Spider moment right there. But they're holding it down. They're webbing them up. They're on the corners. Storm Slash Walls being set up. Oh, first pick right there. Eggsy taken out from the pressure of the Penny. Idea as well. It's a lot of power right now. Hey, Fib's got a good defensive composition set up right now. Holding it down. Really fully committed to the Armored Spider in this team up right there. That's going to give him a lot of options. But Dr. D gets the pick right now. Taking out Groot. That is such value for them. But, of course, the BR Beacon brings them back into the fight there.
Great off-angle positioning on the side of Team Fib, but the Strangling Prison spells their doom. You're in a choke point. It was a unique off-angle, a unique setup that Team Fib provided for themselves. But what can you do when a seed pops open right in the middle of the team as Marvel... Oh, don't do this. Don't do this.
Oh.
Don't do this. He's setting up a portal, some portal combat. He's thinking about where to do it. He's waiting for Fib to use the portal. So as soon as that portal comes up, he's going to just try to combat it. Can he find any eliminations with it? Not exactly, but it was a good effort. But it's not even necessary as Zero Tenacity just wiped the floor yet again. Pentagram of Ferala, they send Fib into the fight, but they just get dropped like flies. The meat grinder begins. Eggsy just claws them down. That point is all but inevitable. Maybe even catch a Pharaoh Leap while you're at it. As Zero Tenacity complete the 2-0, the sweep against Team Fib.
Woo. There it is, and that is a salute finish to Fib. Fortunately did not make it through. Zero Tenacity. Dude. Carry on in this bracket right now. Victory for them as well. Eggsy with the MVP. Burning it up. I think the theme here is fire. And these MVPs like this. We got the Phoenix. We got the Wolverine. He's absolutely roaring out here. All right. Everybody's barking it up in the chat. But what I want to know right now Z10. That's what we've seen from them. But everybody's watching. All these other teams are watching. How do you handle Z10? Take your notes, figure it out, do some VOD reviewing, get to your coaches. How do you handle this monstrous showing from this team in the first match? This first matchup of Rivals Esports in the Pacific region here today for the MRC. But you can see it right there, Dan. Look at these numbers. Oh my days, in such a short match, a 6-minute match again, but still getting upwards of almost 20k damage from, oh my days, the Doctor Strange putting in the work. Eggsy with the 10k, 11 final hits. Wow.
Yep. Marvel putting on an absolute show. He's looking really good on the Zero Tenacity roster. We haven't gotten confirmation if he's actually on this roster for real, but so far he is looking to be slotted in very, very well. This is a team. Every single player has played in Ignite in some shape or form. You've got Marvel coming in from Reject, Kaidia also coming in from that used to be on that Genji roster, if I remember correctly. Eggsy also being from that roster as well. Dottori and Hamza also having that Ignite experience, also winning MRC Season 2, and now coming in at Season 5, are looking to get themselves back on that Ignite stage.
Ooh, couldn't agree more. I mean, that's the goal at the end of the day. Make it to land, get to the big time, take that #1 spot in the stage, in the preseason, you name it, and especially here at MRC, take the #1 spot, take that $6,000 first place prize. So, as we can see here, they're gunning for it, they're going for it, they're bringing the action, they're bringing the firepower, they're bringing a lot of synergy, no matter who is banned out for them. Seems like they got a hyper carry pick every single time ready for Jerry to execute with, and as well as being backed up by some strong strategic presence to amplify them, to buff them. Honestly, Mantis couldn't even been a factor that could have been there. Just another option to pick up, damage boost, you name it. But we've learned a little bit about how these teams are banning so far. I'm curious to see if that's going to persist into our next matchup. I mean, everybody wants Loki. Still haven't seen the Loki. No Gambit, no Rogue. Rogue has been someone climbing up the Vanguard position right now. But we'll find out very, very soon. The next matchup is going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, we're going to have to see what these teams have been adapting towards. And it's safe to say that a lot of these teams have been agreeing so far that the Gambit is way too strong. The Loki also being a very, very strong, got some decent buffs throughout the past few patches. And now being the powerhouse that he used to be back in Season 0, Season 1, now comes back with a vengeance. We're going to have to see how these teams will adapt as we move on throughout Round 7 here in MRC Season 5 Pacific. We're going to take a short break, but we'll be back for another banger best of 3.
2025 has concluded. We would like to thank all the participating teams and the players who delivered top performances over the past year. It's probably time to discuss the plans for next year. This video will share much about the new format, the new ecosystem, and other surprises. In short, welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026, the inaugural league year of Marvel Rivals. To better balance each region and present more exciting competition, we've made adjustments to the regional distribution for the Professional League in 2026. Specifically, we are merging the Asia and Oceania regions into a single Pacific region. The regions for 2026 will be Americas, EMEA, China, and Pacific. During the group stage, the Asia and Oceania regions will compete independently and face off in the playoff stage. In 2026, there will be 2 regular seasons and 2 international LAN events. A notable addition this year is the preseason before the start of Stage 1. The preseason is not only the debut for these teams, but will also determine the initial seed placements. Additionally, Marvel Rivals Championship will continue to exist throughout this period. Even more exciting changes include the allocation of league spots and promotions. In the 4 regions, online competitions will determine the teams that qualify for the 2 international events. We eagerly anticipate seeing these competitive teams once again. Starting in 2026, in addition to the preseason, the regional league and mid-season finals, hosted by Marvel Rivals Ignite, will determine whether teams qualify for the grand finals. The final results from Stage 1 The mid-season finals and Stage 2 will correspond to varying league points allocation. Teams that excel in Stage 2 playoffs or rank highly in the annual league leaderboard will compete for a spot in the grand finals. At the same time, to enhance the competitiveness and accessibility of the league, we are introducing a promotion and relegation system that provides all aspiring teams and players around the world with the opportunity to enter the professional league. Teams can earn champion points through the MRC, enabling them to compete fairly for league spots against the low-ranked league teams. Partner clubs will have limited relegation protection opportunities. Speaking of the MRC, there will be 6 seasons next year. The PC region in Season 6 of the MRC will be the final opportunity to compete for the last spots in each region for 2026 preseason and Stage 1. If your region still has available slots, be sure not to miss out. Starting from Season 7 of the MRC, ongoing participation will enable your team to earn champion points, and the teams with the highest cumulative points will have the opportunity to compete for qualifications for the mid-season and end-of-year promotion leagues. Certainly, the most significant surprise is that in 2026, we will launch a Partner Teams program. With certain teams worldwide to become our partners, we will create partner team bundles, and partner teams will enjoy revenue sharing. We hope that this initiative will encourage comprehensive and healthy development of Marvel Rivals esports ecosystem. Besides the partner team bundles, esport bundles will be launched in a timely manner. At the same time, the annual prize pool will exceed $3 million. Let's see how much you can win. More competitions, more moments of victory. There is so much to look forward to next year. The Ignite events of 2025 were unforgettable, and we can't wait to embark on a new journey with everyone.
Hold still. I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
My time to shine.
Zero Tenacity, showing us why they are one of the best in the entire world, putting on a dominant performance against Team Fib. But now, Liger, we have to move on to our next best of 3 between Carpe Diem and Kazar.
I tried to shush the mic like Zero Tenacity did right there, but I don't have their aura. So I'm going to leave their moments, their aura farming to them and their squad. At the end of the day, I want to get into this next game. Let's talk about this. You know, we are here in MRC. We're getting ready for this very one. Next game very soon. All the games right now, round 7, are going concurrently. For anybody watching, the new update in Marvel Rivals has upgraded the entire tournament section on MRC. It is so good, so diverse. You should get in there, check it out, and have a look at these games yourself. Have a look at these matchups. And on top of that, did you know, Dan, if there is a favorite team you like, you can bookmark them, save them, and you can track their progress throughout MRC. You can actually follow them, real fans, real supporter style. I like that. I got some fan favorite teams. I know. Listen, as a caster, no bias. But when I'm not casting, I'm like everybody else. I'm like, let's go. Whoever's playing Moon Knight, you deserve to win. It's a bit biased, but at the end of the day, what isn't biased is everyone's absolute disdain to Gambit right now. Another first ban for the Gambit, for the Mr. Miyamore, for the Cajun. He's gone and banned again alongside Daredevil.
Yep, Daredevil's been that highly banned pick so far, not only in in your comp matches, but also here at the highest level. But Carpe Diem will lock themselves the Captain America, not really themselves, for the entire team, the entire 12 players in this entire lobby. Because keep in mind, this is MRC. We are doing MRC style ban drafts, which means everything is global. So Daredevil ban means that no one can play Daredevil, and no one will be playing Gambit.
Oh, yeah.
But both teams will have access to the Invisible Woman and the Captain America.
Oh, a bit of a Captain America protection. I like Vey hovering the Rogue. Could be a potential pick. Another great pick to roll alongside the Cap. Rogue Cap, good frontline combo. Good things can happen. But Emma banned out. Mantis banned out. We were just talking about Mantis earlier. A massive pick in the scene right now. Bit of a sleeper pick. To see Mantis banned means that, you know, they're more aware. You know, we're talking about Carpe Diem, more aware of the scene. Seen them in MRC previously. Seen them in even Ignite having a little bit of a bout. But Kazar coming through for another protect after Star-Lord's been saved by Carpe Diem. You know, they're going to fly to the sky with that option. But Dan, this next protect from Kazar on the Hela, that could spell disaster.
Yeah, it would have been even more devastating if the Mantis was also available. Another hit scan option being taken away as well. Star-Lord and Hela, really the two contested hit scan options for the time being, as we see what Carpe Diem look to ban out yet. But going back to the Mantis, right? That pick alone just enables so many different picks, so many duelists, so many vanguards as well. With that extra damage boost, that 14% damage boost, in fact, just provides so much value. If you do more damage, you can outpace your opponent in terms of ultimate energy charge. And you could argue that Mantis is just a tiny bit similar to Gambit, giving that extra damage boost in the early stages of the map means that you have a chance of getting your ultimate ever so slightly faster, and at the highest level, that is all the difference. Being able to get your ultimate first just a second or two before your opponent is crucial when Marvel Rivals in general is just so fast-paced of a game.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's all about the pace here today. You know, everyone's on that first, you know, race to the top situation. Let's see if they can get it going, you know. Gonna curiously say though, bit of an interesting thing to see Helen Moore back onto the scene right now. Seems to be the team up that never disappears. Very strong, very pivotal. Kazar don't want to run it themselves. Happier to go. Actually, no, I'll take it back. It is right there. Never mind. The Namor is on both teams. The Hela is on both teams. And of course, Invisible Woman. That's a triple mirror situation right now. But differentiating factors. Magneto versus Groot. Jackal and Vey. Keen to see how they hold up in the front line. But, you know, those invisible shields are being set up nice and early to give, you know, clearly a bit of forward pressure. Looks like both the Vanguards going face to face already on the high ground. Bit of pressure. Thorn/Walls met with a bit of metallic action from Vey. Bit of a freeze going out from Rico. Taken down, deleted presence there, but Missionary is unlocking. The Wakandan ship is flying away, Dan. Everybody's gonna move to point.
Look at them go. The front line bringing the fight right over to the zone. But Kazar and Carpe Diem, this first fight is even more crucial than the map one from the last best of 3 we saw, because both sides running the Hela Namor. Yeah, Hela Namor, a very strong team up, but the one weakness that this Hela Namor team up has is retake. You can't really retake the neutral space that one team already has, and so far, Carpe Diem look to do just that. They opened up the bank for themselves, and now it can just control so much of the area, and if Kazar stay on the Hela Namor team up, it's going to be so difficult to retake that neutral area.
Ooh, Loom's in a pretty good position. Right now, breaking through the wall, destroyable terrain, already into the backline, going straight for the rocket right there, straight for I don't play games right there, but it's going to be going forward. There's the absolute amplifier right there. Well, timed into a strangling prison right there. Not going to get the
my God.
Big whale goes out. Big horn of Proteus has been caught. Another one coming from the skies right there. To the depths they go. But it's just not enough damage because Rico's going to start dancing, give him sustained. Clearly he's taken to the skies on the Hela. And another one, Cormy's going for the skies on Hela. Everybody's throwing after deleted with the meteor being charged, but it's going to be Jackal who gets a pick. Clearly as well. That gives Kazar the presence to be able to push onto point and try to contest right now. Carpe Diem still holding it down, stalling it out. That's the Captain America. 21 Looms is going to try to survive for another 21 years on point. Instead, decides to retreat and regroup with the team. Strange choice for a Cap player, I'll say, Dan. Normally, they stay on point till their last breath, but they're like, nah, I'll go back to my team. I'll be a team player today.
Yeah, somehow Khazar were able to win the ultimate battle and are able to retake the site. Yes, it is difficult to retake as Hela Namor composition, but Khazar, we're able to make it work. We're able to punish the aggression coming in from Carpe Diem, punishing the ultimate usage, punishing that they were the ones using their ultimates first, and Khazar patiently waited out. We're able to time their own ultimates perfectly as well. Most notably, the invisible boundary denying the 5-man stun, the 5-man frag potential coming in from the side of Carpe Diem. Namor on the side of Khazar was able to find a whale, but not getting any of the value, but he is getting so much value on the left clicks, as it's going to be a 1-for-1. Namor for Hela, but the Namor on Khazar will be brought back as the Cosmic Yarn is strung out in response to Bindu. Vagon throwing up the meteor. Can he throw it down on the target? Yes, he will, as I don't play tank. Couldn't dash away in the nick of time. And now Carpe Diem still struggling to retake the site. The lead user wants to deny the fate of both worlds, but it will deny the King of the Seas instead. And Isang Hyuk, the faker himself, will look to find another frag. As Call Me Maybe just ignores the front line, goes straight for the back. And Khazar look to keep holding and will overtake Carpe Diem.
Ooh, back and forth right now. Teams are just trading chunks of percentage back and forth between each other. But Carpe Diem, you've got the 85% lead from Khazar. You don't have time to throw a portal, so you're going to have to commit. You got Looms. Looms could build up the freedom charge. The question is, are you going to activate? Is anybody going low ground to try and flank? Yep, already contesting on point is Looms. Gonna give pressure, try to capture about halfway. Khazar's retreating. Power's going through. The depths team up is just in full effect right now. Rasputin taking out the Namor themselves, winning the Namor trade. I don't play tank. He's bringing them back to the fight with the BR Bacon. Pull me maybe in the skies on Hela. Just unleashing everything down on them. And then it's going to be a match with a big strangling prism into the big whale. Crushing now, taking 3 from Carpe Diem. Khazar with a strong fight there. Quadra KO coming out from Call Me Maybe. Call Me Definitely, because that's 100% not taken. Hold on, the portal's still there to contest.
Rico goes down, Rasputin will follow suit. The Thornlash wall perfectly placed, so you can't just hop in and out of the portal. Yeah. And Khazar are able to hold the fort. Carpe Diem, they had the early control, but somewhere during that ultimate fight, in that second fight, Khazar, without the ultimate battle, we're able to win the war of attrition, and we're able to keep that momentum throughout the entirety of that first round. And now Carpe Diem, they had their chance of winning. They had their moment. They had the control, really, with all that neutral space in favor of Carpe Diem. Khazar were able to claw their way back with the title dirge, with the Monstros as well, trying to just seize that neutral area back. And Carpe Diem just could not handle that pressure as we head into Warrior Falls, which is arguably my favorite domination map.
3, 2,
same. Low key, beautiful, amazing, divine. Wakanda forever, beautiful map. But you know what else is beautiful? These teams are rolling out with 20 seconds till the mission area unlocks. Rasputin switching it up, bringing out Mr. Frank Castle, here to take down castles and hopefully punish the enemy in their chance to try and claim victory back for themselves. But Revenant's got the boundary online. 21 Looms is like, you know what? I like freedom. I'm charging in yesterday. Already going into the fight right there, holding it down. Pressuring so much so that I don't play drops the amplifier early, giving the team a bit of a juicy boost to try and get to point. But a meteor flies from Bay, absorbing some damage, just charging up. Long shot! Takes out Call Me Maybe with a bit of a dunk action right there. But again, in the backlines, Looms again on the cap, taking out the rocket right there. Big pressure from Namor and Hela taking out Rasputin on the Punisher. Bindu is taken down as well. Rasputin comes back from the BRB Beacon as well. Can rejoin the fight, but it's looking very tough right now. You know, but nonetheless, Dan, Carpe Diem's putting good pressure, but Khazar didn't capture yet. And
this might be the finisher. If that meteor gets popped, it's going to be devastating. But Rasputin is able to laser down the leader user before that meteor even goes down. I think even popped the meteor, so the leader user was not able to find the shot, and he gets deleted himself. And now Carpe Diem, with the combo of the CYA and the Final Judgment, are able to finally get control of the site. And so far, this is looking like a pattern from round 1. It's just a matter of, can Carpe Diem keep the neutral area to themselves, or do Kazar find a way to retake yet again with that Hella Namor team up? But so far, 21 Looms is just soloing down the Namor. As Lee Sang-hyuk goes down, Jackal goes and follows suit. And with Kazar staggered away, one Vanguard lost, one Duelist lost, Kazar have to regroup yet again.
Ooh, into the action. Rasputin with a double KO. 40% in climbing for Carpe Diem here, but we got to bring attention. Meteors are coming back online very soon. Vay's got it ready. Call me, can take this guy's on Hella. Bring a bit of pain down on him, a bit of punishment, joining the Punisher's power. See who's going to get it off first, though. But Kazar, you know, they got time, they got opportunity. You know, they're only down 50% in favor of Carpe Diem. They could bring a fight back right now into their favor, but they don't have all advantage. But it could potentially get something big coming out if they can pop an amplifier and get the value from it. Right now, it's all on Call Me and Clearly to try to get that first pick on Hella, try to turn it into a 6v5 advantage for their team. Oh, they're having a door in the back.
Call Me maybe finds a good off angle, is able to win out the 1v1 against Clearly Cheating. As Call Me maybe keeps on going. Walks on forward, in fact, he's able to find the aggression, but with the invisible boundary, providing so much value, the stun coming in from Lee Sang-hyuk is also devastating as well. CYA is strung out, but is immediately cut into shreds. Call Me Maybe takes to the skies, making sure that no one on the side of Carpe Diem are able to access the site, and Kazar will just barely retake, while Carpe Diem are able to get to 96%.
Ooh, it's climbing. It's climbing back in their favor now, because can they turn it? Can they flip it? You know, can they mirror and bring themselves up to the 96% mark, and hopefully even 99, hopefully even 100, and take the map in its entirety in this first map for this best of 3 series? But here we go. Moments away. Can they keep it charging up? Clearly gets a pick taken out, deleted. Big pain, big power, big pressure going forward. Setting up the squids on the high ground. That's going to be coming out from Marvel. That's going to be a lot of pressure right there. Execution up. Woo, with a big meteor. Deleted.
Oh my gosh.
Taking out Bindu right there. That is clutch and clean. 21 Looms in return. Taking out Call Me Maybe into the fire. And then the Noir with a double KO. Taking out Vay. Taking out another. And deleted brings a double, triple KO of their own right there. That's Kazar clean in house and maintaining point presence. Climbing past their 50% mark.
The deleted user learned his mistake from the past fight, was able to get the meteor down. A little bit unlucky that he wasn't able to find Rasputin, but he finds an even more valuable KO onto Bindu, who had recently committed the invisible boundary. So with Bindu gone and the meteor charged up thanks to the final judgment of Rasputin, that's how Carpe Diem were not able to find a way back in. And so far, this fight just seems to follow suit as well. Kazar just controlling everywhere that Carpe Diem tried to go for. And so far, Kazar are climbing up towards that 100% mark. What do Carpe Diem have? They have a portal. They're going to channel it. But can Kazar hold off the aggression this time around? So far, Clearly Cheating and Vagon are going to team up their ultimates. Clearly Cheating will find one, but the Blessing of the Deep will not save you for any longer, as that Hella from Clearly Cheating is providing so much value. Rasputin also taking to the skies, making sure that Call Me Maybe cannot find any sort of frags, as the Cosmic Yard as well, teaming up with the rest of Carpe Diem, will provide the retake. And now Kazar, it's their turn on the portal this time around, but they're not going to get it done.
There it is, Call Me Maybe, but Carpe Diem are not picking up. They are putting the phone down and claiming Warrior Falls for themselves. We're going to take a decider. It's the Imperial Institute of Science here, okay? Everybody, it's time for some science. Get your magnifying glasses out, get your Bunsen burners, get your books. Everybody get ready to study, because both these teams right now are going to put on a lesson. The question is, whose is going to reach you first? Whose is going to claim victory here this map? It's 1-1 in a beautiful domination series. Hey, Dan, it's competitive between these two teams. They're going bang for bang. I love it.
Oh, yeah. So far, they're going for blow, band for band. And map 3, hopefully, will be no different. Both Carpe Diem and Kazar utilizing their ultimates to perfection. The user, thankfully, was able to bring it.
3, 2, 1.
BRB beacon early. Give a bit of armor packs, some speedy jumps. I wonder who got the jump pack. That'd be the Groot. Could be big. Could be enabled if Jackal potentially goes for a jump pack. Could be grand, but there's a lot of options on the line for them right here. Let's see what could really happen. Mission area is going to unlock about 5 seconds. Making it happen, pushing forward. A lot of potential here. Magneto taken out early, finding more. A lot of power amplifier going off. Rico bringing Vay back in the fight. Namor just puts in the work right there. Clearly taken out. The hell is gone. Red looks like they're capturing Kazar. Seem to have the point presence, but it really just depends to see how that all unfolds for them. Going in, call me, making it happen, taking out 21 looms. That's a big value. Kazar do hold it down for now. But on top of that, so many options, so much availability. Let's see ultimately how they're going to stack that up. Because now we're talking about Kazar. They got the Groot, Strangling Prison online. Invisible Woman as well. Boundary ready to go. The leaders as well, but it looks like Jack was trying to get into position. And there it is. Big Strangling Prison, but it's going to be met by the boundary by Bendu, who denied 2 ultimates. Bendu with the boundary, denying the whale, denying the Strangling Prison, saving Carpe Diem from a rough fight there. But going to turn the tide. Revenant drops the boundary as well. Meteor flies from Vay. That's going to give a lot more presence for Carpe Diem to push back in now. Let's see how it all unfolds. Big Namor, big. Ooh, water shells going off. Jackal's getting big tree trunk in action. Big executioner coming out from Just Mutant. Taking out Namor right there. 21 looms, taking out Call Me Maybe. That's another one down. That's Just Mutant drilling through them right there. And it's going to flip the script, and Carpe Diem is going to get percentage on the board right there. Bindu as well. Get some cleanup picks, but that Ironwood Wall enabled Groot is just not going down. They're just going to walk back to their team. Jackal's just going to retreat, regroup with the rest of Kazar, and we're going to see how it all unfolds. But a lot of options. Gonna have to see what we can do here. 20% and climbing right now for Carpe Diem. How are they gonna hold it down? Clearly has the Hela ultimate. Could be big, could be high value, but Kazar just have the numbers game right now with their ultimates. Could get another Strangling Prison again, but Vay is there holding it down. Everybody's trying to pressure. Kazar's trying to get in position right here. Carpe is trying to hold the defensive positions. They don't have the ults in their favor, but it could be big pressure. Oh, a bit of a pull coming out. Didn't get the value they needed. But Groot's going in. BRB Beacon taken out by 21 looms. Gonna go for that target. That's always a -1. Taking out the Beacon's massive value. Drop the amplifier. Freedom Shard coming out from looms, leading them forward, charging up their ultimates, bringing Carpe Diem back into contention here to defend as they're pushing them back right there. But Kazar drops the boundary. That's Revenant's boundary going out. They're throwing damage in. They're gonna try to make it happen. Magneto Meteor's charged up. Who are they gonna go? And there it is, the Meteor crashes down on the Rocket Raccoon, taking out Iron Play. That's going to be one down. That's going to be Just Mutant taking out the lead in favor. That's another one down, Bindu down from Call Me Maybe with the Strangling Prison, but a big whale crashes down on Vay right then and there. The whale was primed, Call Me Maybe ready to go. And there we are, right there. Big pressure, big power, 80% account for Carpe Diem. Just Mutant take it down, but it flips in the script of Kazar, as they're going to get to their 50% mark. But on top of that, Rico bringing out the amplifier next fight, but Call Me Maybe's got the angles. Can they hold it here? Now, another thing to consider, we have Groot, Jackal, setting up an Ironwood Wall, trying to get into that indestructible position once again. A lot of options here, 70% in climbing. Can they hold it? Rico might drop the amplifier. There it is. Naturally, the Punisher. Charge to execution is going to be shredding on through. Jackal's going to just go drop down. Going to use the terrain to their advantage. Get away from the Punisher. Bendu goes there. Taking out Colin maybe. That's another one down. Just Mutant does get a pick. They're exhausting Namor's cooldowns and they take down the Namor right there. The boundaries going off into the middle of the game. Into the middle of the scientific laboratory here in Wakanda. The Galactic Empire is going off as these battles are just universal proportions right here. Rico's got the BRB beacon setting up. Just Mutant is just absolutely lining them up right now. Kazar's in the back foot, but they're about to hit 99%. Overtime ticks into high gear. There it is right there. Revenant going forward. There's the boundary dropping out. Clearly coming forward. That's a Bindu boundary once again. That's going to be overtime ticking off. Carpe Diem need to show signs of life and win right here. Revenant just gets away from the fight and survives. Another freedom charge coming out from Noobs. There it is. There it's done. There it's good. There we're going forward right now. 53% for the Revenant. Boundary could be the big ult to save them here. But 91% climbs for Carpe Diem. Big Jackal Maelstrom on Madness right there.
Oi.
And a double meteor KO coming out from Vey right now. And then that is exactly an overtime double ticking down for both sides right there. But Dan, I'm telling you, Dan, this is crazy right here. This Magneto is trying to hold on, but 21 Lubes is putting 21 punches into the back of this fool's shield right there. Overtime ticks off. Carpe Diem do claim the victory. It's such a tight, close, insane bout on Burning T'Challa.
I saw a strange portal show up in my room. I went through it, and then I was able to find the tail end of that fight. So Carpe Diem are able to find the map win in the end. It was labored, it was tough, and through outside circumstances, I was able to, at the very least, make it towards the end of what seemed like a nail biter of a map number 1.
Woo! Amazing. I'm sweating. That was good. I loved it.
I'm sure you were spitting bars. I'm sure you were going crazy.
Right. Carpe Diem, because I'm putting on a class act right now. I love it. I'm excited for this second map between these teams, but whew, I just got to say, I got to bring attention right now. Oh my God, the healing from Revenant. Revenant, we got so much healing from Revenant, so many boundaries. Like, honestly, I feel like there was like maybe like 8. Genuinely like 4 per round. The boundaries were just on point all game long.
No, sometimes I wish I was able to find it, but I'm sure I was there in spirit. We'll put it at that. But looking at the stats, definitely a very, very close affair. Both teams putting on an absolute show. I'm surprised Khazar we're sticking onto the Hella Namor team up, a team up that is notoriously difficult in getting that retake potential down, but Khazar almost made it work. We're able to get 1 round for themselves from a punishment of Carpe Diem's aggression back in round number 1, but then round number 2, Carpe Diem quickly adapting, quickly learning from their mistakes, and we're able to switch up their compositions, and that's where the difference was for Carpe Diem and Khazar. Khazar really stayed stubborn, weren't adapting to what Carpe Diem were doing, and Carpe Diem were able to exploit that, took full advantage, and were able to turn this into a map win.
Oh my days. Beautiful map win. Hey, Warrior Falls there, you said it, bro.
Oh yeah.
Special map, love it. Always a banger every time we get on Warrior Falls. But look at that, man. Waves were just going crazy this map. You gotta give love to the Namor. Both teams, putting in the work. But I gotta say, Rasputin's Punisher, something there. I want to uncover it, find the secret ingredient to that recipe. Let's see what Rasputin can bring out in the next fight. Maybe the punch comes out earlier. Maybe we enable it. Maybe, just maybe, Storm. We bring out Storm, we could open up more opportunities for this team as well. Break through some of that healing line that is coming out from... Revenant's putting up numbers you expect from triple strategists right now.
Oh, yeah.
On the Invisible Woman alone, on Sue Storm alone. And we've seen what Sue Storm alone can do. Galactus knows very much well. Everybody watch that movie, Fantastic Four. Now, on top of that, we got a beautiful best of 3 series here. We got this next map. Okay, this next map is pivotal right now to see if it ends in a 2-0 or we go to a 1-1 third map decider. I don't know about you, Dan, but I like the competitive bouts. I wouldn't mind the 1-1 situation. Let's see if they can flip the script, put it in their favor, keep it nice and entertaining, keep it fun. But Dan, big thing here, bans. Is Gambit gonna survive the ban phase?
Oh, I don't know, because so far, from all the matches we've been seeing so far, it has been a constant that Gambit is gone. Loki also getting taken out in collateral as well. 2 of the most powerful strategists in the current meta right now is Khazar actually kicking things off with the Captain America ban. Carpe Diem, I believe, banned Daredevil off the rip, and they're going to do it again here. So there is an opportunity for a Gambit save. Do Carpe Diem go for it? They do! We're finally seeing them.
Oh, my days, me
in the
amor.
match. We've got a Gambit, ladies and gentlemen. It only took, I believe, 4 maps actually, for Remy LeBeau to make his appearance in MRC.
There we go. We about to know that it's going to be an absolute royal flush of a time with these teams right here. Curious to see. In return, though, the sacrifice, Invisible Woman banned. Question is Loki the next ban?
It's
Is that the move from Carpe Diem?
no. Because yeah, Loki Gambit is very, very strong, but Carpe Diem now have access to their own save. Is it gonna be the Loki? It very well could be. And we are getting both the God of Mischief and the Gambit man himself. Ooh, they about to make a name for themselves here. Oh my gosh, wait!
Oh,
wait,
and the
hold
Moon Knight
on.
protect!
Wait. Are they
What is this
listening to
lobby?
us? Or are we just predicting the future? I have no idea what in the world is going on. We got the Loki, we got the Gambit, we've got Liger's Moon Knight. A dream come true here in Central Park. Oh my goodness gracious.
What a beautiful. I mean, it is the Moon Knight map. It's definitely the Moon Knight map. It's up there.
True, but-
We're gonna take it to the Empire of the Eternal Night. It's definitely a Moon Knight map. But Emma's gonna be gone. No White Queen to back up the Groot. But great Emma map as well. The final ban is gonna be Rocket Raccoon. I had a feeling that was coming. I feel like the amplifiers were really deciding the fights in terms of Khazar's favor. But it's a strong ban from Carpe Diem. Now, question on the table: what do you run alongside the Gambit, the Loki? What do you build up? What is your priority? I think Rasputin already knows. Straight for the Star-Lord. Straight for Peter Quill. And absolutely just going to the skies and going right into the backline and really focusing out their Gambit, their Loki, their win conditions. But Groot Moon Knight is a good day. It's a good day to see some Groot Moon Knight. But into the Empire of the Eternal Night we go, Dan. Beautiful map, great map, good vibes, good design, amazing. Thank you to the Marvel Rivals art dev team for making this map. Blade was asleep on this map for several months, by the way, for people who don't remember. So W Blade waking up and joining the fight. The question is, when will Blade wake up and join the meta? He has never been meta.
Yeah, that's something we've been trying to figure out. Like off the rip, he's been a little bit underwhelming to say the least. As a Carpe Diem look to get their setup on the defensive side, not relying on a shield front line, will rely on the Venom and the Rogue. The Rogue will also finally make an appearance for the first time on the stream here for Marvel Rivals Championship Season 5 here in the Pacific region. Khazar and Carpe Diem going at it yet again here in map number 2 on Central Park. Khazar looking for that tank cluster composition with that Moon Knight, with the Groot. But Carpe Diem are not running that triple setup that is usually common on the defensive side.
Now, already right now, I'm paying attention to the numbers, and we can just see it right here already. Rico, 52% on the Loki. Call Me, 50% on the Star-Lord. Revenant, 50% on the Royal Flush. But just like that, in the blink of an eye, one Unk for Moon Knight skipped to 30 to 60%. Players, please play him more. But on top of playing him more, the first person to potentially get ult is going to be Rasputin, close to that 80% mark on the Bucky. A couple more buck action shots there, and they'll definitely get it right now. But everyone's climbing. Once that first ult goes off, it's an absolute fiesta of ults from all the teams right there. But it looks like it's going to be Rasputin who gets it first. Kraken Impact is online. Rico does have, of course, the Shapeshift ready to go as well. Dan, it's dropping the moon time.
Yeah, but Carpe Diem are able to play their cards correctly. The fate of both worlds groups everyone for the Kraken Impact as the gauntlet gets slammed. The Strangling Prison is good, but what good is it if there is no follow-up? And Khazar just get knocked straight into their teeth, get sent straight to the room of their spawn, and Carpe Diem look to get the hold down with so many ultimates available. Yeah, Revenant on the side of Khazar does have the flush available. Bindu can respond quickly, but then you have Bindu and clearly Cheating that could combine with their ultimate in tandem. Vagon could also follow suit as well. The Gambit ultimate is very, very valuable for both of these ultimates. Can they find the value? Call Me Maybe will combat the Star-Lord on the other side as well. Carpe Diem looking to get the hold down. Look at the damage. There's so much work being done. Carpe Diem pick up a double. We'll find one. Khazar will find one, but that's all they're gonna find as Carpe Diem look for another hold.
Holy, the explosive entanglement team up in full effect right there between Bindu and Vey. You say Bindu just absolutely dive in on Gambit and slam down with a double KO? Like, my guy, you're the strategist. What are you doing diving in like you're the thing? You're just getting so much value right there. But hey, speaking of value, you know who's valuable right now? 21 looms on the Venom, who's gonna have, you know, a big crunch and big piece of value. Never mind, take him down. Nope. He's just French to this. He's just French. That's all.
You hate to see it, you know. You want to go into the invulnerable state of going underground, but you're not able to. As Rasputin, look at these shots coming in. The hit scan is good. Everyone on Carpe Diem are inspired by the aim of Rasputin. Everyone wants to do the same, and they will wipe out half of Khazar in suit. And Khazar just cannot find a footing. They just keep getting staggered left and right. Both Lokis now having the God of Mischief available. Rico already copies the flush. Look, Charu will do the same as both Carpe Diem and Khazar. Their decks are being blown out. But who has the upper hand? Who has the better hand to win this round of fights? It's clearly Cheatin will find the laser down onto one. Isangyuk will find another as well. But Khazar have that man advantage and are creeping towards the site. 21 looms, looks disrupted as another flush comes in by Bindu, but Khazar are a little late to the party. Now their flush is available. Isangyuk will team up with it thanks to Ensong Inferno, and Khazar will finally open things up, but Carpe Diem also open up the portal. But with Carpe Diem just staggered and bruised, it's gonna be a difficult retake for them to go for, but Rasputin looks to eat my words, looks to change all of that as the feed suddenly lighting up blue, as Khazar just losing steam, losing momentum. Overtime comes to fruition. The feast is good this time around. This is not a French Venom in this fight, and Khazar cannot get it done. Carpe Diem with a clutch pentagram of Farala will get the full hold done.
Including which side you're on.
My guy is not French, he was Italian. He saw lasagna. He wanted to bite of that invisible woman, I'll tell you that.
Hey, yeah.
But I'll tell you what, listen. Hey, Lady Loki on the screen, everybody. Lady Loki in MRC. What a day to be alive. But on top of that, I gotta say, why are we not mirroring Gambit Loki earlier? It came a bit late. Definitely seemed to be a factor. Let's see what happens now. We are not even going to see the second 2/3 of this map. Unless something magical happens. Right now, Vey bringing out the Rogue to me really shows a great understanding of that team up. Because right now, in these fights, in these bouts, both these teams are getting matched with massive strategic healing coming out. But that one little extra punch coming out from Rogue heals their team every time that ability is activated from the team up. You know, air up on the explosive entanglement. It's good value. It's strong value. It's something that is missing from the vanguards of Khazar right there. But right now, Khazar going with that Moon Knight composition. They're facing off against the Hela style. A bit of a tough matchup, I won't lie. A tough matchup. But at the same time, 5 seconds out, doors are opening, no portals in sight. Normally a little bit of portal hijinks happens here, but Dan, it looks like these teams are just going to roll out with the Gambit Loki mirror. Let's see whose mirror is shinier.
Yep, Carpe Diem just have to get to 2/3 of the site. 21 looms is just quite literally looming on the side, just waiting for a perfect opportunity. Will land, but doesn't go for the dive. Will find the tendrils onto the Loki, but he has to use the clones in order to get himself out to safety. And that space that 21 looms is able to provide gives Carpe Diem the avenue to go straight on in. Khazar just get completely caught off guard. While they were busy dealing with the Venom, they had to deal with the rest of Carpe Diem. And so far, quick as you like it, this fight might be over as soon as it begins.
Ooh, okay. And there it is. Wrap it up. Unless the Moon Knight builds an ultimate, unless the moon crashes down, unless something happens, but it doesn't in Carpe Diem with a strong showing. Do take the bout here against Khazar in this best of 3 series. That is 2-0. You already know. Off to the next bracket they go. There it is. Final score. Locking down. Woo! Carpe Diem with the dub, Dan. Strong start for Carpe Diem here today in MRC.
Yep, and that's exactly why we said that Loki Gambit is literally the best in-slot strategist lineup in the current meta at the moment. Having access to that Raging Royal Flush 2 times is incredibly valuable. Not only is it providing you a lot of those buffs, like the movement speed buff, like the jump boost, like the damage boost as well, you're also getting your ult charge way faster. So this game that is already so fast paced just gets even faster. If everyone is getting that 30% ultimate charge amplification twice, is a little bit bonkers, if in my own opinion.
I mean, look, a lot of potential with the picks that we saw. This one might have just been one in the picks and bans. I'm not gonna lie, Dan. Those saves were very strong from them right there. Carpe Diem played that one to their favor, had more hours on that composition, knew what they were going for, bringing out Vey on the rogue. That's another thing. Your explosive tanglement team was a massive factor to consider here. If everyone's going to bring out Gambit Loki, if you can bring the Mag, it's good. But again, like I said, Mag just enhanced damage from that team up. But Rogue is enhanced healing. Just another source of healing. Already with a Loki and a Gambit. You're basically pseudo triple strategist at that point when you bring that into gear. I really do think people need to wake up a little bit on that Rogue factor right there. And again, just as versatile as a Captain America, her ult denies ultimates. If your Rogue goes in first, they will not Royal Flush. If you dive their Gambit, it's getting absolutely eaten up. You're taking that ult charge that could be at 99, 100, straight back down to 80%, getting all the value.
And Carpe Diem also just utilizing the kit of Gambit to their full potential. They put Rasputin on the Star-Lord, who does get so much value from the damage boost of Gambit. Every shot from the Galactic Legend triggers a card being hit, and that adds up. And not only that, you've also got Vagon. If he's able to get the Heartbreaker onto many members of Khazar, each tick is one card. So, so much damage, so much value coming in from the flush of Carpe Diem, whereas Khazar were a little bit stunned. They weren't able to get their version of a Royal Flush combo done, as Carpe Diem are able to get a 2-0. Will they find a way to make a name for themselves? Or do they just sit back and make sure people know what happened here today? As we head into a short break, we will come back for more MRC Pacific action. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
"2025 has concluded. We would like to thank all the participating teams and the players who delivered top performances over the past year. It's probably time to discuss the plans for next year. This video will share much about the new format, the new ecosystem, and other surprises. In short, welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026, the inaugural league year of Marvel Rivals. To better balance each region and present more exciting competition, we've made adjustments to the regional distribution for the Professional League in 2026. Specifically, we are merging the Asia and Oceania regions into a single Pacific region. The regions for 2026 will be Americas, EMEA, China, and Pacific. During the group stage, the Asia and Oceania regions will compete independently and face off in the playoff stage. In 2026, there will be 2 regular seasons and 2 international LAN events. A notable addition this year is the preseason before the start of Stage 1. The preseason is not only the debut for these teams, but will also determine the initial seed placements. Additionally, Marvel Rivals Championship will continue to exist throughout this period. Even more exciting changes include the allocation of league spots and promotions. In the 4 regions, online competitions will determine the teams that qualify for the 2 international events. We eagerly anticipate seeing these competitive teams once again. Starting in 2026, in addition to the preseason, the regional league and mid-season finals, hosted by Marvel Rivals Ignite, will determine whether teams qualify for the grand finals. The final results from Stage 1, the mid-season finals, and Stage 2 will correspond to varying league points allocation. Teams that excel in Stage 2 playoffs or rank highly in the annual league leaderboard will compete for a spot in the grand finals. At the same time, to enhance the competitiveness and accessibility of the league, we are introducing a promotion and relegation system that provides all aspiring teams and players around the world with the opportunity to enter the professional league. teams can earn champion points through the MRC, enabling them to compete fairly for league spots against the low-ranked league teams. Partner clubs will have limited relegation protection opportunities. Speaking of the MRC, there will be 6 seasons next year. The PC region in Season 6 of the MRC will be the final opportunity to compete for the last spots in each region for 2026 preseason and Stage 1. If your region still has available slots, be sure not to miss out. Starting from Season 7 of the MRC, ongoing participation will enable your team to earn champion points, and the teams with the highest cumulative points will have the opportunity to compete for qualifications for the mid-season and end-of-year promotion leagues. Certainly, the most significant surprise is that in 2026, we will launch a Partner Teams program. With certain teams worldwide to become our partners, we will create partner team bundles, and partner teams will enjoy revenue sharing. We hope that this initiative will encourage comprehensive and healthy development of Marvel Rivals esports ecosystem. Besides the partner team bundles, esport bundles will be launched in a timely manner. At the same time, the annual prize pool will exceed $3 million. Let's see how much you can win. More competitions, more moments of victory. There is so much to look forward to next year. The Ignite events of 2025 were unforgettable, and we can't wait to embark on a new journey with everyone.
Hold still. I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
My time to shine.
Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you enjoyed your daily dose of Gambit Loki composition as we move on forward here in the MRC Pacific Season 5. We're going to stay on Round 7 as we head into another best of 3 match that will be covered by myself and Liger. So hopefully we will see a little bit less of Gambit Loki. But so far, that has been the case with most teams being able to ban it out before it becomes a problem later in the ban draft.
That's true. That's true. I mean, let's see. Straight up, first bans. And we got DN Redeem versus Rock Hard, okay? Let's see if they're gonna, redeem a ban on Gambit, I'll tell you that.
It may get a little silly today.
Well,
Just a little bit.
It's a little bit silly,
It's a little bit silly.
We got a lot of fun ones here. Hey, returning legend in the scene is Genzo. Genzo back. Peter the Panther as well. I see some names I recognize from MRI, MRC. Floop is there as well. Hey, listen, Floop. I promised Floop I'd say this next broadcast. Floop, I expect the Moon Knight, Floop. I better see it. All right. I'm watching you, Floop. But on top of that, we got I Am That Penguin back again. We got Aiden W and Aiden Big W. Okay. The double Aiden situation going on here, Dad. Break this down for me. What is the synergy here? Their names are the same now.
I mean, we got Aiden W and then Aiden W at home. Maybe we talked about this in the green room, right? We got Aiden. You got your own version of like a Walmart, right? You got Aiden W, maybe the Australian Walmart, and then you got the American Walmart. We'll put it at that. As Aiden, one of the Aiden W's will be the American one, and then the other Aiden W will be one from down under.
Aiden Big
like
W.
that.
There we go. Done.
There we go.
There
Big W.
There we go. Love it. Love
And
it.
the
Okay.
Big W enjoyers. Anyway.
Did we just protect Loki? Wait, Gambit has still not been banned and Loki's protected. Is there like some sort of like honesty
there a
going on?
gentleman's
Both teams
agreement?
running? Yeah.
Did,
What's
did
happening
they
here?
hear us and they hear us being happy that Gambit Loki is being banned away,
Yes.
and then out of nowhere, everyone's like, "Oh, Gambit Loki!
Yeah.
Yes, we need that. We need more cards
Listen.
being thrown at each other."
Couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more. Right there, Phoenix band coming out from Rock Hard. Gonna definitely. Maybe they play Thing. Phoenix. They don't want the Phoenix situation. I don't know. Could be options. Angela band as well. I really want to see some Angela specialist action, but we're gonna roll with the White Queen being protected from Rock Hard. Do Not Redeem is gonna be coming out with a final protect here. They got Venom before. Do they maybe lock in the Hela? Secure Hela for themselves, bring out the full symbiote shenanigan in their favor? Could be something to consider.
Could be something to consider indeed, but Do Not Redeem did in fact had to ban out the Angela. Yeah, we probably would have seen some cracked Angela players on Hell's Heaven, but this is one of the strongest maps for Angela. These environmental KOs could be crucial, and Do Not Redeem don't want to deal with any of it, as they also miss out on a protect. We'll see if that'll bite them back in the end, as they look to use their final ban on the Gambit. So only the Loki will go through.
There it is. Aura Protect into a Gambit ban. Final ban coming out from Rock Hard. What's it going to be? They're hovering the Atom. Both want to bring out the Atom. Crimson Faith got that aura on that Lord Atom. And the final ban is on Star-Lord. Interesting to see Star-Lord out of here. I mean, Gambit's already banned, so still the presence of a Star-Lord maybe enabled with a Loki could be something they fear. Nonetheless, Invisible Woman's online, and so is that Deep Drudgeon Depths team up between Hela and Namor, both available and online. It's gonna be very, very dicey here on Hell's Heaven.
We're just getting the variety of domination maps. We got Krakoa in the beginning, then we got Burn T'Challa. Now we head to Hydra's lair. As Do Not Redeem and Rock Hard going at it here in the hideout, as both teams look to utilize the strengths of that Hela Namor team-up ability that we've seen already in past matchups, and here it is no different. And again, because both teams are running the Hela Namor composition, this first fight is even more important. We talked about this in the last time we saw this team-up come into play. Whoever gets the first fight will have a massive advantage, even bigger than a team comp without the Hela Namor, because with the control that you're able to secure, the other team, if they do stay on that Hela Namor composition, it's going to be hard, it's going to be difficult to get themselves back into the zone.
Ooh, indeed, right here. Watching these compositions rolling out. We've got the dive matchup between I Am and Genzo. Bringing out the Cap and ooh, bit of Venom. It's good to see. Flute bringing out Namor. Big option. Peter the Panther on the Hela. Seen it before. Seen it definitely put in the work before as well. Crimson as well. Flute taken out by Aiden with a strong start in this Namor battle right here. But gonna be brought back with a BRB beacon down. Still in the fight, but Venom straight on Aiden. Big W right there.
But Aiden with the blessing is able to find the calling from the depths, is able to keep himself alive with the bubble. But a great dive coming in from Genzo. So combine it with the anti-heal from the title Dirge is all Do Not Redeem need, and they will be able to redeem the gifts of getting the site for themselves, as Do Not Redeem are going to open things up off the rip. And now Do Not Redeem, do they go for the full court press? Do they look to seize more neutral area control? And they so far will not do that. They will just instead keep what they have, or they're just happy with it. They're not going to overextend, they're not going to overstep and potentially put themselves in an unfavorable position, because Genzo is really the main focus here, as he's looking for a dive as soon as Rock Hard begin their retake attempt.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now, you need to, push on through, try to get the advantage, figure out what your plan is. Ooh, could be a big stranded prison from you, eh? Could be strong. Let's see if it's going to be referencing in their factor. Bit of Invisible Woman cooldowns going off right now. There it is. Big Flute taking out Crimson, taking out Fragton. Holy! The Namor is cooking right now. from a Do Not Redeem right there, holding it down. 5 ultimates online, 50% and climbing right now. Strong position, strong positioning for them right here as they just, oh, another tree trunk in action coming out from Yuang the One, taking out Kaya. Aiden Big W out of here as well from the Floop. And again, another strong fight for Do Not Redeem, taking them off one by one. Dan, what's going on? They're not even using their ultimates here. They're just picking them off.
I feel like Rock Hard is just waiting for the perfect moment, which is a little bit of a misplay, I would say. Rock Hard, yeah, you want to go for the perfect ultimate, making sure that all 6 members are going to get value. But if one goes down, you still might have to commit to the ultimates. Yeah, the odds of winning the fight might be slim, but it's never 0, as Genzo is just going to keep the stagger party going. As Do Not Redeem don't even have to invest in any of their ultimates. They're just going to invest in the basic abilities themselves. And as soon as Rock Hard try to use their ultimates, they have the resources to combat it straight away, as Aiden combats the Strangling Prison and the Gods of Death. Do Not Redeem are running out of options. It's all going to be up to Skid and Genzo to team up with the Beast of the Abyss and the CYA if they want to keep the site going, as Rock Hard are going to invest all of their ultimates as well. It might also be all up to Crimson Faith. He goes to the skies, has the CYA from Skid, but that CYA is going to be inevitably going down as Crimson Faith also follows suit. And that Gods of Death did absolutely nothing, as Skid was able to time the CYA perfectly. Horn of Proteus is even available, but it might not even be needed unless he's going to try to zone everyone from Rock Hard away. Overtime meter does come up. Penguin tries to bounce all over the site, but Rock Hard cannot get it done. Do Not Redeem are able to land the shots, able to use their resources to perfection, and are able to win out that ultimate war.
Yeah, I mean, right now what's happening is it seems like Rock Hard is the one that's not redeeming. The actual press your ult button. Like, seriously, activate, get in there, take a chance. Really, that seems to be the issue right now. Just a hesitation to try and use some ultimates, get some value. Because every moment you delay against a more confident Hella No More lineup, they're going to just farm you. They're going to take that neutral space and turn it into hostile space. Absolutely just ruining any chance you have at activating, any chance you have at trying to make it happen for themselves. But we're going to see the action pushing forward. 15 seconds. Opening those doors is the key right now. Hell's Heaven's going to keep on going off. Bit of a brawler sort of situation going forward here. The type of map we're looking at here. Looks like the Magnetos being an option right now for Fracton. Let's see if it's going to be enough. And we see some action coming out from both Aidens, maybe. They can finally get their synergy locked down and get it going. I mean, look, Reed Richards isn't here no more. Sue's all yours. Have some fun, get some picks. You never know. Maybe she ends up with you. Shout out to Danger Mariner out there. The VA from the more. He'll be very happy I said that.
Do Not Redeem, though, have all the ultimate advantage right now. Rock Hard, they have Aiden W on the Namor with the Horn of Proteus coming up soon. But that's all you have. I Am That Penguin crucially finds where the BRB is. So that's going to be one resource gone on the side of Do Not Redeem as Bloop comes in. The whale crashes down onto Aiden. And that's going to be a crucial strategist gone on the side of Rock Hard. It's going to be up to Kaio to get that healing potential down. The Blessing of the Deep will bring him up to the high ground as the other Aiden still alive in the fight. But quick as you like it, one of the strategists being gone on Rock Hard means that they cannot fight any further, and Do Not Redeem will open things up yet again.
Ooh, going into it right there. 12%, 15% climbing. Peter the Panther putting in absolute dagger action right there, putting in the work. Strange strangling prison, but it does get Kaya, and it does give value. Give you that tree trunk in action, taking him out. I'm That Penguin on the turn, taking out Rexy. But Fracton's there on the Magneto, holding shield, trying to fight a bit of strange floop in your face. But Crimson Faith is going to be there to secure the group down. Cut him up down a size, bit of venom in the high ground. Aiden W is there to sustain them and get to pick of their own, taking out Genzo's venom. But what does that mean? It means that Rock Hard do take the point back, finally get some percentage on board, and make this a competitive bout. A good showing for them right now, but Do Not Redeem's not going to let them have it lightly. They got an amplifier, they got that Hella as the map restructures right in front of our eyes.
Like the 50% means that the map does shift over a little bit, so different ways of entry is available for both teams. Do not redeem. They have to get a retake down. Peter the Panther wants to open things up. Will the Blessing of the Deep save him this time around? But no, it will not. Double over to the side of Do Not Redeem. So it's a two-man advantage. Gods of Death also available. But Rock Hard are not investing in any of their ultimates. A&W doesn't even use the invisible boundary to, at the very least, stall and maybe grab a few more percentage points, as he deems that is too tall of a task. And Do Not Redeem complete the retake without using a single ultimate. And that is crucial to saving their ultimate economy.
Absolutely right there. Climbing forward, Flute taking shots, just on repeat, rinse and repeat, like clockwork at this point. Look at the movement, look at the absolute spear action coming out from Kukulkan, and more putting in the work, but I see 6 ultimates on it for DN Redeem. Peter the Panther taking out Kaio in the backline, taking out the Loki, taking out the chance of a shapeshift copy, enabling them forward. They're just getting picked, they're just getting absolutely just pincered off one by one. Crimson Faith taken down as well. No chance again. It's like history repeats itself. Rockhard just can't seem to get the space to group and push onto point. But for now, the zone's still going in favor of DN Redeem, 85%. Rockhard maybe bring out a portal, maybe bring out the Strange. Can they just commit with a fight? They're all split off right now. Genzo's on the more, takes them down. Good value for Genzo right there on DN Redeem. Big Straining Prison going off into the boundary. Big whales coming out from the more, crashing down the Crimson Fate. That does not do enough. Crimson still takes them down. BR Beacon brings back Yuang. There it is. Over time, it's ticking off. How's it going? Big crunch coming out from Genzo, taking out Aiden Big W. Overtime is ticking off. Skit is just putting the absolute amplifier on him right there. Fear Magneto. Will this meteor crash? And it does on time. Skid and Flube taken out of the sky. And Peter the Panther getting picks and well. 3 left for Rockhard, and a strange portal is online. Can Aiden W bring the portal out?
I've got your back.
The answer is right there. Is a resounding no. Do Not Redeem are able to get the 2-0. Rock Hard almost had a way back with that double KO on the Meteor M, but unfortunately the Hella on the side of DN Redeem was the... Oh gosh. Oh, here we go. Sorry. Slight distraction. Either way, Rock Hard were able to get nowhere near done, because Do Not Redeem were just so good at their ultimate management. They were able to get crucial KOs throughout those ultimates. And that's really the difference between the good teams and the best teams. Being able to utilize ultimates in tandem of each other, whereas Rock Hard, they wanted to go for the perfect and ideal scenarios, making sure all 6 were available. And if that condition is not met, they just didn't bother to use their ultimates. And that's the difference between the mindsets of both teams. Yeah, Rock Hard, they wanted to go for the perfect ultimates, but Do Not Redeem. They're willing to just still go for those ultimates despite having some members being out of position, some members being in the spawn room. And DN Redeem were able to get the upper hand because they were able to just output so much more ultimates, so much more of that economy being invested in what isn't the most ideal scenarios, but it was enough to get it done.
Yeah, absolutely couldn't agree more right now. Just constantly taking the fights, putting everything on their timeline. DN Redeem's timeline, it was theirs. They had the script, sacred actions are in their order, and Rockhard were just falling in countless times. They did show a couple signs of life, big fights, got themselves 50% on the board for one of those rounds, but just not enough to keep it going. DN Redeem recoup, and managed to bring out a lot of pressure. And again, they were holding ultimates for last-ditch efforts. So every time Rockhard full committed, DN Redeem answered in response, put a little bit of extra effort on top of that, and secured the victory for themselves. That's going to be big. Even though, hey, moments of truth. Fracton, Magneto, something there. Can we try and enable that? Can we try and build a composition around that? See how they can maybe knock out some of these mirror comp situations. You know, it's very hard to handle the Hell on the More if your team yourself can't run Hell on the More. How do you counter it? Do you commit to the dive? Do you bring out some unorthodox compositions? Do you maybe explore, you know, something alongside the Venom? Just a bit more extra dive. Angela was, I believe, potentially, maybe banned. It was a bit of a tough one to say. No, Angela was banned. Let me correct myself. Yes, Angela was banned. So that did limit their dive potential. So nonetheless, we're going to get into this next map in this best of 3, Dan. Can Rock Hard do something different here? Try to get him up on the board? Tough one. D and Redeem right now, they're on fire.
Only time will tell. DN Redeem so far redeeming so many of their cards, so much of their access into the series, and so far we're moving on to the second map of this series, and it seems like Rock Hard did in fact choose Central Park. So we're gonna be right back from the last series. And Liger, you're making some interesting reactions to it. What are your thoughts on this?
Oh, look, listen, we're going into the protect some bands, We're on Central Park. I saw a little Ultron there. I see the Moon Knight. I see the Groot. I see Jeff. Jeff could cook here. A lot of tight corridors, tight corners, tight composition could definitely be considered here for both these teams. We'll see how it goes out. Rock Hard with the first ban. Who is it gonna be? And does it rhyme with Matt Murdock?
We tried going somewhere.
I tried.
But
I tried. Schmer Bevel. That's the best I can come up with.
There we go.
All right.
That works. Oh,
Adam
okay.
Warlock,
We got
once
an
again.
Adam Warlock ban coming in from Do Not Redeem. So no Karmic
Taking his
Revivals.
legs again.
Yep, no Karmic Revival will be used. Yeah, where's the mobility in Adam Warlock? We need some answers.
Hey, listen, in the artwork, the amazing
doesn't count.
artwork that... Yeah, you're right, but in the amazing 2026 Marvel Rivals Celebration artwork, amazing artwork, Adam was flying. Hey, Adam was flying. My man was literally doing the same pose in the Guardians 3 movie when he got revealed, all right? He was flying. Give Adam wings. I mean, not wings, but like, let a brother fly, man, okay? Let him fly. Now,
at least for a
let
little
him fly with Angela. What could go a lot could go wrong. We don't need a flying
if we introduce that flying strategist, oh boy, we got the flying
Ultron
composition coming in full swing.
Yep. Ultron is alone in the skies, and he's gonna stay that way until... Listen, everybody. Just a quick moment, Dan. Just a quick moment, okay? Falcon, melee, strategist with flight. All right? We'll put the pin there. No one ask any questions further than that, okay? All I'm saying is piggyback ride. Just pick people up and throw them, all right? I know everyone's screaming right now like, no! We don't need a strategist that can move people. Listen. Anthony Mackie will voice the... No, I'm joking. Anyways, Emma has been banned out here. The White Queen is gone. Also, Invisible Woman, the queen in her own right, is also locked out here too. Angela protected, Groot protected. We know what these teams want to run here on Central Park. Star-Lord is protected, but guess who hasn't shown their face yet? Mr. Gambit. Could this be the Gambit Protect coming out from Rock Hard? I'm curious to see.
It's gonna have to be banned out if Rock Hard don't pick it here. There's a chance that Rock Hard don't opt to go that route, and they will not. So they will pick up the Punisher as the Gambit. It's gotta get banned out at this point. It's already so late in the ban draft. Star-Lord and Groot being picked up by Do Not Redeem. Rock Hard also picking up Punisher and Angela. So Angela will make an appearance potentially here, but Phoenix going to be the final ban on Rock Hard. Does Do Not Redeem actually go for the Gambit ban, or do they just let it slide and give both teams that Gambit Loki composition? And the answer is going to be a resounding yes.
You'll need a
Ooh,
top-notch
okay.
team to win this one.
Interesting, just to not even see them protected or banned. They're just available, ready to roll. Interesting. Maybe a bit of an agreement was made. All right, now in full force, we saw the Flash, Yuang, Rexy, and Peter activating that just amazing team up. Nature's in full effect right now. Match it with Skid on the Lord Gambit. My goodness. Whew. Tell him. But Fragton bringing out the Magneto. Kaio might be bringing out the Lady Loki. Could be Loki. Could be. Looks like it's gonna be normal Loki. The homie Loki. Thor's brother Loki. But where is Lady Loki? That's what the people want, Dan. Come on.
Yeah,
Let's see Lady Loki soon.
Yeah, I got it. I don't even play Loki. So there you go. That's W marketing right there.
Listen,
Whereas-
I might hop after this broadcast today. Then I might hop off. I might go buy the bundle. That Torch costume with the
Oh,
cards
yeah,
with
that
the
is
little
really
flurry.
good.
I was like, ooh. I'm actually curious. Does he throw cards? I want to find out. Does he actually like throw cards? That'd be cool. Listen, Human Torch is a duelist I'd love to play more myself personally, but when he became meta, I never got to play him. And now that he's not meta, I get flamed for playing him. Why are you flaming me? I'm already on fire. I don't need more fire. What I need is more water. So let's cool down for a moment and let's address what's in front of us right here. A lot of antis going out already. Rexy stacking these Loki clones into the right spot, just pouring damage into the backline of Rockard. Going straight, aiming directly at Kaio, to be honest, right there. Clones are being stacked up again, aiming them down, but Aiden Big W with the big damage is just shredding through all those Lokis. Yuang the one on the front end on the group, holding it down.
Look at the result that Rexy is being able to put out. He's already miles ahead of the other Loki on the side of Rockar. Kaio still struggling at around 40%, while Rexy is already halfway done. So that damage being split up with the clones just gives Rexy the damage he needs in order to get that ultimate up as soon as possible. But there is that argument that Peter the Panther on the Mantis is also providing that ultimate acceleration with that 14% damage boost. It allows everyone on Do Not Redeem to ever so slightly get their ultimates faster. And Yu Wang the One, I said it right. He's going to have that Strangling Prison online and ready to go. Can Rockhard combat it perfectly? Only time will tell, as he's still waiting for that opportunity, making sure that Crimson Fate doesn't have access to the cleanse. So he's still holding on to it, waiting for that perfect opportunity. What a great Assassin's Charge onto 2. That's Genzo down. Rockhard have that man advantage, and they're going to use the Royal Flush to try to flush out the remaining members of DN Redeem from this site, and they are doing a great job at that, in fact. But look at the Strangling Prison on the back line. Do Not Redeem still having to force their way back into the site, but they're just going to get knocked out one after another, and Rockhard will finally clear out Do Not Redeem. But Yu Wang the One will have that Pentagram of Ferala, but will he get it down in time, as many members of DN Redeem are still making their way into the site? Galactic Legend will be combated by the Meteor M, but it only provides a momentary abatement. And DN Redeem, they don't even need the portal. It's all but a stall. It's all but a ploy to get themselves back into the site. DN Redeem still have 2 ultimates to work with. Rockhard also have ults of their own, but they're not going to opt to use it. They're going to wait to regroup, wait for a better opportunity, as Fragton does respawn now, and Rockhard look to settle the battlefield, but DN Redeem want to keep this battle at a solid 110%.
Just when you thought the doors, the grand doors, would open to the courtyard of Dracula's castle, they've been shut closed by DN Redeem right now. Rockhard gotta push one more time. They maybe have enough time for 2 more fights. It really depends right now, but they might not have ults for the second. They gotta commit now. Big shapeshift coming out from Aiden, Big W, and Rexy, as they're both gonna go straight for the Gambits. Gambit never folds, another Gambit never folds, but Gens is building a meteor. Quick meteor right there, takes out Aiden, Big W, denying the Punisher, denying the Judge, Jury, Executioner. He's not gonna go to do the jury right now. It's not gonna go anywhere, but it's gonna take Flute to the skies with the Galactic Legend being matched up by Angela, swerving, sweeping, swooping, you name it. Angela is bringing Heaven down and falling on him right there. I am the Penguin taking our skid right there. Big double hatchet axe gameplay. My goodness. Double KOs coming out from the Penguin there. Bringing so much Vanguardian presence right there. And straight into the Agamotto. That's not going to get the value they needed. Yu Wang taken out Kaio, but in return, Penguin is there. Penguin is prime. Penguin is not going down. Angela gameplay at its finest.
Oh
Spirit
my gosh.
Denying the contention, but it doesn't matter because they still haven't captured 10 seconds left. DN Redeem are still contesting point.
Oh my god, they even get them flushed down. Skid, by the skin of their teeth, were able to stay alive on this site. This fight is nowhere near stopping. Overtime comes into fruition. A great Assassin's Charge from I Am That Penguin will send Peter the Panther into the abyss. And so far, the rest of Rockhard, that momentum that they so had, just slowly fizzles out into absolutely nothing. Rockhard can't even settle to a single point, as Rockhard finally, just barely, are able to get the job done.
Ooh. Absolutely well played by Rockhard there. But damn, DN Redeem's defense was strong. I mean, they ate up the clock. We're talking about barely 2 minutes to take it to the double doors of Dracula's castle right now. It is literally and figuratively an uphill battle for Rockhard right here. But going into the action, Raging Royal Flush online for Crimson Faith. Yuang the One could bring out a big crunch, but it's going to be legendary Aiden Big W taking out Yuang the One, taking out the Vanguard, and that's going to be a triple kill for the Stallo Flute in the skies. Do we see the 4? Do we see the 4? Genzo takes out to Aiden Big W, Fractor taken down. That's going to be a clean borderline team wipe right there, pushing Rockhard back into spawn, clearing out some Loki clones. And Rockhard do have ultimates online, more than D and Redeem. Now is the time to activate. Hesitation has been Rockhard's problem lately, Dan. If they don't hesitate here, they can win the fight.
Try their best. Good bubble to keep Loop alive. Genzo does have the Meteor M, could counter any of these ultimates that are casted by Rockhard at any given moment. Rexy does have God of Mischief, so we can combat what is Aiden W's God of Mischief. So both Lokis will have access to the Gambit Ultimate. 2 decks of cards will be flying around left, right, and center as Crimson Fate is ready to use the flush at any given moment. Skid also trying to use it, but he gets taken out in the end. And that's going to be a 1-for-1, making a 2-for-1 in favor of Do Not Redeem, as the Heaven's Retribution is going to be used, but Peter the Panther will be able to use the Soul Resurgence in the nick of time, as Yu Wang the One will find the correct Loki clone of all things. It looks like Aiden was trying to trickster his way to make sure that this Venom doesn't find the correct one, but he is able to take him out. As Rockhard still getting the push down, having that man advantage for the time being. Great Assassin's Charge onto the front line of Do Not Redeem. Fracton will be forced to use the Meteor M to make sure he stays alive, as we Do Not Redeem are just getting staggered left and right. Skid, it has to resort to a 5-man Gambit ultimate as Floop takes to the skies, make sure that everyone on Rockhard do not find a way back in. And despite a single member on Do Not Redeem being in the fight, they are able to win it out in the end. They get the hold down. Rockhard will settle at 1.
Woo. Just shy of half the map pushed in their favor, 70 meters to the throne of Dracula. The question is, how can they approach it on defense? Can Rockhard? Sure, rock solid defense is the real question here today. But D and Redeem, will they redeem their victory? That's the question here. Claim it as theirs and not take it back. So let's bring attention to the compositions that are lining up right now. Both teams are going to be running out with the Loki. Aiden Big W, sorry, Aiden Small W, let me correct myself. Aiden W with the Loki potentially hovering over. I do like Fracton's Angela. Not gonna lie, it's been cooking. It's been providing quite a bit of value. So into that next move, Genzo on the Magneto could be an option. Peter the Panther still in contestant, trying to figure out what do they want to bring out here. We need to see how it all unfolds.
I gotta shout out I Am That Penguin as well, who's running the group this time around on the defensive side. But his Angela also, my god.
Oh yeah, sorry, yeah.
He is doing some insane work on the Angela. Being able to get crucial Assassin's Charges onto the front line, that's really the best way to play Angela. Making sure that the front line is isolated, making sure that they're out of line of sight from the strategist healing. And with that slight timing, there is a chance for Rockhard to find those picks, but Do Not Redeem were able to get the hold done. But now it's their turn on the offensive side. They look to opt for the Hela and the Star-Lord on the duelist, and the Loki Gambit still being that ever so present in the current meta will be the ones to heal up, making sure DN Redeem stay alive and keep that momentum going. And just like that, as soon as I say it, they are just breaking open Rockhard's defense.
Breaking forward. There it is. Bow Staff Slam. Coming out from Skid. Putting pressure, putting power. Aiden W hitting the portal right there. Gonna get the Seraphim going forward. Pentagram for Ally keeps him in contention. Rockhard trying to make it happen, trying to still defend with all their diving might. They got 3 Vanguards there. They're gonna have 3 strategists. That's right. They are running triple on this fully defensive composition right now. The Ultron. Sorry, Hela is not a strategist. I apologize. Aiden Big W is just right now. I thought it was Lady Loki, guys. My apologies. I confused myself.
The influence is too much.
I thought it was Lady Loki. It's just the resemblance, you know. Listen, all these Asgardians, I gotta say, absolute specimens. W, one day we get Odin in the game, let's talk about it. Now, 2:34 minutes left on the clock right now. How are they going to make it happen? How are Redeem going to do it? They're going to bring
like
out
that.
the cards. They're going to hit a major Royal Raging Flush right there. And then Floop's already shredding the back line.
Yep, this is the power of the Gambit Ultimate. As soon as that Gambit Ultimate is available, as soon as the Q button is pressed, DN Redeem just rush down on Rock Hard, who did have the Royal Flush on their own side, but again, being more conservative with their ultimate usage, will not use it as DN Redeem just keep the momentum going, but a crucial trade by Aiden W on the Hella pick, but Floop looks to extend the lead into DN Redeem's favor, almost lands his shots, but Aiden is forced to use the Goddess of Death to make sure he stays alive, maybe try to get some consolation prize of a KO, but it's gonna be enough to zone away that what is left of DN Redeem into cover, and that's gonna spread out all of the DN Redeem roster as Rexy pops the God of Mischief, making sure that the Raging Royal Flush is active and ready to go. Will pop it immediately in response to Crimson Fate's ultimate. A Feast of the Abyss goes into the backline of Rock Hard, but only Kaio will be the one taken down because of the Galactic Legend. Genzo looking to use the walls, making sure that the strategists do not have any access to the healing potential. Peter the Panther now taking to the skies, making sure that everyone on Rock Hard cannot stay alive in this site any longer. And finally, DN Redeem will keep that payload going. They cross the finish line and will finish the series 2-0.
Absolutely right there. Lock it down, lock it up. Do not redeem, do claim the entire series. Now, tough one for the Rocks right there, but there it is, Mr. MVP Floop. I called out at the start of the series, I said Floop step up. Floop stepped up, well played, he's been training hard, and I always got to say, we respect the esports story of some of these players, always putting in the work, and it's all about that at the end of the day. Redeem the dream, and there it is. Now, let's talk about it. These numbers being put up by these teams right now, insane. I got to bring massive attention right there to Peter the Panther as well. Like you said, so versatile, bringing out so much value. But on the other side, SVP, I don't know about you, Dan, more than deserved. Penguin, so good with it. Angela,
we talked about it for a slight bit before we headed into round 2. Peter, I am that Penguin is just, he's been doing really well on the Angela, able to land crucial picks, getting the line of sight away. We talked about this before. We gotta cover it again because my word, this was a very good Angela performance. As we head into the highlight reel, you can see I am that Penguin being able to get to the back line at the perfect time and also displace the front line also at seemingly perfect times as well. And that's what Rock Hard had to rely on, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough to take over Central Park and even stay alive in this tournament, because keep in mind, this is round 7. All of the matches in round 7 are in the lower bracket, so if you lose this best of 3, you are unfortunately eliminated from the tournament, and that's exactly what Rock Hard will have to deal with. It's a tough pill to swallow, ending your run here in MRC Season 5 in the Pacific region, while a lot of orgs are definitely scouting the competition here in this tournament.
1000%. I mean, a couple orgs have opted to not play in MRC. You know, just have a little look and see if maybe they can pick up a roster. You know, a lot of opportunities there, a lot of interesting things to see how it all pans out. But at the same time, the benefit of this MRC is we kind of get to see some super teams being built, even across all the regions. Everybody, you're going to get a banger show with EMEA and America later today as well. It is a good time in the 24-hour Rivals Esports cycle. It's going to be a banger. So many cool teams are out there. I mean, Dan, we've been looking at it. It's been pretty good. There's a bit of you know, cool things happening in the MRC for this season especially. I believe there's also some fantasy drafts going on. Everybody's making predictions and things like that. It's pretty cool, I've seen.
Yeah, a lot of different things happening as we kick off what could be a very special year for Marvel Rivals Esports. We're all excited for it, but for now, we're gonna have to settle things down. We're gonna have to take a short break. We'll be back for more MRC action when we come back.
trying to help.
Lights out. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
My time to shine.
Beholds the god of thunder!
You know what to do, spiders? Time for some fireworks. It's spider time!
You are done, dude. Oh, thought you had me. Happy holidays!
On the hunt. Let the devil out! You couldn't be saved.
The scouting phase for the big hitting orgs is in full swing as we venture deeper into MRC's Season 5 here in the Pacific region as we look ahead to another best of 3 matchup covered by myself and Liger virtually next to me as well. We're gonna have to take a look at Bonda Gang versus Vapor 8. Bonda Gang have a bit of a storied history behind them, a team from India who have been consistently trying to make it into Ignite. but unfortunately just weren't able to get the job done, weren't able to get through the open qualifiers to get into Ignite, both in Stage 1 and Stage 2. A little bit unfortunate, but now as we head into 2026, they're looking to get even better results here in MRC Season 5.
Ooh, this is gonna be interesting. A Psylocke ban. Strange to have not seen that yet, but still interesting. Iron Fist protection coming out from Vapor. I like it. Bucky protection coming out from Bonder Gang. Interesting. Seen some BP hovers, a bit of Ultron. Curious to see if we're gonna see a slightly different meta. You know, as we know, if we got Bonder Gang, maybe more experienced screaming EMEA teams than most of these Pacific teams do. Closer in range, ping is a factor, location in the world, a lot of cool options there. But Ultron banned out. Strange considering they hovered it, but Ultron's not available. Or is the Daredevil? I see a Spider-Man could potentially be picked, but Loki, Lady Loki, might be on our screens once again, protected.
Yep, a little bit of a different approach. It seems like Vapor 8 probably were looking for target bans on the side of Bonder Gang. But Bonder Gang, look for a more meta-focused approach. We'll save the Winter Soldier, which is a very versatile pick for Bonder Gang and also for Vapor 8. Keep in mind, this is MRC, so picks and bans are all global. So everyone will have access to the same heroes, and the bans are affected to both sides. Which means both Bonder Gang and Vapor 8 having access to that Winter Soldier means that this duelist can slot into almost every single kind of composition that you want to run, because everything inside Winter Soldier's kit is useful in one situation or another. You've got anti-dive, you've got engagement, you've got displacement. You have everything that you would ever want in a duelist kit, and that's exactly what Bonder Gang might want to take advantage of as we venture further and further into the ban draft. Groot going to be saved, Loki also being saved as well. But two heroes that won't be available now will be Jean Grey and that Captain America.
I gotta say, it's there, it's available. Gambit and Loki is open to bring out. So is the Rogue. Full explosive entanglement team up, potentially coming out from Vapor. Could be big. I gotta say though, Cax on the Iron Fist, side by side with a Mocha Ren Rogue, that could be ultimate punching action.
Very brawly, yeah.
Yeah.
It's another composition that has been slowly starting to take formation. That brawl composition, making sure that you're able to stay in the fight for as long as possible, making sure that you're soaking up damage and doing damage at the same time. And then as soon as those fights get long enough, you could really just finish off what could be a short-lived Bonder Gang who don't really want to go for extended engagements, extended skirmishes, as Vapor 8 look to just try to brawl down Bonder Gang, who are running the Hella Namor composition, which could be a little bit difficult for Vapor 8 to get access into the back line without taking heavy damage themselves.
A lot of potential here right now. 20 to the mission area unlocks. But what I'm bringing attention to here are the compositions coming out. Bonder Gang elected to bring that to the fruition, the Depth Seamer on their side, but Vapor's confident with the Fists of Fury. I'm keen. I'm hella keen to see if this is on their favor. Little brawl action is something rare to see, but welcome to witness a new comp to see if it's in their favor. Let's see what Vapor do. Taken out. Cax, the Iron Fist, slammed by Vaya on the Hella right there. Bonder Gang looks like they might be able to capture it here, but still contesting. Vapor still there. Mocha Ren on the Mocha Road, happening forward as they can, holding that killer in their favor, keeping the contestant in high gear. Vayam slicing through the back line of Vapor. That's going to be enough for them to push Mocha Ren back into their team, throw in some shards, and there it is. Another pick. Mocha Ren taken down by Vayam. Hella is just farming right now. Just shot off the shot. Vapor need to take some angles and get on it.
Yep, Bonder Gang really needed to win this fight if they wanted to stay competitive or even stay alive in this map 1. We talked about this time and time again. Bonder Gang running the Hella Namor. You're at risk of losing if you lose the fight, you're going to lose a lot of that neutral area. And so far, Bonder Gang have been doing very, very well in terms of combating what is the brawl composition of Vapor 8, as Waktaro and are both using their ultimates in tandem to try to keep the team alive and stay in this retake attempt. The brawl needs to be absolutely perfect, but Banda Gang are trying their utmost to keep Vapor 8 at bay. The Feast of the Abyss is absolutely perfect. Will take down one of the strategists. A lifeline on the side of Vapor 8 being gone, but Nanafix
Keep going.
has to be the difference, has to make sure that the team stays alive, but he will not be able to do so. I think he just ran right in, make sure that he's not staggered enough from the team to make sure that Vapor 8 will be able to regroup in a timely manner.
Oh, regrouping is the key right now for Vapor. If they can try to show up, drop in with a bit of a heartbreaker, mix it up with a living cheat, it should be enough firepower to stop Banda Gang. And bring attention to the fact Banda Gang don't even have anybody close 50% to an ultimate right here. Vapor's time to act is now. You've got 3 ultimates in advantage and nothing on Bonda's side. You need to give them at least amount of space and get in there. Heartbreaker goes up. I'm taking out Loctaro. That's going to be good. Little bro taken out by Moko Ren on the road with a big punch and living cheese. And a big Kunlun kick to you, Nadar. And Brighthawk taken down. Iron Fist just going bang for bang after Vanguard going straight for French on the gambit. Right after that, K-Max taking out Lunatic Sam. Vayam is cleaned by Kitamara again. That is the pressure Vapor wanted to show earlier, but now it's a bit tough for them. They've got a 95% lead with Banda Gang. Vapor got to hold it and not drop a single fight if they want to take this map.
This is exactly what Vapor 8 wanted to go for. They wanted to go for the Brawl composition, and right there, that was the reason why Brawl comp is so good. As soon as Banda Gang lost all of their resources, Vapor 8 went straight on in. Moko Ren on the Heartbreaker, Tuck with the Living Chi, both of them doing absolute damage into the backline, where Banda Gang did not have the resources to get themselves back in, but Banda Gang with the Raging Royal Flush being able to use it aggressively are able to find the opening pick onto the Invisible Woman. As the rest of Banda Gang, they do get the stun up down, but the cards are going to heal up Vapor 8, but Banda Gang already losing half the members. The Invisible Boundary needs to be used to its utmost advantage, and Vapor 8 seems like they are going to get zoned away, but the zone is still in their favor. Living Chi going to be used yet again. The Fist of Fury going to fly on out, and the Invisible Boundary will keep Banda Gang at bay for the time being. And Vapor 8 looking to get closer and closer to Banda Gang's 95%.
Ooh, there it is. Final fight opportunity for Vapor and the final opportunity for Banda as well. Right now, it's match point. You name it. Whoever's going to win this next fight is going to claim it. And that's the key right there for them. Let's see. Bayam's going to be able to potentially take to the skies. There it is. Pentagon Ferrara from Moko Ren. Going to keep their team just grouped up that extra little bit to stay in the fight. See if it goes off. Banda looks like they'll be able to contest. Ultimates online. Meteor could be big. K-Max taking out Nadal. That's a big pick taking out the group with a big whale crashing down onto Kitamara with a bit of extra speed to clean him up. Into the Meteor. Lunatic Sam flies to the sky. Hella's in the sky. Also there throwing hell down one after another. Bayam is taken down. Overtime is taken down. Anybody left? That's taken good, little bro. And Lunatic. Who's left? Gambit's there. Will it be enough? 102nd. Gax is 0-4. And taking 2 with them down to Hell's Heaven. That's going to be the win in favor of Vapor. What a strong comeback. Defended from 0 to 100%.
One fight is all it took for Vapor 8 to swing the momentum into their favor. As soon as they won that fight, that brought them in control of the site. Banda Gang staying on the Hella Namor means that it's significantly more difficult for retake attempts, whereas Vapor 8 with the Brawl composition, all they have to do is just dive and stick onto their target as long as possible, and that's exactly what Vapor 8 were able to do. And Banda Gang just could not recover from losing that site. Staying stubborn, not adjusting from the Hella Namor composition meant that they could not get the neutral area to themselves. They could not get any space, and Vapor 8 were able to exploit that to perfection. And now we're seeing adaptations coming in from Banda Gang. Bayam switches over to the Winter Soldier. Lunatic Sam going over to the Star-Lord as well. So that's a little bit of that anti-dive potential, a little bit anti-brawl maybe. We'll see as we head into round number 2. Is this the adjustment that Banda Gang needed?
Well, it's going to be interesting to see if that's exactly what you're saying right there, Dan. If they're going to play aggressive and play early now and just delete the range advantage Bond the Gang have, it'll be in their favor. But Arms elected to go for Bucky here. Bucky's going to be a good pick here, especially with the Agamotto pushed out of existence from Moko Ren. What? Wow. Goated little bro is big bro in him right now with a massive invisible play right there. Wow.
Insane plays, and that's all it takes, right? On the Gang will take early control of the site, making sure that Vapor 8, when they look for those dives, they cannot get value. But Lautaro, from the back line, will take out one of the duelists of Bond Gang, as Nadar will use the meteor as well. Lautaro takes the skies, looking to find an assassination onto the back line, but everyone on Bond Gang will be able to seek refuge inside of that invisible boundary. But as soon as it expires, Living Chi pops up. Lautaro also with the left clicks, Kunlun kick into the faces of Bond Gang, and they're all staggered as Viam finally comes back, but realizes, where in the world did this team go?
Ooh. Hey, listen, Iron Fist entertainment right here. This is what we want to see from Lin Lee on Cax right there, just putting in the work. But KAKZ making it happen, 29% for Bond Gang. But Vapor's going to catch up very, very quickly. And again, can they hold it off? Legendary in the skies, amplified for a Gambit from the Finch right there. That's going to be enough power for them, but they're holding it down. They keep it sustained, but it's not enough for Nanai. Is taken down as well. Lunatic Sam putting into work. Bulwark shield.
Oh my God.
Keeps Lunatic Sam in the fight, taking him out again. Moko Red down, Cax down. That's big. Under pressure right now. Putting in forward momentum, and they're gonna pull Vapor down and put them back in spawn. Oh, and a little pull, bringing Kitamara out and staggering them as well. Vapor gotta regroup quick, get ready, because Bond Gang is gonna hit that 50% mark.
Bond Gang, great looks to get the stagger going, making sure to try to clean up any remaining members on the side of Vapor 8, making sure that they have to spend even more time waiting for the team to regroup. And now they release their aggression. They will relieve it for the time being, as Lautaro on the side, looking for any off angle possible. Will find one onto Lunatic Sam, so that's a lot of damage on the side of Bond Gang gone. And the invisible boundary also being denied by Lautaro with the headshots is absolutely perfect. And now Bond Gang, with no strategist, no lifeline, no battery available, will mean that Vapor 8 will pull the site back in their favor.
Oh, absolutely right there. In their favor. K-Max with the Meteor. Now, Dan, what's here is an opportunity for Moko Ren to really shut down Bond Gang here. If they can get that Heartbreaker off, get close enough to deny Fench, never mind. Regent Royal Flush is going out early. Fench is going to play it safe and play it smart, knowing that they can deny any presence coming out from Vapor's defensive power here. There it is, the boundary going up from Kitamara. That's going to be taken down. They do have the Heartbreaker. They haven't popped the Heartbreaker. They're going to keep breaking hearts left, right, and center no matter what as they take him down. Nadar on the Magneto takes 3 at the triple KO for the Master of Magnetism and Magnetic Forces. But the force of nature of Gax is just on the sidelines right there and just staggering themselves. Quadra KO locked in for Nadar. Pentagram for a lot coming out from K-Max. Let's see if they can contest one last chance.
A desperation portal attempt. No strategist ultimates available on the side of Vapor 8 to bring safe passage onto the site. So they're going to have to brute force their way in. Lautaro takes to the skies with the Gods of Death as Cax will kick down Lunatic Sam. Another 1v1 win. A chase down successful as Lautaro again just being the absolute nuisance in the line of sight of Bond Gang. They just cannot recover from the left clicks of the Goddess of Death herself. And now Bond Gang, staggered and bruised, have to regroup yet again. And they may have to resort to that Doctor Strange portal as we head into final fight territory.
Yeah, we're kind of waiting to see if anybody's going to go back for the switch. But look, 15%. Ideally, Brad Hawk could probably make it on the Venom, a bit of a swing in, and hopefully not miss. Finch is going to drop that Rage and Royal Flush, and it's going to keep him pushing forward, but it's going to be matched by Nanai as well, who's hitting the Royal Flush, and a Meteor from the skies from Nadar with a 180 hit on Kiramara. What a
oh my God, that was crucial.
Putting in the pressure. That was cold. That was fire. Tomahawk Agamotto goes in. Is it going to be from the skies? It's going to be enough to give a bit of power for Lautaro to take out Goated Little Bro, and hell is raining down on him, and that's a triple KO right there for Lautaro from Vapor, and they're going to put the pressure. A big Venom a big abyss, a big crunch, but it doesn't matter because Cax is there with the KO Conlon.
Oh, they got it.
It's not over. They got the portal. They got the portal out here, Dan. The Dark keeps it contested. K-Max is there. Boundary set up by Kiramara. The next ult coming out from Lunatic Sam could be pivotal. Let's see who's going to keep it sustained. The thing has been thung out of here. Never mind. It was just too late. Hell's Heaven. There it is. There it's done. And that's going to be Vapor taking Hell's Heaven entirety. Wow, that could have gone anyway. Honestly, that could have been crazy.
Yes, Vapor 8 were able to get the 2-0 within map 1, but it was probably the closest we've seen all night.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Vapor 8 were able to just outplay everything, almost everything that Bond the Gang threw at them. And my word, Vapor 8, the comeback kings in this entire map, as Bond the Gang are just struggling to pick up the pieces. I feel like, especially in round 1, they were just a little too stubborn to switch out from the Hella Namer composition. As soon as they lost that fight, as soon as they lost control of the site, they should have switched over to something different, like the Winter Soldier and the Star-Lord, which did work out in the opening fight here in round 2. But instead, on the gang in round 1 decided to just let it ride, trying to make it work. It's a strong composition, don't get me wrong. But in that kind of scenario where you have to retake the site, it is not the best composition to go for. And Vapor 8 were just able to out-adapt and made sure that Bond the Gang could not recover from their mistakes.
Yeah, truer words have never been spoken right there. You just nailed it on the head right there. They are just clinically that one step ahead to make sure, even on the back foot, they're going to take advantage back and resource manage to the extreme right there. And that's going to be how they take this early map for themselves, even with such unorthodox picks. The Iron Fist, love it. Something different, something spicy. Maybe something Bonda is not used to taking on right now. But Vapor's taking that first advantage, and I do want to say, the Rogue Iron Fist is really good. We're boxing up the front line, boxing up the back line. What that does is pincer all the movements of one the game and try to, like, funnel their healing back into keeping Vayan enabled. And he did well early on, but as we can later on see, it was just too much pressure once Vapor disengaged, re-engaged as quickly as they could. Bond the Gang didn't really have much of that as an option. They were either all in or all going back to spawn. Vapor really could take fights at their own pace.
Yeah, not only that, but you also got a shout out to Lotaro on the Hella, providing that firepower from a distance, and that really enables the composition of the Rogue and the Iron Fist to be used to its utmost potential. You've got Lotaro in the backline, just wailing on key targets, making sure they get low enough so that the Rogue or the Iron Fist could finish them off. And that's really how Vapor 8 were just utilizing the Hella. That was one of their win conditions. And so far, that's really how they were able to come back both times in Hell's Heaven.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, now going to map 2. Let's see how it goes off between Vapor and Bond the Gang. We're getting into it. I want to see something. I'll tell you what. The Iron Fist kind of lends me to think Cax really wants to take it to court. Maybe bring out the Daredevil, but I don't think Bond the Gang is going to let that through. That's probably going to be first ban priority as always. Just as strong as Gamba and Loki are, Daredevil is that one step above them and has been for quite some time right now. So on top of that Daredevil ban, we're going to see the Psylocke ban again. It feels targeted at this point. You feel that, Dan? I feel like they're just a bit of a Psylocke specialist they just can't enable right now. They just can't let it through. But every single time, the Iron Fist is protected. It's really in their favor right now with Vapor. They're like, listen, we ain't gonna get Daredevil, we're gonna get Iron Fist. I'm not gonna get Iron Fist, I'm gonna get Daredevil. I will get one of my melee demons and you will feel the demon rush. So on top of the rushing, Bond the Gang, the Gamba rushing into every fight. They've had enough. Take it out of the equation, banned it here. At the same time, Vapor banning Adam, nobody gets a second chance. Interesting strategist bans, I will say.
Yeah, but the Adam Warlock, his stock goes through the roof here when it comes to these Convergence and Convoy maps as well. Being able to use that Karmic Revival. If you're able to team up with the Loki, you get a double Karmic Revival. So you get 3 total chances to try to win a single fight. and especially on Convoy and Convergence maps where winning fights swings the momentum quite massively, means that both Vapor 8 now, but also Bond the Gang, will not have access to that Adam Warlock who could provide that extra chance of winning those fights. And now Bond the Gang and Vapor 8 venture deeper into the ban draft, and Bond the Gang will finally take away the Mantis pick, which is still a very, very strong pick overall.
Definitely, and Mantis out of here. Final ban coming out from Vapor 8. Who's it gonna be? I wonder. 5 seconds out till the final ban. Pouring in, could be big, and it's gonna be Star-Lord right there, taking out the Galactic Legend from the skies. The Guardians have been targeted here. I don't know about you, Adam, Mantis, Star-Lord.
Yeah, a little bit.
It's looking a bit of nobody wants to go to space. We're gonna keep it grounded.
I know
Fair
I know the Guardian team up isn't available anymore. Star-Lord and Mantis don't have the cocoons anymore, but I feel like this is a little bit harsh. But Star-Lord still very relevant in the meta. Mantis also still very relevant. Adam Warlock, maybe only on Convoy and Convergence. But other than that, maybe you could see a glimpse of him appearing in domination maps as well. But considering how small domination maps are in general, it's just a little more difficult for Adam Warlocks, especially in domination, to look for those crucial karmic revivals in these little corridors that at this point every single team knows every single surface area on domination maps, maybe even Convoy and Convergence maps as a whole. And that map knowledge will mean that this Adam Warlock isn't as strong in domination.
Yeah, true. Evident as always right there. Let's see how it all unfolds. In we go, straight down Midtown. Let's get it down Main Street. Let's get it from the Baxter building all the way to Avengers Tower. Let's see if Bond the Gang can take it. Now, on the Maya right there, we're going to see already big picks coming up from Bayam on the Phoenix. That is going to give him advantage. That is going to give him firepower. They're going to be pouring that damage into Moko Ren, who's actually bringing a bit of Cap this time, a bit of Captain America side by side with Cax on the Iron Fist. They're going to be backed up by Loctaro, who's going to take a big taken out by him with the Phoenix fire up right now because the Phoenix Mirror goes into Loctaro's favor. But
interesting.
Nonetheless,
interesting setup from Vapor 8. Everyone playing on the high ground, everyone agreeing to make sure that they stay on the second ground, staying on elevated ground, but Lunatic Sam is having none of it as he's able to find Lotaro a great bionic hook onto the Captain America, who's trying to run for the hills, but a Rocket Raccoon of all things is able to finish off the KO. And that's going to be Bond the Gang opening things up with 2 quick picks, and now they move on forward, crossing the corner, and they just have to get through this straight, this tiny little chicane now being the obstacle, as well as the members of Vapor 8 that try to keep the fence going. And with the Loki pick as well on the side of Vapor 8, it means that Lunatic Sam, if he does go for the Kraken Impact, can use the reset on the clones.
who could be the value right there? Nadar with the tree trunk in action, taking out K-Max. Shameless Prism online. It looks like they're trying to find an opportunity here. Gonna have to soar for a little bit with the boundaries being set up by Kitamara with the low-key shape.
Oh my god!
Big Kraken Impact, but it was... Oh, never mind. It's actually enough. Holy, they just melted right there from Lunatic Sam with the Lunatic triple KO. Backed up by Finch with a big Sue Storm in action as well. That, just when you thought they weren't gonna... They just popped like a balloon. They just popped like a balloon. I thought they held it down, but nope. It just took one more hit and the stacks went flying.
Oh my goodness. Kitamara even invested the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier to at least try to stay alive through the Strangling Prison Kraken Impact Wombo combo that Bond the Gang are utilizing, and they were able to use it to their utmost advantage, and they're able to get the first point at the very least, but they did tank their ultimate economy a ton as Vapor 8. They still have a lot of their ultimates available, whereas Bond the Gang in that single fight used four ultimates in total, as Go to Go Bro has to be the difference here, as the Song Inferno does not crash down. That means that the CYA will stay alive, and Bayam will take full advantage of it, burns the BRB, as K-Max will be the vanguard to finally fall, as Vapor 8 still holding on to the Freedom Charge, still holding on to the Living Chi as well. When did they pull the trigger? Because right now, On the Gang are just going all gas, no brakes.
Well, gas, no brakes with it. The question is, on top of that, can they hit a Captain America's Freedom Charge? Normally, does it go in? No. Ever since the update, Freedom Charge now gives your teammates ultimate charge. So that's the question right there. What's it going to enable? Living Tree. That's right, the dragon. Oh, Xiao Lao flows through Cax. Is he going to be able to push it forward? It's going to be met with the Sonic Seduction. Everybody throwing notes, but nobody's getting taken down. I speak too soon. Lunatic Sam's the first one to fall from the meteor. And going in, the boundary falls. Go to Little Bro, brings Lunatic back in the fight. Phoenix in the skies gets deleted before even flying close to the ground. That is presence, that is power, that is the Phoenix not on time and not in an hour. Vaya taking out Moko Ren, boundaries going up, everybody's disappearing, everybody's getting healed. 2 minutes 30 on the clock, but the Fantastic Car is moving, but they're holding it down. They're shredding through the group. They're trying to keep him healed. They're trying to keep it going, but they're not gonna get the flow they want. They're trying to see if any ultimates are coming online. Loktara might be able to bring out the Judge, Jury, Executioner, but Bonda Gang are slowly pushing. Just a few meters away. Who's gonna stop it? Captain America, Moko Ren in the back, making it happen. Executioner's going off, and that does mean Bonda Gang are gonna have to move a little bit back, get split off the side. Brad Hawk getting taken out by Cax. It does seem to stop the Bonda Gang push for now. Strong-willed defense coming out from Vapor.
Oh my gosh, good hook coming in. Stunt up Cax for a little bit, but the invisible boundary will be invested as well. The push needs to be perfect, but with the invisible boundary, you're not gonna have any idea where that strangling presence is coming from, and Lunatic Sam will get value with the Kraken impact. That was great ultimate usage. 3 ultimates, 3 perfections coming in. All of them getting perfect marks as Bonda Gang with a statement take over the second point.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, chucking up another 2 minutes into their time bank right here. Going deeper and deeper down Main Street. Fantastica moving chill. Getting out of that subway, getting onto the main road. Let's see if they can take it to the Avengers Tower. Now, Hamza, the one with the Ensong Inferno, could be strong for them right now. They're probably marking get them up. Because if you can take down the amplifier, you're set, you're good, you're in the clear, you get the value. But Vapor's kind of been shutting down these Phoenixes from landing. So if it goes early, it's pretty good. Amplifier in the sky. Phoenix does crash down. They got it before anyway, but nonetheless, it still gives them power, still helps them turn that first corner, drop an amplifier of their own coming out from Go to Little Bro. Let's see if the Little Bro can big bro him and try to make it happen there. Boundary set up by Nanai Fix. Gonna be able to sustain for now, but there it is, Dan. The power, the presence of Bonda Gang is just pushing forward right now. Vapor gotta stop this push. They're letting him take too much space.
Space being given over. Vapor 8 getting staggered 1 by 1. Means that they have to hold their ultimates for a little bit longer, and that's something that you really don't want to do as Vapor 8 finally have enough. Living Chi is going to be used to force out Fench's ultimate. The invisible boundary will not be available for a few seconds now as Lautaro finds this crucial opportunity to look for the final judgment, but Brad Hawk does have the Meteor M, will finally use it to soak up a little bit of damage, but it doesn't look like the Meteor does go down as Lautaro will still find the pick onto Lunatic Sam, and now K-Max with the Silent Seduction is just gonna charm 3, and everyone on Bonda Gang just falling to pieces, and as soon as Vapor 8 seems like they were out of this fight, they're brought straight back in.
Ooh, there it is. Momentum coming forward right there. They finally did stop the Bonda Gang push, but 4 ultimates online for Bonda Gang, potentially Fench with the invisible boundary. Now what I'm seeing here as well, boundary of Nanai as well from Vapor could be big. Moko Ren, Moko Meteor could be their next option as well. Gonna see Guru hit the Strangling Prism once again. Lunatic Sam going straight for the Bucky action. Kraken impact and double KOs in line. Lands another Kraken impact straight. Ooh, never mind. Nanai and Kurumara hold it down and shut down Lunatic Sam from trying to take their back right now. Big petty caking right in his face right there. Keep him sustained. Drop the boundary. Fantastica is moving 4.75 meters away from the end. Avengers Tower foothold is theirs if they can take it, but Vapor's holding. Judge, Jury, Executioner will be online, and so will the Ensong Inferno, which is going to be Cancelled! K-Max lost an Sonya Fona. Oh, sorry. What? Which means Cax is going to be pushing in, trying to get some pressure back. Living Cheese going to be popping off. Lunatic Sam has the pentagram of Ferrara. The portal is open. Red Hawk with the quick fire meteor, taking out Loctara, taking down the push, denying them the chance. Just the last little sliver away from the end of the map. That was clutch.
Time to switch things up.
Vapor 8 were able to get to the fight relatively quickly with the spawn room being so close to that third checkpoint. Means that Vapor 8, despite getting staggered for just a tiny little bit, were able to regroup, making sure that with their ultimates are able to zone away Banda Gang, who couldn't look to stay on the site because of the sheer pressure that Vapor 8 were able to provide with their own ultimates. And that was the reason of Vapor 8 denying from a third point and making sure that Banda Gang could not push any further. And now the sides flip. Vapor 8, now it's their turn on the offense. They just have to match what Banda Gang did. And that will secure themselves the 2-0 victory. Will they get it done? They look to set up a tank-busting composition. They leave Cax on the Iron Fist, but they move Loctaro onto the Moon Knight, trying to make sure that Banda Gang's defense is just going to get shredded to pieces immediately. As Banda Gang looking to set up what seems to be in that room right in front of the spawn. We've seen teams do this before back in Ignite 2025. And Banda Gang look to do that same play. But if you're going to be stuck together like this, that means Loctaro can just stack up that ultimate so quickly.
Ooh, into the action there. A little bit of Lady Loki from Bayam. Let's see now. Ultimates are building up. The Dar's pretty close. Loctara following close behind. Seeing if they can keep holding these front doors with this composition. The Groot walls are being set up. Ironwood walls being absolutely shredded down by both teams right there. Even though, you know, Banda Gang's really committed with this, you know, triple setup. It's very tough for Vapor to push out right there. They have the damage. They have the push through. They've got enough firepower. They just got to drop an ult. Dropping an ult right now would potentially give them a value. There it is. And the Conchu drops down, zones him out a little bit, and it's enough to take down Nadar. But they still got another in the sky right above them, and it's going to be a Lunatic Sam taken down. That's 2 Vanguards down. One's brought back by the BRB Beacon nonetheless. But value has been expunged. There goes the Amplifier from Kira. Oh, that's going to give him power. That's Moko Ren on the Magneto. Oh, absolutely putting them working right there. And they finally do break through the triple defensive lineup of Banda Gang and keep it going down Main Street.
The Banda Gang do have the portal available. It looks like they're waiting to use it at the right time as Vapor 8 look to find a different approach. Banda Gang will invest that portal and as well use the CYA thanks to the God of Mischief. The skies fall for Lunatic Sam as he stuns up 2. But it's not going to be any value as Nanafix finds the invisible boundary as well as the force physics onto Lunatic Sam, who does come back thanks to the BRB. Meteor M also going to be invested by Brad Hawk to make sure that Banda Gang have safe passage to reposition themselves for a different push attempt as Lunatic Sam moves on forward, finds Loctaro isolated inside of that room, who does come back by the beacon as well. Thornlash walls denying the heals from Vapor 8 for a little bit as Banda Gang keeping the defense going as Lunatic Sam takes to the skies for just a little bit to draw a little bit of that attention from Vapor 8, but Banda Gang finally will get the invisible boundary strangled up again, but the strangling prison is absolutely perfect from K-Max, but it's only going to result into 2 KOs, but that's 2 of the front line gone on the side of Banda Gang, so it's going to be all up to Brad Hawk to make sure that the back line stays alive and well, and that's going to be fallen flat immediately, and Vapor 8 will be able to move on forward.
Oh yeah, listen, this is definitely the momentum Vapor really want right now against Banda Gang. We're going to see if it goes into the hallways, into their pressure. Ultimates online for them are pretty much in their favor. They just use 2 and they have the other 4 ready to go. There it is, Vayam hitting the Lady Loki, copy nice and early. Going to be going straight to get another amplifier for them, amping up the team. Living Tree comes in for Oz, and there it is. That's another one punch straight through the Nadar, straight through the Vanguard, straight through all the power, straight through all of the defensive presence with just insane firepower coming out from Iron Fist right there. Going through the Loki clones as well. Insane power. Bright Hawk trying to stall with a bit of Captain America, just trying to buy time, seconds on the clock, anything they need to get value here. But it's going to be add it all up to a 3-minute time bank as Vapor take the Fantastica down to the subways. Now, Dan, Nadar's got that strangling prison. Lunatic doesn't have Kraken Impact yet, but that combo won them a lot earlier. If they can build to that again, it might be enough to stop Vapor's push here.
Up to Lunatic Sam to land the shots, making sure that he's consistently putting out the damage per second to make sure that this ultimate will come into fruition as Cax aggressively uses the Kunlun kick, which means that he's going to be in a dangerous position and has to make sure that he gets away, and he will do so successfully. And Bonda Gang still looking to get a retake down, will invest the Freedom Charge, but the Force Physics will take out Lunatic Sam, who does come back with the BRB. Taro will find a hand of Khonshu onto Nadar, so that's gonna be the Strangling Prison being denied, and with one half of the Wombo combo gone, Bonda Gang cannot commit to this fight any longer, and will look to reposition.
Oh, but mid-air meditation station ready for Cax right there. Trying to make it happen, trying to push forward 04 into the door, straight to the Bucky that's on the sidelines right there, trying to see if they can get value. Strangling Prison did go from the dark, but is anybody there to combine? It's going to be Yayam with a big Phoenix. It's going to not do enough value. But if a meteor coming from Mokareni might have actually collided with the Phoenix. It was a bit tight to see. There's the Thorn Slash Wars. There's a lot of shred coming out from Loctaro. Already has ult in this fight. A double unk right there, straight into putting so much pressure on the sidelines. And there it is. Gax, Living Chi, flowing up, drops the meditate, gets the stain back, goes straight for the amplifier. Using ult to take out ult is massive value right there. Massive turn of events with Namai hitting the boundary. Loctaro drops the moon, and Mocha Ren takes out Lunatic in return. Get out as well, taking out Nadar. That's going to be a strong fight from Vapor again. They're probably going to be able to push it up and out of the subway. Down to Main Street they go. And last I checked, Dan, they have about 30 seconds ahead from when Bonda Gang was at this point earlier.
Vapor 8 just chased down every one of Bonda Gang who were struggling to find a repositioning play, making sure that they don't get staggered, but unfortunately everyone goes down. And now Bonda Gang, with 2 minutes, they have to hold what Bonda Gang did in round 1. And if Vapor 8 are able to secure the push that Bonda Gang did, they're going to take away Midtown for themselves. And now Lunatic Sam will look to open things up and will burn out the Battle Rebirth Beacon. As Lunatic Sam keeps landing the shots, they have to wait for the Wombo combo yet again. But this time, it might be all up to Nadar and Bayam on the side of Bonda Gang. Endsong Inferno plus the Meteor M has been a consistent one-shot combo throughout Ignite. But Lunatic Sam wants to be the difference instead. Ooh. As he stamps out 3. Will stamp out a 4 on the walls of the building. As Loctaro cannot recover from Lunatic Sam's onslaught. And Bonda Gang will look to hold.
Wow, a bit of Bonda Bucky action right there. Could have been a Hexa, very close. There was a little greed in Lunatic's eyes right there, but they darted back. Their team's like, hey, take a minute, relax. We got a game to win, not a Hexa KO to get. It's all about winning all together as a team. And speaking of a team, I want to see the team Rumble coming out from these teams right now, but the moon drops with the boundary. Lunatic Sam takes out K-Max, denies the chance of a combo, denies the chance of a meteor that flies, but it doesn't connect with anybody as it flies by. We're going to see Lunatic Sam with an insane hook 180 uppercut. Get the hell out of here, Mocha Ren. That is pain, that is pleasure, that is Lunatic Sam's goal right there. Putting in the pressure, putting in the presence. This might be the hold they needed right now. We might finally witness a one-to-one situation. Let's see what happens, Dan. Mocha Ren's got the meteor. Do we see a portal to contest? How are they going to play this next fight? Bench has boundary. There's a lot of options.
Final fight territory inbound for both teams. Vapor 8 with 3 ultimates, make it 4 as Kid Mara will have the Cosmic Yarn available. Bonda Gang don't have much to work with. Viam is close to the Endsong Inferno, but the Kunlun kick onto Lunatic Sam will deny a Battle Rebirth Beacon. That'll be burned away to the waysides as Lunatic Sam will still stay alive in this fight, but K-Max out of nowhere will find the laser thanks to the CYA available on the side of Vapor 8, and Bonda Gang They look to hold. They had their moments, but now it's all Vapor. They have the momentum as they look to get closer and closer to the mission point, making sure that Banda Gang will come out empty-handed in Midtown. But can they get the push down? Can they make it work? The spawn room is so close for Banda Gang, so they're able to regroup in a timely manner. They will find one, but can they find more? Invisible boundaries, both using tandem, both Magnetos shaking hands up to the skies with the meteor, but Vapor 8 will win the ultimate battle, will win their ultimates. They get the values that they need, they get the frags, they get the KOs, and slowly but surely, it's all Vapor 8 on the site. Banda Gang and try to stall, but it's all for the inevitable. Vapor 8 get it done 2-0.
I gotta say, at the end there, you saw it. Cax just turned heads. Cax took priority focus away from the objective for Bondo right there, taking away the Bucky and the Invis. Even though beating out the Invis, Bucky took him down, it just bought time. They bought necessary sacrificial lamb type of energy right there, as they definitely enabled their team. Nanai, my goodness. Wow. Wow, such insane presence and performance coming out from the whole squad right there, putting it down with Vapor 8. Literally crazy. And a bit of Moon Knight action on Midtown. It was definitely a good combination, bringing out the group, bringing out what you need to do. A couple strange support situations. I mean, look, listen. Anaya's Invisible Woman, holy value city right there. 55k healing. Crazy to think that's Anaya right there.
Insane stuff coming from Vapor 8. Being able to come back from so many different scenarios that Banda Gang put themselves in. Banda Gang had a lot of moments where they had the upper hand, they had the chance to hold off Vapor 8, not only in map number 2, but also back in map number 1. And Vapor 8 are able to just keep it together, making sure that they have the resources needed in order to come back. And map 2, just haunting Banda Gang again, where Banda Gang had the upper hand, and Vapor 8 just ripped it straight out of them.
Ooh, they definitely did right there. That is power, the presence. Subway really dictates how teams can really play with their combos right here, you know. Most of the time, Cax was just like, we're going to split them up. We're going to make sure Banda Gang aren't really ganged up. They're just actually going to be split up. Lunatic Sando, the whole time, Lunatic was focused on the opposite. Nadar was like, let's group them up, let's bring them together, and then absolutely blitz them with ultimates. But when your win conditions become wombo combos of ultimates instead of singular plays that you can get from just basic abilities, basic positioning, basic nuisance management, then you're in a tough position, because it means Vapor 8 had more options. It means that Banda Gang had less to work with, and that's why Vapor took this bout here today. Nonetheless, learning experience for all involved. Vapor 8 going off into the next bracket, and their matchup is going to be interesting to see. We're going to maybe catch that one next, but whew, Dan, it's a lot, I tell you.
And so far, it's only the first day of Marvel Rivals Esports technically here in MRC Season 5, and so far we have been seeing so many different teams running so many different compositions and so many different approaches to the game as we move on from round 7. Soon we're going to move into round 8. We're going to take a little bit of a longer break, making sure that everyone here is going to be ready. So this is your moment to get your water, get your snacks, make sure that you're ready for more action-packed MRC action as we ignite the battle in round 8, but we'll do that in due time.
"2025 has concluded. We would like to thank all the participating teams and the players who delivered top performances over the past year. It's probably time to discuss the plans for next year. This video will share much about the new format, the new ecosystem, and other surprises. In short, welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026, the inaugural league year of Marvel Rivals. To better balance each region and present more exciting competition, we've made adjustments to the regional distribution for the Professional League in 2026. Specifically, we are merging the Asia and Oceania regions into a single Pacific region. The regions for 2026 will be Americas, EMEA, China, and Pacific. During the group stage, the Asia and Oceania regions will compete independently and face off in the playoff stage. In 2026, there will be 2 regular seasons and 2 international LAN events. A notable addition this year is the preseason before the start of Stage 1. The preseason is not only the debut for these teams, but will also determine the initial seed placements. Additionally, Marvel Rivals Championship will continue to exist throughout this period. Even more exciting changes include the allocation of league spots and promotions. In the 4 regions, online competitions will determine the teams that qualify for the 2 international events. We eagerly anticipate seeing these competitive teams once again. Starting in 2026, in addition to the preseason, the Regional League and Mid-Season Finals, hosted by Marvel Rivals Ignite, will determine whether teams qualified for the Grand Finals. The final results from Stage 1, the Mid-Season Finals, and Stage 2 will correspond to varying league points allocation. Teams that excel in Stage 2 playoffs or rank highly in the annual league leaderboard will compete for a spot in the Grand Finals. At the same time, to enhance the competitiveness and accessibility of the league, we are introducing a promotion and relegation system that provides all aspiring teams and players around the world with the opportunity to enter the professional league. Teams can earn champion points through the MRC, enabling them to compete fairly for league spots against the low-ranked league teams. Partner clubs will have limited relegation protection opportunities. Speaking of the MRC, there will be 6 seasons next year. The PC region in Season 6 of the MRC will be the final opportunity to compete for the last spots in each region for 2026 preseason and Stage 1. If your region still has available slots, be sure not to miss out. Starting from Season 7 of the MRC, ongoing participation will enable your team to earn champion points, and the teams with the highest cumulative points will have the opportunity to compete for qualifications for the mid-season and end-of-year promotion leagues. Certainly, the most significant surprise is that in 2026, we will launch a Partner Teams program. With certain teams worldwide to become our partners, we will create partner team bundles, and partner teams will enjoy revenue sharing. We hope that this initiative will encourage comprehensive and healthy development of Marvel Rivals esports ecosystem. Besides the partner team bundles, esport bundles will be launched in a timely manner. At the same time, the annual prize pool will exceed $3 million. Let's see how much you can win. More competitions, more moments of victory. There is so much to look forward to next year. The Ignite events of 2025 were unforgettable, and we can't wait to embark on a new journey with everyone.
Hold still, I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
My time to shine.
Behold the God of Thunder!
You know what to do, spiders? Time for some fireworks. It's spider time!
You are done, dude. Oh, thought you had me. Happy holidays!
On the hunt.
Let the devils out!
You couldn't be saved. On the hunt.
Let the devils out!
You couldn't be saved.
"2025 has concluded. We would like to thank all the participating teams and the players who
The night is still young, ladies and gentlemen, as we venture further into MRC Season 5 here in the Pacific region. I'm that one Dan. Once again, next to me virtually is Avatar Liger himself. And we will soon enough head into our first look at Round 8 action. Keep in mind, there are upper bracket and lower bracket matches happening here in Round 8. So we're going to have to look and see all of the heavy hitters, all of the top teams that are here gunning for that top spot.
Absolutely, absolutely. Couldn't agree more right now. Here we go. These people, they've played today and they've won. They've survived. They're here in round 8. What they want more than ever is to make it to round 9 later tonight. Big things happening. Lower bracket, upper bracket, you name it, stakes are higher than ever. Let's get into this game. That's all I want to say, Dan. I want to jump into this game right now. Get me into the action. Let's see who our first matchup is going to be. It's going to be a good one, exciting. All I know is Daredevil, first band again? Probably.
Could really happen. I mean, you've also got Gambit and Loki as well being contenders to being banned out straight away, but so far it really has been that Daredevil still being a top pick between so many different teams and being such a nuisance, being able to play Brawl, being able to play Dive, being able to be flexible with the pick itself means that nobody really wants to deal with it, to be frank, and everyone just wants to just take it away and not have to deal with it overall.
True. We're about to see why these teams are going to ban what they ban. Are there any gentlemen's agreements? You know, we've seen the Gambits and Lokis make it through where nobody touched either side. Maybe they said, hey, let's let it run, let's let it flow. The question I want to know is the maps. Okay, we've seen Hell's Heaven, we've seen Krakoa, Berlin T'Challa. You know what we haven't seen yet? Arako. Arako is a good map and really spices things up and lends to some sort of compositions. Maybe a bit more Angela, a bit more Rogue, Bucky, Wolverine. A lot of options there, especially Wolverine since his new update. Did you guys know? Shout out. The Wolverine players out there, they figured it out. You can now land the ultimate on walls. Everyone's like, oh, okay, cool, whatever. What does that mean? That means if there is a pit like there is in Arako, you can aim a team onto the wall of the pit. And you can literally dive an entire team down there. So I don't know if pro player might pull that out, but hey, if you're gonna bring it out in a tournament, make it happen. Let everybody see all of those amazing people watching at home, some MRC action. I want to see that, okay? So the Wolverine players out there, come on, make our day. Make it rain.
And that's your daily dose of tips from Liger himself. Perfectly executed. And now we're gonna have to wait and see as we might be experiencing a slight delay, but you know that's good, all good and dandy, because you got us making sure that we are buying time, buying a lot of how do I say it? We're finding a lot of the action. It's been an eventful night so far.
Well, then remember, hey Dan, remember we said we're gonna ask the folks at home watching something really funny. You know, we said, you know, we wanted to know, all of you at home, you know, right now, if you had the power, if you had the choice, what hero from the Marvel universe would you bring to Marvel Rivals right now? Hero, villain, you can name the role as well. I would love to know that. I'll tell you what, I know some good suggestions out there.
I've seen so many different people suggest so many different heroes from the comics, from movies, you name it. There is just endless possible options to go for. And now we head into the best option of them all, is more Marvel Rivals action between Wishing Well and To Be Decided. And Liger, you are a little bit familiar with the roster of To Be Decided, if you want to expand the audience's knowledge on that sector.
Oh, this roster, my goodness. The stories, the dive, presence, those aren't just funny picks. These people actually play these heroes. These people can bring out something crazy. But I want to see what they bring out today. Now, Hawkeye. Let's talk about that. Very heavily banned in what would say Diamond, GM, maybe even sometimes Celestial ranks, right? Hawkeye is like a step below Hela and Namor. But in this situation, somebody who knows what they're doing, Hawkeye could be the threat. Really, really more than ever. Now, Daredevil ban makes sense. I can see how that is a factor. But Netra, you know, reminds me, similar to what we just saw earlier, the Iron Fist is available. Daredevil's ban, I'm happy anyway. This is the issue with your flex demon duelists. They just have so many options now. And honestly, I'm scared the day they get magic in that hero pool as well. Because when magic is strong, woo, we are all getting absolutely chopped. But until then, Gambit to be protected, that's going to be secured by Wishing Well. We're going to wish upon a falling star that is the GOAT of Gambit. Shout out Channing Tatum. Hela protected as well in return. That's going to make Midstar happy, coming out from To Be Decided. But the Loki ban, no lady Loki. Yeah, you have to.
There's no way it goes through. There's no chance. To Be Decided, they know that the Gambit Loki composition, everyone knows that the Gambit Loki composition is just way too strong right now in season 5.5, and they will take it away swiftly, but it does force Wishing Well to take away the Namor, to deny the team-up ability that has been really strong when it comes to controlling neutral areas. But again, if it ever gets to a point where one team has to use the composition in order to retake a site, it gets very, very difficult. Luckily, no team has to worry about that because they can just run the hell up by herself, and it's still a very, very strong pick.
Aw. Well, I guess we say that. Hell yeah. Now, into the glorious map of Warrior Falls. I know we're both very happy to see this map. Let's actually see something fun. I see Cat's Eye on Spider-Man. I don't think that's staying. As much as I'd love to see it, it ain't the era for Spider-Man. There's just no way. There's no way we're getting Spider-Man. There's just no way. I'm staring. I'm waiting for the switch.
You're waiting.
I'm waiting for it. It's gonna happen.
It's gonna happen. It's gonna stay. Oh my gosh.
Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, we do have a Spider-Man here in MRC Season 5 live on stream.
Insane.
As Wishing Well and TBD look to converge onto the site. First fight, domination. Super, super important for both of these teams if they want to have an early advantage. And so far, TBD are just diving straight on in. They're just pushing right through the neutral area and making sure that Wishing Well don't have a lot of room to work with, where as Wishing Well, they have the Spider-Man, so that get over here hook combo could be the fate for some of these members on TBD, as Wishing Well somehow, some way, were able to take the site for themselves.
Ooh, okay. I mean, like right now, to be decided, putting them on the back foot right here, just knowing that if they get too close to the edge, they're gonna get zoned out by Cat's Eye. Let's see if it's gonna be a good. Oh, a cut. Taking out Cat's Eye. That gives them an opening. That gives them potential now to push safely on point, knowing they will not get thrown off the map. Toucan. Do what a do can. Taking out Xenos. Ika. Taking out Nako. That's gonna push Wishing Well back into spawn for now. So, but they're gonna regroup. They got Kraken Impact, they got Xenos with the boundary, and they definitely have Noko's Gambit, Royal Flush, you name it, it's right there. But Isaac, very well known for the group, has that strain present. If they can time it right, mix it up, probably pour a bit of damage, maybe enable Hypnotic with a little bit of Dance of the Cutterfly, it could be a factor. But for now, we're going to see how it all ends up with a big spear taking out Hypnotic.
Yep, Nako, now it's his time to go in, but it's gonna be matched by the Gambit on the side of TBD. Drangling Prison is good, and it's Kitty Pat getting the opening frag. The Meteor M also being invested by Netra, but is not gonna find any value. Great Trooper's Fist to evade the damage, the AoE from that Meteor, but it's another trade, 1-for-1 overall, but it's gonna be Toucan investing in the invisible boundary. Meteor M by Kitty Pat will take to the skies and crash the Meteor down right onto the doppelganger as Hypnotic wins that 1v1 against Cat's Eye. And now he's all up in his lonesome, up in the high ground. And Wishing Well, they thought about looking for the engagement, but with Hypnotic being so close to the Dance of the Butterfly, the Force Physics almost brings him out of position, but luckily a second dash comes in just in time as Cat's Eye has a spectacular spin, and with so many members on TBD being grouped together, they're just gonna get blended down. Cat's Eye even bashes Isaac on the head as everyone on TBD just cannot recover from what was a disgusting combo with the Heaven's Retribution.
Okay, Spider-Man, absolutely cooked. Big Quadra KO, but got a bit too greedy at the end there. Really overextended their welcome, and Netra put them down. But nonetheless, gave them a lot of time. 70% and climbing, they'll probably hit the 80. Dance of the Cutterfly starts up from Hypnotic, who takes the first step right there. Slashing once, slashing twice. Not getting the value they needed because it's going to get met by Xenos' boundary. But nonetheless, baits him out, gets some power. Midstar hits the E-Car, takes him down. Kraken Impact gets its first reset. Will it get a second? The question is. But they have been taken down, so no. That's from Isaac's duty right there. Hypnotic at the same time, taking out Kitty, taking out the Magneto, putting in the pressure. There it is. Royal Flush. Right timing from Careworn. That's going to give them enabling. They're going to be able to sustain. E-Car gets the pick, taking out Cat's Eye right there. They're going to try to get the power. Roots on the mire, taking him down. That's going to be Mafia who's down, and that's going to be the capture in favor for to be decided as they just steal it back from 99%.
Yep, just in time. DVD are able to secure the site. Cat's Eye, oh, he fumbled a little bit with the web slingers, but he's able to bring it together and get himself out to safety. Will find the health pack, make sure he's in tip-top shape for this next fight. As Wishing Well, they have to look for a retake attempt. Final fight territory is inbound yet again. As Isaac is threatening the Strangling Prison, looks to pop it immediately, but a great Meteor M by Kitty Pat will deny anyone from getting stunned up. As a great 1v1 win for Hypnotic, as TBD look to get the hold down as the percentage climbs closer and closer to that 100% mark. Overtime meter will be triggered unless it doesn't. As Wishing Well, no one is home to at least step foot and trigger the overtime meter, and just like that, blink and you miss it. In a shocking turn of events, TBD are able to get the hold down.
You know, hey, listen, their name has not been locked down, but they have decided to win nonetheless. So it's going to give them their first round win here, right and now. Got to bring attention though. Ultimates wise, Ella's getting a lot of value. You know, Ika, just when they're about to get engaged on, just drops the ult out. Immediately doesn't let Cat's Eye get the value they want. But again, Wishing Well, still staying on the Spider-Man. This is very interesting. It's a tough Spider-Man map. You do have some good ceilings to swing around on, but very hard to get anybody off the map. However, it's a small corridor, a couple hallways on the early side. If you're quick to get there, you could even take a Vanguard off map, barely being able to be saved by their team. Let's see if Cat's Eye actually goes for that rollout on Spider-Man. We're going to see right now. Ideally, to be decided, want to take the side that doesn't have that little... Yep, in position right now. You can see it. Cat's Eye is right there. Are they going to be able to pull anybody off? I believe they just missed it.
Just barely missed it, I think, yeah. And that allows TBD to, at the very least, stay 6 men strong and will gain access to the mission area, which will unlock in a few seconds' time. Invisible Boundary available on Xenos, which could be Wishing Well's avenue to get themselves into the site. A good pull right onto Toucan, and that's going to be a strategist out of commission, as Nako will use the Raging Royal Flush, and Xenos will follow soon. Midstar goes in, slams down 2, and that's going to be the first fight, the opening fight, being heavily in favor of Wishing Well.
Ooh. Clean, cut, and secure it for themselves right there. Wishing Well. Clean with the Kraken impact into the Royal Flush, gave them the value they needed. They only exhausted about Toucan with the Boundary. Will be able to have the ultimates they need to be able to sustain and win the next fight as well. If it's in their favor, it really just depends on how they play this next movement. Honestly, right now, Mafia, hit that Angela, bring Heavenfall down. If you can try to get a couple of them together, you could enable it with Cat's Eye with the, you know, Spectacular Spin. Yeah, you named it. Spectacular Spin not available. Cat's Eye got caught. Hypnotic's going to take one more. Nako's down. Midstar's down. That's 3 down from Wishing Well right now. And they're trying to hold it against To Be Decided, who also takes that Xenos. That's going to have to be a quick reset for Wishing Well. As To Be Decided with only a couple ultimates online, and Song Inferno with the Gambit, it gave them everything they needed. They take it back.
I feel like it's going to be a push and pull throughout this entire first, or the second round at the very least. In ideal scenarios, both Gambits would have their ultimates at the same time, but so far, it's been Nako popping the ultimate, allowing Wishing Well to rush down TBD, and then as soon as that's over, Careworn gets his Royal Flush available, and then it's TBD's turn to go for the offensive move. But so far, both teams investing a lot of ultimate economy, looking to get that upper hand, but it's still gonna be a man advantage on the side of Wishing Well. E-Cart wants to bring it back into his own favor as he takes to the skies as Wishing Well dangerously low. Everyone scattered away. Xenos tries to escape, but still lands the AoE damage as E-Cart is able to find the invisible woman that tried to stay invisible, tried to stay sneaky, as TBD will stay a holding for now, as Nako is threatening that Royal Flush. The rush down is available for Wishing Well. When did they pull the trigger? Because they have to do it soon before Careworn has his up available.
Ooh, into the action right there. Hypnotic taking out Kitty Pat, giving him value, trying to get the presence. Hella does take down Cat's Eye again. The Spider-Man is not getting the value they need right now. They're absolutely being clinically shut down right there. It is tough. I'd like to see that spectacular spin, but it's been held all around. We haven't seen the opportunity for it to get value. Maybe the Vanguards can't enable Spider-Man. Maybe it's just not enough fight. Oh, never mind. Cat's Eye with the uppercut. Spider-Man taking out Netra. Does have the potential for an ult. He's going to throw the spectacular spin. Just when I spoke too soon, never mind, because the Spider-Man is going to go and get the value nonetheless. Into the Phoenix, into the Invis, who's Storm in action right there, but it's going to be the Tree Trunk and Groot pushing forward. Isaac holding it down, taking out mid-star. Hypnotic burns up Xenos, and Cat's Eye does finally get the uppercut on Toucan. But that does give Wishing Well more power, more presence to be able to hold the percentage in their favor here. 50% and climbing. A couple more fights away from winning, and it's theirs, but to be decided at 99% right now. Ika, Careworn taking out two, taking him out. That's a double KO right now for Ika. Is anybody there with the portal? Midside does have it. The portal goes out early. They're gonna get it from spawn. Is it gonna be enough for them right now? Toucan does have the boundary, but the boundary from Xenos goes first. We're gonna see a double boundary situation. Venn diagram action is what we need, but the mid-star, oh my days, the Mafia from the Angela is getting the value that she needs. A-Cart's there. That's gonna take Cat's Eye. The Meteor crushes down on Toucan, and that's the value. The Thorn slash Iron slash every Ironwood wall in the world is being set up right now to enable Isaac on the front line. But they're gonna say happy holidays because the Star Lord's in disguise. Ika takes out Mafia. That's gonna be the power, the presence, and it doesn't matter as overtime has been ticked down by Wishing Well's contest from a strong portal. And that fight is still going on as to be decided. Do not want to let it go.
The winner of this second round is still to be decided. Both teams investing the Royal Flush. Hypnotic takes to the skies as the Ensong Inferno goes down, but no one goes down to the Ensong Inferno. But it's going to be Cat's Eye finding the pick onto E-Card as that Gambit ultimate now expiring on both sides. Isaac is committing to the Strangling Prison, while Mafia on the back line of TBD are going to tether so many members as Mafia still being that nuisance, able to get the melee onto Careworn. Midstar finds a melee onto Netra, and Wishing Well in final fight territory. Get the job done in the crucialest of moments, in the most important fight possible, as overtime does trigger, as E-Card is able to get there, but no one on TBD are able to step foot onto the site because they don't have the portal, they don't have the resources in order to stay in this point, but it's all going to be up to the Careworn if he's able to sustain the team, and the overtime meter gets so damn close to hitting that 0 button as Cat's Eye will find the strategist. Xenos needs to be the difference as no one on TBD is available to heal the rest of the team, but somehow they're holding, but only for a little bit, as Wishing Well are able to take over the second round, and we need a third to separate these two.
Wow. There it is. A bit of a competitive bout on Burning T'Challa. They're going to take a 1-to-1 here in this domination round. We're going to go to the side of here right and now. I got to say, I saw Hypnotic cover the Spider-Man there, get a little bit tempted. I saw that, but we'll see how it unfolds. Right now, Wishing Well, they revived their win condition, which is the Spider-Man with the Angela, which is oppressive backline dive. They went tactically and they really shut down Toucan's presence. And when they had the chance, any Vanguard that came back for them, they boxed them up, webbed them up. Woo! Done. Uppercuts with spears. It was a really strong back half right there from Mafia and Cat's Eye. Question is, to be decided, they've had a couple seconds to rest. Will they be able to counter now? Will they be able to address the elephant in the room, which is Cat's Eye is getting value on Spider-Man right now. Take note.
I feel like Songjok Woo's having a run for their money. Cat's Eye is putting on an absolute show on the Spider-Man pick. If you know, you know. You've seen XOXO1 performing on that Spider-Man, you know what I'm talking about. But TBD and Wishing Well both scrapping yet again, as Wishing Well, Midstar, giving so much space over to his fellow teammates as the Eye of Agamotto will start up too. But so far, TBD are able to counter it perfectly. And all the health bars from Wishing Well just get absolutely shredded to 0 because of Careworn on that Royal Flush. And that means TBD are able to get control. But there is a world where Wishing Well are able to get the retake down because Nako is threatening the Royal Flush for Wishing Well.
Much better.
Now, ideally, they want to just burn the Agamotto, see if they can get some value from it, as Midstar is back on the Bucky. But they did actually get value because they burned the Royal Flush. Everybody jumped over Agamotto, and they used the very pivotal ultimate. Ika does crash down, though, taking out Xenos. And Katsai in return takes out Toucan. That's 2 each both sides, which does still give favor to be decided, as a Wishing Well don't have the firepower to be able to try and push onto point now. Rotations is their key. Again, go for that oppressive backline dive. Try to take different angles is the key for themselves right here. And that seems to be what they're trying to perform on the side there, but they're getting blocked away by Netra's Angela right now. The Angela's having a little bit of a duel on the sidelines, while Ika is fighting on the front lines, I'll say, side by side with Isaac. But action is coming as they are going forward with a massive pick right there, taking out Kitty Fat. Double KOs going around for Ika. Ika wants the triple. There it is right there, burning up Xenos, but it's caught out by Mafia right there with a big spear in action. Don't mess with Spider-Man. Spectacular spin. It does web up Angela. It does lead to a Heaven 4 speed. Knocking through, locking down Hypnotic, but it's not going to be enough damage to take him down as Boundary drops from Toucan. So it is still good, valuable ult from Mafia, burning out Toucan's Boundary.
TBD played that entire fight near perfectly. They were able to disengage properly from Nako's Raging Royal Flush, and TBD, as soon as the flush ends, that's when they went for the KOs, for the ban advantage, to make sure that TBD are able to stay alive, keep the site in control for their team, as Hypnotic is able to find a headshot onto Midstar. Kitty Pack goes up to the sky, uses the meteor, takes out Careworn, but the other strategist still alive and well. It means that Invisible Boundary will provide refuge for Wishing Well, as Katsai will assassinate Toucan. That's one strategist gone on TBD. Make it 2, because everyone on TBD are just going to get ripped apart to shreds. No lifeline available for TBD means that they have to stagger, they have to regroup, and they will at least get to 99%.
I knew we could do it.
Ooh, big presence right there. Love to see it right there. Midstar making it happen. Getting their Bucky ult charged up for now. And building it up so that they can try to take it here from that 0% all the way to 100 right now. Let's see if Wishing Well are able to pull it off and take the map. Or is it going to be to be decided who gets the domination lead here? Very close team matchup. I like it. But Netra's online with the Heaven Fall if they need. Isaac's got the Meteor. Meteor flies, Heaven Falls as well. Will they be able to combine it? They do, and it's enough to get Nako taken out by Gambit potential. Taken out a 98% charged Gambit. The Gambit returns, the flush will definitely happen. For now, they've already switched Xenos to the Strange to see if they can contest. Let's see if Xenos can make it. 99% and climbing. It's going to have to be a super quick portal. 3, 2, 1. Is anybody there? No contestation. Burn into T'Challa will now go to be decided.
Still to be decided. What a win for TBD. They get the Gambit right before he got his Royal Flush. That was the most crucial part in that final fight territory.
Oh yeah.
And TBD, with their target selection, having an inkling, at least a general idea, that this Gambit is an absolute threat. If he gets the ultimate off, we are in deep, deep trouble. And TBD, knowing that they have to target down the Gambit of Nako, were able to do so and prevent what probably could have been a game-winning Raging Royal Flush for Wishing Well. And from the slimmest of margins, this match could have gone either way. Wishing Well definitely could have taken this map, but TBD, with supreme target selection, were able to win out in the end.
Ooh, couldn't agree more. Could not agree more. And there it is, your Spider-Man moment. Katsai with a big triple, spectacular spin, going into the action, web action. Not Psylocke gave some potential early, but it got shut down quite early and they had to switch, change up to the Phoenix, just get a little bit more shred down with some root to pressure, the Kitty Pat in the front line. But presence was known, pillars were made, Gambit's flushed, everybody absolutely crushed their expectations right there. The Meteors flew just as well. But I gotta say, ultimately, tough matchup for both these teams right now. We're getting to that point of the night. Your 2-0 sweeps are gone. Everybody knows what they're doing. Everybody has a plan, a backup plan, plan C, you name it. Everything they need to do is available for themselves right now. They got the information, they've downloaded the data of each other's teams. We're in round 8 now, okay? Round 8 of MRC. Right, top 48 has broken down. We're talking tough times, upper bracket, lower bracket. Some of these teams, Upper bracket, it's a nice place to be. If you lose, you still got another chance. But lower bracket, ooh, you don't want to be there. You do not want to be there. You want to keep it safe, keep it winning.
Thankfully, this is still the upper bracket. TBD and Wishing Well, if my memory serves me correctly, are in the upper bracket this time around. So they will have, both teams will have that buffer if they lose out on this series, as TBD sitting pretty at match point, whereas Wishing Well, yeah, you do have the buffer if you do lose out on the series, but you really don't want to lose it right now. You still got so many more rounds to play, so many more series to behold, and if you have to burn your buffer now, it's gonna get a little bit scary.
Yeah, true. Couldn't agree more. Right now, keep it going, keep the momentum in your favor. Now, Yggdrasil Path Convoy is the map of choice. Looks like people want to hover the Ultron. Don't think we'll see the Ultron. Flyer compositions aren't there yet. And right now, Iron Man Ultron is only in my games, not the competitive scene. So, into this next moment. The first band coming out, Dan, what do you think?
Well, Hela is going to be an interesting option. Daredevil has been the recurring pattern so far, and it'll continue to be said pattern, as now TBD will have the option to go for a lock. Gambit is available, but do TBD decide to go that route? They're still pondering about it. Gambit and Loki composition still very, very strong in the current meta. We cover it time and time again because it's that dominant of a backline strategist lineup for everyone that can get their hands on it. But TBD, instead of locking the Gambit, decide to lock the Invisible Woman, who does have so many resources to either help the team get isolated picks or to deny some key ultimates, especially with Invisible Woman having access to use the Guardian Shield on herself.
Yeah, couldn't agree more right there. There's a lot of value that can come from that. Bring out the shield. Really can deny so many people diving you and just get that value that otherwise other strategists can't necessarily get without exhausting way too many resources. I mean, in return, Invis can even take you down. She has the kit, the field, everything. 3 abilities that will definitely CC lock you down and put you back into your spawn room. But speaking of the spawn room, Captain America will not be leaving it. But Phoenix will. So the Phoenix will fly free today and not the American man himself. But another protect, final protect coming out from Wishing Well. What are they going to target? Okay, the Gambit. Straight Gambit.
Have to ban the
confirming
Loki.
to themselves. Yeah.
TBD have to think about banning the Loki here. Gambit Loki is just way too strong of a backline. We covered this literally not too long ago. Almost a minute ago. As Wishing Well do opt to take away the Venom, a dive option for both teams that could become very, very threatening if any of these teams decide to go for a traditional front-to-back composition. As TBD, yep, they have to ban out the Loki. It's too strong, too dominant of a strategist duo, and they have to invest it on that. And I think Wishing Well picking the Gambit, they knew what they were doing. They knew that TBD had to burn a ban on the Loki, and that allows Wishing Well to spread their wings a little bit in terms of what options they want to go for. As we tick down the timer and see what both of these teams are cooking up. TBD are on the defense. Wishing Well will start off on the offensive side. So TBD very well could look to go for that triple composition that is pretty common for Convoy and Convergence maps.
Well, it might be the case for them, you know. I'm seeing some hovers, interesting picks, interesting compositions. I will say, though, could we potentially see that Ultron that was hovered, you know? Ultron could work with quite a few picks. I'm curious to see what the options are. Maybe bring out the Iron Man, the Storm, the Torch, Human Torch. Could be a factor to consider, but again, it's all really depending on what these comps want. Like now, we're looking at triple coming out from to be decided on the defense. Wishing Well are aware of it, and instead they're gonna roll out with the Wolverine and Phoenix. Now that team up, ooh, that could turn Wolverine into a nightmare for Isaac and Hypnotic's Vanguard picks right now.
Yep, quite literally a fireball could be flying in the sky. Wishing Well need to utilize that kit to its utmost potential, but TBD. running that triple composition. Their main goal is to not win fights. Their main goal is just run down the timer as much as possible. And they're doing just that as they find the KO onto Cat's Eye, burning through the Wolverine passive as well. Means that TBD just have to run down the clock. KOs are all but a constellation prize because the main prize is keeping that mission area as close to the spawn room as possible. A great kidnap onto the Groot of Isaac, but there is backup, there is help, but not enough, as Hypnotic also falling as well. So that front line is going to be a little bit staggered. Isaac does come back with the BRB, but that's still one Vanguard gone, as Midstar and Kitty Pat looking to team up with the Endsong Inferno and the Meteor M combo, and they will find value, they will find one, but Ecart with the Cocoon will bring himself back, as TBD, staggered and bruised, is getting forced into this choke point, which could be crucial for Midstar to go absolutely ham throughout that choke point. But Mafia gets isolated and taken out. Careworn tries to heal up his fellow frontline, but he gets taken down. But Ecart will have that Karmic Revival. So everyone on TBD with their ultimates ready to go means that there is a retake opportunity, and they will do so perfectly. But the last stand from Cat's Eye is going to find a quick double, but it's going to be denied by that resurrection in the end, as Ecart will find Nako as well with the Cosmic Cluster, as Wishing Well, they have to deny the onslaught of TBD, who are just coming back again and again because of this Adam Warlock. And Wishing Well, they have to just break through this front line, but it's taking them so many resources, so many options. But as TBD extend this fight longer and longer, Wishing Well are running out of resources, they're running out of options. They're waiting to see on Wishing Well to see if they have the Endsong Inferno Meteor M combo again, but this time around it will not come back in time.
No, indeed, right there. Portal from Hypnotic to try and keep him something in a bit of a tricky one right there. Careworn, closer than ever to the Raging Royal Flush. We'll probably be able to get it for this next fight. A couple more healings right there from Ecart on the Adam. A strong Karmic Revival before. Seeing if the moments are in Adam's favor. Hitting the resets, animation cancelling, putting in the damage, putting in the effort.
Combo.
The Phoenix crashes down. It's going to be met as well with the Royal Flush right there. It's going to give him power. It's going to give him presence. Natural doesn't mind. Hates the slash. Oh, taking out Midstar with a bit of a binary blade action. Hypnosis. It's the Hypnotic with the Maelstrom Madness right there. That's going to be Kitty taking out another as well for themselves in the favor on the back end. Rise again because we are born again. Ecart bringing Careworn back into the fight, making sure that it's still worth. Wishing Well aren't going to push. They're going to wait for that Karmic Revival to just time on out, and then they're going to full commit for the fight. But right there it goes off. Netro taken down from Midstar, and that is enough for a BRB beacon to bring it back and say, oh my God! The last stand snipes him out of nowhere from Cat's Eye, taking him out. 1, 2, 3. That's a big play coming out with the Raging Royal Flush. That's a entire team wipe, and Cat's Eye is seeing a little bit of a aura walk. Just flex on him after that big play.
My goodness, I've never seen an AoE that huge in a very long time. Cat's Eye makes it work as a great assassin's charge from Mafia will isolate Netra. And that's another stagger. That'll be crucial in stopping TBD's retake attempt for just a few more seconds. And that gives Wishing Well some time to move that mission area forward, as Cat's Eye looked for another kidnap, but wasn't able to find it. Has to use the dash to safety, as another assassin charged by Mafia, but doesn't quite find the crucial targets. As everyone on Wishing Well looking to find a different avenue in. Midstar's Endsong Inferno will get fizzled out. But there are still more ultimates to work with on the side of Wishing Well. And that's going to be the Wombo combo with the Heaven's Retribution and the Meteor M. Everyone go down to the 2 Vanguards. We'll find 2 Elims up there. Oh, and Mafia makes it 3. And TBD get aced.
Again, clean with it. Like never before. 1 minute 30. I think we'll be able to take that time bank into their favor right there. To be decided, don't have the chance to contest here. Yeah, it's going to keep it going. 250. But it looks like To Be Decided might play a bit earlier here and play for a quick contest on the first corner. Let's see if it's going to be in their favor. Wishing Well taking shots. Everybody trying to make it happen. Burning it up right now is Ecart putting in the Phoenix's work That's going to be enough for Keeper to take on Netra. In return, K1 takes out Mafia. Both Vanguards are down. That's going to give teams an option to see here. However, Kitty Pat is forward, matched again by Isaac. The Vanguard still has presence. But it's enough right now for to be decided to hold the defense.
No, Careworn pops the Gambit Ultimate. Nako will equalize. Wishing Well get dangerously low. But the Gambit Ultimate will bring them back up to full HP. Hypnotic even commits the end song. The end song, not the end song. It's going to be the Kraken Impact, but on the side of Wishing Well. 2 ultimates being invested as Nako goes in with the Royal Flush. Midstar crashes down and crashes out Isaac. And that's going to be a crucial ultimate not being available for a few more seconds on the side of TBD. They need that Emma Frost ultimate in order to regain the space that they had lost. As Toucan also with the invisible boundary looking for another opportunity, but look at this. Cat's Eye threatening with that last stand. Needs to look for an opportunity. Looks to go for more AoE potential. Here we go. Isaac with the Psionic Seduction, trying to zone away what is left of Wishing Well. But as everyone on Wishing Well use their ultimates one after another, Cat's Eye pulls the trigger and finds 2. And that's going to be TBD. Staggered and bruised with the 2-man disadvantage as Wishing Well just flood all over the site. Everywhere you look, there is a member of Wishing Well waiting for you with open arms. That truck kiting away from Cat's Eye will keep himself alive in doing so as TBD looking to regroup as the spawn room is so close to that mission point, and Wishing Well are going to get forced away and will look to regroup, but they are waiting for Nako's to signal. He has the Royal Flush. Careworn also has his on TBD. So who gets the value? Who gets the better hand? We're gonna have to wait and see as both will play it right here, right now, as Hypnotic just going crazy.
What?
Stamps out so many members of Wishing Well. Will get himself a Penta, almost a Hexa, but Careworn will ruin that party.
Are you kidding me? With the flash at the end there to get a Penta KO. Hypnotic reminding everybody how strong Bucky is, but Midstar's got the portal. Oh, they're a bit overextended right now, and it does look like Wishing Well has a good position here. Putting to be decided a little bit too deep for this situation right now, but Isaac's there with a bit of a massive Sonic Seduction. Scoop him on up. Hypnotic's going to take out Mafia in return. Big uppercuts, big Bucky shot action right there. That's going to give everybody a knuckle taken out. Hypnotic. That's going to be one apiece each down. And that's going to be the Eldritch Whip swinging out from Midstar with a mass run. And it's taken out E-Card in return. A big slash coming out from the Wolverine. And they're bringing that forward. And it's going to be Midstar. And it's going to be Noko. And they're going to keep pushing. Wishing Well have wished upon a star. And the star is their own teammates right there. As they're going to be pushing off one by one. The 2 be decided trying to contest. There's no portal to play with. There's nothing they can stall with. It's just their might. It's just everything they need. But oh my day, Cat's Eye reminds everybody that he can delete them in the blink of an eye. Oh my days, the Wolverine.
Goodness, the Pharaoh leap to deny the Angela dash and then throwing the Angela back into the mission point, but this time gets the AoE of a member of Wishing Well. Oh my goodness, that sequence of the Wolverine catching out the Angela and then throwing them back into the site to make sure that anyone that is looking to stall get taken out with the Angela. And my word, Cat's Eye on this Wolverine has been putting on a show as they do flip over the sides. TBD now looking to go for the offensive move. They have to get the full push in order to trigger overtime, or else map 2 will go in favor of Wishing Well. How did they set up this time around as they look to stay on the Wolverine Phoenix team up ability and putting Kitty Pat and Mafia on the Vanguard duties? Magneto and Angela being the options here, as Xenos and Nako staying on the Invisible Woman and Gambit. The 2 best options really, with the Loki not available here.
The battle starts in 5.
There it is. Seconds out. Here we go. It could happen. Make it moving for yourselves right here. Let's see if they can take it all the way to the end on Igva Super. Strong defense coming out from Wishing Well to start off with the Phoenix on the high ground. Cat's Eye there with the Wolverine. could scoop him up right now. A tough situation, as I do believe. It's gonna be a pick. Mr. takes out Ika. Big clicks.
Big clicks indeed. 2 go down. But TBD. Spawn room is right there, and they have a decent amount of time to work with, so no sweat there. But the only thing that they have to sweat about is the ultimate tempo. TBD, if you get knocked out, you're not going to be able to charge your ultimates because you're not putting out any sort of damage. So in the end, TBD are slowly falling behind in terms of this ultimate momentum, whereas Wishing Well are getting closer and closer. They're going to get their ultimates first, inevitably, because of those 2 early picks. And it's all a matter of how long can Wishing Well stall, how long can they burn the clock of TBD in order to force a map number 3. Nako, 10%, make it 5% away from the Raging Royal Flush. TBD, on the flip side, they're not even close. Look at Careworn, still struggling to get to that 80% mark. And Wishing Well, if Nako pulls the trigger right here, right now, it's gonna be almost guaranteed a fight win, but do they even need it, as a 1-for-1 trade does go Vanguard for Duelist. Wishing Well gonna have to back away for a little bit because their spawn room is a little bit farther away, as TBD looking to regroup as well, but Careworn will use the flush, and that's gonna signal everyone else on the side of Wishing Well to use their own ultimate. Midstar had to use the End Song Inferno in order to get the health reset, as Xenos will keep the team alive, as the Gambit ultimate is gonna fizzle out in the nick of time, as everyone on TBD looking to respond. It's them on the offense, but it's gonna be another 1-for-1 trade. And these trades just going back and forth and back again, but this time around, TBD will finally get a landslide win in this team fight.
Yeah, definitely right there. That's going to give them the favor they need. It's going to be a contestant coming from Wishing Well. They're going to have the pentagram for Allah. Portal is definitely coming out from mid-start. Let's just see if it's enough to contest and keep winning the fight. As, of course, Mafia is there to stall. Keep a contestant, buy more time for the team. Portal's going up. Team's ready to roll. Heaven fall. Is it going to crash? Is it going to go in there from Netra with the massive ult? Ooh, it's going to be Mafia. I did collect quite a few of them. But it's going to have a tough time fighting in the backline without getting heals poured into them. Tough right here, as the team was just stuck in a corridor to be decided. A rough situation for them, but they're moving it forward. They're making it happen. And it looks like to be decided, still in contention. Could make it happen. Wishing Well. And the boundary up. It does kind of give them a path to play, but it's going to be met with a Phoenix that's on your phone right there. It's going to be coming up from Ika. It's going to be doing so much damage. My goodness, this is a tough fight to see if they can push through.
So far with 2 quick picks. Stall up to Nako with the Raging Royal Flush, but it's too little too late. Wishing Well cannot get the retake down, and TBD will just barely get that first point, and that's a crucial ultimate burned away. Nako thought they had a chance. Wishing Well had their moment to try to stall for just a bit longer, and now with no Gambit ultimate, it's going to be a one-sided Gambit ult in this next team fight.
Ooh. Not only that, Cat's Eye getting in position to, again, one of those very strong last stands. If not, on the Spider-Man, a spectacular spin, yeah. Again, directly into the Heavenfall combo. They're so clean with it. Such an oppressive dive combo between Angela and Spider-Man players out there. I love seeing it.
Yeah, what good is it when 2 AoE ultimates go right at your face? Heaven's Retribution keeping everyone tethered in place, and then Hypnotic going in with the spectacular spin. While Wishing Well do have a chance to get themselves out of the Angela ultimate, it is really difficult when there's so many particles flying right at you. And here in this fight, it is no different, as TBD look to use the Wombo combo for themselves and will get value as they take out Mafia. But Wishing Well investing a lot of their ultimates in the response for the last stand. Onto the 2 strategists. TBD, their lifeline cut short immediately, and their lifespan in this fight will go to 0, as Wishing Well surely will take over and to keep the site from going to that second point in favor of TBD.
Wow. Wow, indeed, right there. The presence, the power, they got it all in their favor. Making it happen for themselves there. Still holding it down. They gotta hold it down for a minute 20. Can they hold it? Looks like Narcos got a pretty good amplifier coming out ready to go from the Royal Flush. And they do pop it, they do give sustain, they drop the heals, keeping the team alive, keeping it all together. Nagita pushing back, trying to get the value they need. Cat's Eye is on the Bulwark shielded Wolverine. It's going to be enough for them. Trying to see if they get an option here. 50 seconds left, Dan. It's a tough one, but a couple ults are online. Could see Ensong Inferno maybe get value for them if they can break through, but it's tough. Mafia's already close to their Heavenfall.
So close indeed. TBD are going to be getting their Gambit ultimate first in this next team fight, unless Wishing Well find a way to stall and wait for Nako to get his up and running and try to get an equalizing trade of the Gambit ultimate. But a great ultimate from Nako nonetheless, denying the Wombo combo of the spectacular spin that they have his Retribution. Now TBD using the Wombo combo yet again, Ensong and Meteor as Midstar goes in with the eye, but now Careworn thinks that now is the time to use that ultimate as another Feral Leap will catch out Mafia. The slash is good. The last stand might be better as he's able to find Midstar. Kitty Pet will go down as well, and the front line unavailable on the side of Wishing Well means that the rest of the team will crumble, and TBD, it might be a little delayed. It still might be decided, but one thing is for sure, they're going to get that second point.
Yes, indeed. To be decided, they're going to be pushing it forward. But now it's very tough to get to the end of the Eagle. Still, you only have 90 seconds. Can they make it happen? Toucan has the visible boundary if they need. On top of that, Nako could bring a Royal Flush in return from Wishing Well. Who are they going to enable? Can they enable Cat's Eye? Can they get the last stand off? It really just depends how Netra plays this. Angela as well. The Mafia is constantly just swooping in and bringing picks back to the back line of the team, constantly displacing all their potential. And ooh, there he goes. Kento taking out Isaac Zeno. Oh my days. You're kidding me right now. You're kidding me. That is the value right there. 50 seconds left on the clock. This is looking dicey, Dan. It's looking dicey.
Really scary on the side of TBD. Their buffer, their upper bracket run on the line. 35 seconds left now for TBD. If they want to stay alive in this series, they have to get to the third point in order to trigger that overtime scenario. Netra and E-Cart looking to team up, but that Wombo combo might not do a damn thing because Wishing Well are just going to take out half of TBD. And with 15 seconds left, we enter final fight territory. TBD still being staggered left, right, and center. Have to find a different avenue in. If not, it gets spotted. We'll get dashed out. There's 3 seconds left. No one home. They have to scramble onto the site, but somehow someone is able to step foot. It's going to be Isaac being able to trigger and light up that overtime candle as Midstar just assassinates the back line of TBD. Meteor M even going to be invested, but it's just going to try to stall the inevitable yet again. Wishing Well looking to exhaust that overtime candle. They will blow it out, and TBD will get sent straight down in Yggdrasil, and we will need a map 3.
Woo, woo, woo. First map 3 of the evening here today. Let's get excited, everybody. That's what we want. Nice competitive battle between these two teams. Woo! And an MVP we haven't seen in a minute, I will not lie, is fire. Cat's Eye's Wolverine is cleaning up and doing work right there. Love to see it.
I feel like every single time Cat's Eye popped the last stand, the ultimate, he always got a KO. There was always value.
Yeah.
And that is honestly a really difficult ultimate to land. You have to get the timing down consistently, or else you're just gonna completely whiff, and all you're gonna have is a quick knockup, and that's about it. But Cat's Eye really putting on a masterclass on the Wolverine pick, also being able to catch out a flying Vanguard of Angela is also a very difficult task in its own right.
Oh yeah, definitely. Really, definitely understood what was needed of them, got the value they required, and got the Wolverine action in their favor. Now, Map 3. This could be very interesting between these two teams. How they're going to play it out. Again, Hypnotic Pentakill. It wouldn't be a good old MRC without some Bucky Pentakills. I'll tell you that more than ever. More than ever.
Oh my goodness. And we need a map 3 in order to separate these two teams. TBD and Wishing Well, they know that their upper bracket run is on the line right now. And with it only being round 8 means that you don't want to waste your one of your two chances to stay alive in the tournament. Not right now. And both teams really don't want to give it up. They don't want to go to the lower bracket now. They want to, if they want to go down, they want to go down a little bit later, in theory, which still gives you the best chance of making it still into the grand finals. And what kind of adaptations are we going to see? Because both Wishing Well and TBD have seen a lot of each other's playbook, and now we head into map 3. Will there be adjustments to the bans? Will Daredevil stay constant in that opening ban? We find out here in this next ban draft on Hall of Jalia.
Ooh. Going to Hall of Jalia. Let's see. Angela banned. Had enough of Mafia on the Angela. It makes quite a bit of sense right there. See what this next ban coming out from Wishing Well is going to be. It's going to be Hella lockdown, which means both these teams again probably get their Phoenix available.
Might all be inevitable, but okay. Putting more emphasis on the Angela and the Hella means that Wishing Well are able to snipe out the Daredevil pick. Keep in mind,
that's
as
insane.
a reminder, this is MRC, which means all the picks, all the bans are global, which means everyone will not be able to play the Hella or the Angela, but both teams will gain full access to Daredevil and Mantis, and those two picks will not be banned, as Gambit will be taken away by TBD. So no more cards flying around, no more mischievous acts as Wishing Well are gonna take away that Loki pick as well.
Interesting to see. Again, no Loki, but Daredevil's open. That's cool. That's good. That's exciting. Something different. Finally, we'll see some Daredevil action. Curious to see who actually roll out and play it. The second protect going on Captain America really screams to me. These teams got a very, very spicy dive composition that could potentially show up. Maybe.
Maybe, but TBD, keep in mind, also have access to those picks as well. So there's a world where both teams look to go for the Captain America and the Daredevil in their own compositions, as TBD look to lock in the Sue Storm. So both teams will also have access to one of the best strategists in the game at the current moment in this meta of Season 5.5 here in MRC Season 5. As we keep on venturing further into the ban draft, Magneto will be the final ban invested by TBD. So no bubbles, no Meteor M's ruining any sort of wombo combo opportunities, as Wishing Well will finalize their ban draft by taking away the Star-Lord. And I've seen a few matches in the past where some teams have been rocking the Captain America and the Daredevil at the same time, and if they both pop their ultimates, that means Cat's Eye, there's next to zero chance that he gets knocked out during his own ultimate, with Kitty Pat teamed up with him with the Freedom Charge.
Very true, very true. Could get a lot of value. Let's see how it all goes off here in Convergence. All of Jalia, good times ahead. Now, what we're seeing here, Daredevil is their plan with Wishing Well, Cat's Eye on the Daredevil. But to be decided, Hypnotic could bring out a Daredevil of their own. It really just depends on what they want to roll out with, walking out the doors, going on to attack. What's your plan? What's the game move? I think having the Ultron Human Torch really takes things back a little bit, and it kind of helps them handle the Daredevil issue. Daredevil's only stronghold really is Flyers. And right now, Flyers aren't that strong, but at the end of the day, if you can make them strong, Ultron's kind of got buff, it could cook. But the other thing to note, all of Jalia, a lot of high ground. So Daredevil can get pretty close to Flyers if he really wants to.
TBD will rock a composition that some people love, but most people hate. It's going to be the Torch and the Ultron. Ultron did get some really nice buffs, being able to get access to the second healing drone. Means that his ultimate will be able to be charged up very, very quickly. And Hypnotic, rocking the Human Torch, also did get some buffs. And they look to break open the site in about 40 seconds time. And they're going to be able to start charging up the site. As E-Cart able to laser down Kitty Pat, and everyone on Wishing Well getting staggered out left, right, and center. Cat's Eye going to be the main focus. He will be up next on the chopping block as Toucan from downtown will find Midstar. Portal will come out from Xenos, but it's just going to be to try and stall, maybe even find a fight win. But with Wishing Well getting staggered one after another, means that TBD will secure that first point.
Absolutely right there. Big strange portal. Giving them the first point, giving them the contestant they need. Now they're going to be moving the Panther up the steps of Jalia. Going to have to be very tactical here. High ground is it's in their favor, but they're having a bit of trouble trying to find the pick to take. And they all are playing a bit shifty. You know, it's very hard to find the Daredevil as well, let alone the Punisher. You know, Invisible Man. A lot of difficult options for the Cat's Eye to try and make. But I'll also mention, you know, Human Torch in the skies could get Supernova going with a big fire slam. Taking out Midstar and Knuckles down. Hypnotic remembers, even if at a meta, a good Torch is still on fire.
Goes on fire. He might even go even hotter as Supernova is available. The Psion Seduction is just going to zone many members of Wishing Well back to their own spawn room as Hypnotic finds the meteor, finds the slam onto the Daredevil of Cat's Eye, who does let the devil out as Hypnotic just doesn't have to look at the Daredevil. That's all you have to do in order to stay alive within that circle of doom. As everyone on Wishing Well looking to struggle to get themselves into the site, but Hypnotic just walls off a series of tornadoes, just blocking entry into the invisible boundary that Wishing Well were trying to use in order to stall away. But TBD, using minimal ultimates, are able to take over the second point, and Wishing Well just getting crumbled time and time again in this map. Where is the adjustment? Where is the advantage coming in as Wishing Well? They're going to try to go for the Torch Ultron combo of their own, but is it too little too late?
Ooh, potentially right now. I think the Valley is seeing what they can get. But Nitra has Freedom Charge. Could be of presence. They're really mostly trying to focus forward, trying to get the Invisible Woman out of the picture, you know. Mafia is hitting the Sonic Seductions right there. And it's going to be a lot of pressure, but bring into the action right there. Captain America's charging in the background. Sedation takes him out of the movement, but they're pushing in. The Red Squad moving it happen, making it happen. To be decided, trying to burn it up on the front lines. Torch v Torch with Cat's Eye, with Hypnotic, and it's a step too late as they are stacking on in right now. And to be decided, they're going straight for that final throne room of Wakanda. Will they be able to keep it going? Will they be able to keep it pushing? Will they be able to do more with the boundaries? But for now, it's going to be surviving the Ultron's ult, the onslaught, regrouping, recouping, and diving in to that situation right there with the Supernova. Hypnotic taking them out. Cat's Eye, that's going to be big value. That's going to be lasers. That's going to be Hypnotic. That's going to be E-Car. They just take it to the skies, Dan. They're just burning it up with lasers and flames, and it's just too damn hot.
Yep, it's the light that burns the sky. Wishing Well just could not handle the amount of pressure coming in from TBD, who did disengage perfectly, hearing the Rage of Ultron being used on the side of Wishing Well. They just walk away, and as soon as it expires, they just go right on in. What a double coming in from Hypnotic. Just blocking off the choke points with the Supernova. Cat's Eye tries to do the same, but he gets burned up in the end as E-Cart will just seal the deal, just put on the last remaining touches to make sure that the full push is going to come to light for TBD. It's still being decided, but it will be finally sealed as TBD complete the full push.
Time to switch
Yes,
things
they did indeed. Wow, what a strong push all the way to the ends right there. My goodness, that is power.
up. You'll need a
Tell you what,
top-notch
I tell you what.
team to
So
do this.
now they gotta only hold it. You know, we're gonna see what's the situation here. Seeing going into the next one. It is an interesting bout, I'll tell you that. But we're mainly gonna see right now. Hypnotic's feeling confident they can bring out the Human Torch. Ecard's gonna stay on the Ultron. Again, they went for, you know, some tactics, and they played the picks and bans into their favor so far from what it seems. They don't look limited by the hero pools. They got quite a bit of options.
Both teams looking for adjustments as the game progresses. To be fair, to be decided, really just stuck onto the Torch and Ultron combo. It's been working out for them, so what reason is there to change it up? If they got the full push down with it, they're gonna look to do the same by trying to go for a defense. Whereas Cat's Eye might not be with us at the moment.
Funny coming from the one guy
A
that
little
I
bit
can
of
melt
a
into slag in
interesting
seconds.
situation for the squad right there. Let's see how to be decided. Hold it down over here.
4,
Human Torch, Hypnotic in disguise, landing some early shots right at the spawn doors, putting so much pressure and getting some percentage for themselves, nice and charged up, ready for the next fight. And they line it up and they're on the high ground, they're throwing shots, nobody's trying to take them out for now. I don't think they can right now. Maybe they're close to be another Torch, or of course Midstar's Ultron, maybe nullify it. Good work.
Yep. And TBD just wiped the floor of Wishing Well's offense. And that's a great look, because this momentum very well could have shifted into Wishing Well's favor. But with the full push now translating into a first fight win for TBD, the momentum is heavily in their favor, as Wishing Well need to find a different approach. But so far, they're just going to stick with going and pushing towards the main area, the main lane. So TBD just have to set their sights, set their focus on that, as Hypnotic and Cat's Eye go for a little bit of a dogfight in disguise. Netra distracting the back line that is of Wishing Well, and they will be able to translate it into a frag. As Vidstar needs to be careful. Now respawning, now has to rejoin the team. Make sure that everyone is in tip-top shape. But with Cat's Eye gone, Vidstar cannot find the value that he wants to. And TBD, with the Mantis pick as well, providing that damage boost, means that everyone on TBD could get slowly and slowly closer to their ultimates just a bit faster. Whereas Wishing Well adjust over to the Mantis as well, making sure that they're able to match the pacing from TBD.
Absolutely right there. Try your best, and there it is. Into the skies. Both the Ultrons, and they take down Ecard. Rage of Ultron has been stopped early. Ecard doesn't get the value that they need right there, and that's going to give them power. But now they're pushing in. Now they're trying to make it happen to be gone. Is Cat's Eye taking out Toucan right there, burning up the Mantis, putting in a little shield for themselves, taking that just to keep them sustained, away from the boundary, away from the Madness, away from all of that pressure. So what that means is that you got the Torch Tornadoes flying forward, the Pyronados making it happen, climbing into the action right there. Curie taking out one as well. Cat's Eye taking out Ecta. Ooh, it's a good value. Tell you that. See if it all ultimately goes in their favor. Undefeatable for now with the Mantis hitting the Supernova. They're having a bit of congestion. Seems as though they're going to be taken out. Not get the value they need, as we're going to see a Freedom Charge going on. And, you know, look, honestly, Human Torch right now, it's kind of cooking, Dan. It's been cooking this matchup.
Oh, yeah. Buffs definitely made an impact, albeit it was seemingly small, but it's still a buff nonetheless. And I think it influenced enough to try to bring back the Torch Ultron combo, and so far TBD have been using it perfectly here on the Holojalia. One of the more vertical favored maps as well. As Wishing Well are just still struggling to get any sort of momentum on the site. They were able to secure 2/3 of it, but that's not a full push. Wishing Well, even despite using the Freedom Charge, half of them go down. TBD are just ripping Wishing Well apart every single time they try to look for an engagement.
Ooh, 20 seconds left for now. You're gonna have to make it happen for yourselves. If you can try to keep it going, wish them well. Otherwise, to be decided, they're gonna take this into their favor right there. Make the moments happen. Do what you gotta do. Let's see if it's gonna get in their value. Natural's throwing the shield, trying to get the toss. And it's gonna be a big supernova coming down from Cat's Eye. That's gonna be power. That's gonna be fire. They're gonna keep it going. They're gonna do it. They're gonna take another KO after KO. It's absolute clinic right now as they're doing it, and Ultron's just chilling in the family zone, having a fun time, and just lasering from a distance, nice and easy, keeping it safe. And now it's time. Now it is time to see can 2B. Ooh. Can to be decided, hold the defense here down. This is tough, but they've got a good distance.
This is tough to say. Both teams with 1 win apiece. Whoever wins this match moves on in the upper bracket, and the loser will get sent down into the lowers, putting your tournament life at risk. And both teams really do not want to be in that situation, as they are playing out of their minds, even going far as pulling out a playbook that they haven't used for a few seasons. The Torch and the Ultron combo that's only relevant because of Ultron being given 2 drones. And now a dogfight happening here. 1 versus 1 happening between Cat's Eye and Hypnotic, but Hypnotic invests in the Flaming Meteor in order to rejoin the team. Invisible Boundary will be invested as well. The Strangling Prison is good, but is there enough damage? Oh my god, the Whopper combo! The Flaming Meteor into the Strangling Prison burns up all of TBD, and wishing well. They wish they throw a coin into the well and they get the 6-man wipe.
You gotta be kidding me right now. What an insane combination coming off the Torch. A very, very risky play, and it definitely worked in their favor. And to be absolutely ecstatic to see how it all unfolds with a massive, and I mean massive potential right here from the Freedom Charge. Is it going to be good? Hypnotic's going to be throwing the fire. The Supernova's going off. Is it going to be burning up enough pain for them right there, Dan? I gotta say, it's looking good, but it's still looking dicey. Both sides. Isaac takes out Kitty Pat. 40 seconds left, and they're pushing, wishing well. Back you wish them well, but they're not getting forward themselves right there as they try their best. But a portal's going to be next from Midstar to try and keep in the fight.
Oh my gosh, that was a close 1 versus 1. Hypnotic will win that one this time around. Portal does get invested on the side of Wishing Well as we cross into final fight territory. Xenos has the Soul Resurgence, will use it immediately to make sure that everyone on Wishing Well are able to stay in this fight. Midstar will find E-Card, but Cat's Eye as well, finding another backliner on TBD, and that's 3 of the strategists gone on TBD. So again, this fight is just gonna crumble before TBD's eyes. They don't have any more gas, they don't have any more momentum, and Wishing Well, by the skin of their teeth, should be able to get that 2nd point. And now with 90 seconds on the clock, have to get towards that 3rd point if we want to go to overtime.
Absolutely right here. Keep it going. 1 minute 20. Can they take it home? Can they bring it home? Can they hold it all? It's looking tough. Seeing the Emma right there as well. Emma's got a drone that's going to give massive sustain, which is going to let Isaac cook just a little bit more. Just a slight degree more. But moving into the faction, moving into the moment right there, they're going to see if they can group up with their team, try to take this fight together, and try to get the picks that they need. Ooh, that on the Groot, pushing forward, and with Ward, tries to give Mafia just some space to zone. Unfortunately, does not hit right there, which means Isaac's going to turn the tide, and Cat's Eye taking him out. And it's just going to be a little staggeringly slow fight, which is not what they need right now, Dan. This is tight. This is tight.
Close, but TBD have a lot of ultimates to work with. Wishing Well also getting closer to theirs as well. Midstar switches over to the Ultron, so that's going to be crucial ult charge being expended just to get a better pick down. But will it be the difference as E-Card and Xenos will trade ultimates? Toucan will invest in Soul Resurgence as well. And so far, TBD have the upper hand in terms of survivability. Hypnotic and now Netra, as the rest of TBD pop their Q buttons. They just have to flush out Wishing Well. They don't care that they're using two strategies ultimates at the same time. They don't care that they're using ultimates that clash with each other. They just have to get Wishing Well out of the sight, out of the payload. Can they get it done? TBD look to hold, Wishing Well falter, and that's gonna be it. That's curtains for Wishing Well. They get sent to the lower brackets, and TBD will stay on top.
Unreal. Absolutely unreal right now. Woohoo! Wow, what a matchup. What a absolute electric matchup between these two teams right now. Gotta say. But game's the game. You already know. Whew. To be decided. Feeling good with themselves. Getting that dub. It was looking dicey. It did drop a map to Wishing Well. But nonetheless, secure it 2-1 in a nice, switch of the meta, I would say. They really figured things out. And honestly, I think the Hela ban was a massive factor, because if Hela was available, not much that Ultron can do. Definitely a great ban.
More like a revival of a past meta. I know the Torch Ultron combination has been utterly dominant for what's felt like half of the Ignite season, maybe even more than that if you think about it. And both teams have been utilizing what was a very, very nerfed version of a composition, but now here in Season 5.5, with a little bit of help from the developers themselves, getting little upgrades for Ultron, giving the Human Torch quite literally some extra firepower, means that this composition does have potential to, at the very least, be an option for some of these teams as we venture further and further in the 2026 year.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Definitely could be a factor to consider. We'll find out very, very soon if they can pull it off in their next matchup. But right now, we're getting ready very, very soon for the next best of 3 in the round 8. Right now, round 8's kicking off crazy. They're all getting their games in and getting it done, and then soon getting ready for round 9, which is crazy how jam-packed everything is today. And this week in entirety, mate. It's a long, good 4 days of MRC this weekend, Saturday, Sunday, and next weekend, Saturday, Sunday, for the Pacific folks. Obviously, the day before, our very night time, like, for example, Dan here, But we're here, we're having a good time now. What I'm thinking, Dan, right? Do we ban stuff? Tough. It's very tough, but it might help. It might help for these teams going forward if they can try to get the right bans for their favor.
We're gonna have to see. There's a lot of adjustments to be made. We're seeing so many different compositions that we could see. Yeah, MRC does start to encourage more mirror matchups, but we're seeing a lot of entertaining moments, entertaining plays that both teams are able to do. Mirror matchups be damned, because eventually one team will come out on top, and with the variety of compositions, we're just being treated to so many different options, so many different ways to play the game, and we may see more as we head into a break. We're gonna think about more compositions that these teams can cook up, and when we come back, we will move into our next best of 3.
2025 has concluded. We would like to thank all the participating teams and the players who delivered top performances over the past year. It's probably time to discuss the plans for next year. This video will share much about the new format, the new ecosystem, and other surprises. In short, welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026, the inaugural league year of Marvel Rivals. To better balance each region and present more exciting competition, we've made adjustments to the regional distribution for the Professional League in 2026. Specifically, we are merging the Asia and Oceania regions into a single Pacific region. The regions for 2026 will be Americas, EMEA, China, and Pacific. During the group stage, the Asia and Oceania regions will compete independently and face off in the playoff stage. In 2026, there will be 2 regular seasons and 2 international LAN events. A notable addition this year is the preseason before the start of Stage 1. The preseason is not only the debut for these teams, but will also determine the initial seed placements. Additionally, Marvel Rivals Championship will continue to exist throughout this period. Even more exciting changes include the allocation of league spots and promotions. In the 4 regions, online competitions will determine the teams that qualify for the 2 international events. We eagerly anticipate seeing these competitive teams once again. Starting in 2026, in addition to the preseason, the Regional League and Mid-Season Finals, hosted by Marvel Rivals Ignite, will determine whether teams qualify for the Grand Finals. The final results from Stage 1, the Mid-Season Finals, and Stage 2 will correspond to varying league points allocation. Teams that excel in Stage 2 playoffs or rank highly in the annual league leaderboard will compete for a spot in the Grand Finals. At the same time, to enhance the competitiveness and accessibility of the league, we are introducing a promotion and relegation system that provides all aspiring teams and players around the world with the opportunity to enter the professional league. Teams can earn champion points through the MRC, enabling them to compete fairly for league spots against the low-ranked league teams. Partner clubs will have limited relegation protection opportunities. Speaking of the MRC, there will be 6 seasons next year. The PC region in Season 6 of the MRC will be the final opportunity to compete for the last spots in each region for 2026 preseason and Stage 1. If your region still has available slots, be sure not to miss out. Starting from Season 7 of the MRC, ongoing participation will enable your team to earn champion points, and the teams with the highest cumulative points will have the opportunity to compete for qualifications for the mid-season and end-of-year promotion leagues. Certainly, the most significant surprise is that in 2026, we will launch a Partner Teams program. With certain teams worldwide to become our partners, we will create partner team bundles, and partner teams will enjoy revenue sharing. We hope that this initiative will encourage comprehensive and healthy development of Marvel Rivals esports ecosystem. Besides the partner team bundles, esport bundles will be launched in a timely manner. At the same time, the annual prize pool will exceed $3 million. Let's see how much you can win. More competitions, more moments of victory. There is so much to look forward to next year. The Ignite events of 2025 were unforgettable, and we can't wait to embark on a new journey with everyone.
Hold still, I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
My time to shine.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MRC Season 5 here in Pacific, as we just witnessed probably one of the closest best of threes we have seen in a good while as we head into the new year. New competition, new system for Ignite coming up, and what better way than to see it go in action here in MRC Season 5 as we head into our next best of 3 between Kosari and Fiori. And Weiger, you have some knowledge very least for Fury.
I mean,
Take us
Fury has
through.
gone through many different iterations, but Fury goes ham when you least expect it. So I'm excited to see what the new Fury is. And I see some recognized names, a couple new ones, but nonetheless, you know, this team's been tightly knit together for a long time. I'm curious to see how they perform into this next matchup. But Wolverine to start off, interesting bat from Fury right now. Maybe taking a bit of research, but ooh, I see Solman back in the scene from Gosari. This is a good comp. Tell me about Gosari. Tell me about Faker. Who's this Faker?
Not sure who Faker is. Maybe it's the real Faker. Maybe it's the one who just got an award by the Korean Prime Minister. Who knows? But apart from Faker, you've also got some recognized names if you have been following Ignite, at least in the Asia region. Rocco, Solman, 2 members that played together in Ignite Stage 1 Asia on a team called Dopamine, which then got picked up by O2 Blast. And then both of them moved over to the OCA region and played in Kanga Esports for Stage 2. Whereas Hoodie as well, being another notable member who did play on that Genji roster in Stage 1 and 2, and now is on Gosari, trying to make a name for himself as he's hovering the gambit. So far, it's looking good, as Gosari also saving the Daredevil, which did sneak on through. Fury also investing their pick instead of the gambit on the Loki instead, which is an interesting approach. Do Gosari secure the gambit? Do we see another map having the 2 best strategists in the game? No, we will not. Not yet. Not yet.
It's an option. Fury could play those cards, could literally play those cards and protect Gambit for themselves as well. Confident if they can run it. I mean, the Loki, you know, works with quite a few strategists, but Loki Gambit, ooh, that's the firepower. Let's see if they're going to run that for now. And I'll tell you something, you know, this is a celebrating time. We've got MRC back on our screens again. I can literally hear fireworks in the distance, and I'm going to say they're dedicated to MRC. Happy New Year to all of you. But the big thing here is the Groot has been protected. The Groot is the choice they went for. Seen the Fury Groot before, and we've seen Groot do a lot today. Really encompassing gameplay, really locking things down.
Oh, interesting.
And
Fury were the ones that picked up the Loki, but they're also the ones that ban out the Gambit. So it's going to be only Loki that will be available. Not quite sure what happened there. I'd be under the assumption that Fury were thinking that Gosari would invest one of their bans on the Gambit, seeing that the Loki was picked. But Gosari don't take the bait, they don't go for it, and will just ban out other strategists, most notably the Mantis and the Invisible Woman, and Fury have to settle with banning out the Gambit so that none of these teams will have access to that Gambit Loki combo.
could it be the Loki Luna? The Loki Luna combination.
Oh no.
Now,
to be fair,
Fury's
it's
played that.
it's the next best thing.
It is, that's true. I mean, at this point, you know, Invisible Woman.
Yeah,
Fair
no
enough,
Invisible
fair
Woman,
enough.
no Gambit, none of that. But, so, you gotta turn to the Luna Snow, or you go Gosari's route by picking up the Rocket Raccoon and Jeff, which had their moments as being the best strategists in the game at one point.
That is true. That is true. Could be the value for themselves right here. A lot of cool options. Going into this next one now. Let's see how it all kicks off. Villa, a very, very great Bucky. This could be very fun. Let's see how they all run out as we're pushing on forward. Going into the action right now. Missionary is going to unlock soon. Mono is playing the Daredevil. Really excited to see a Daredevil pop off and get some value. So far so good lately. Rarely has it lacked in performance in tournament gameplay. But let's see how it truly unfolds here.
Gonna team up with
Rocco
Rocco.
backing them up. They're about to
Hoodie
take somebody out. Let's go.
Yeah, Hoodie does get taken out, but BRB will bring him right back. So it's gonna still be a 6 versus 6 as the Missionary opens up. Whoever wins his first fight, keep in mind, will have a decent advantage later on as the map progresses, or at least this round. As Rocco looks for an opportunity to get the blast barrage right onto TF Neb. Exile will go down as well. That's 2 of the strategists gone on the side of Fury APAC, and that means Gosari, without with no momentum on the side of Fury, no heals available, means that Gosari take over the site and now look to press on forward. Mono staying on the wall, detecting where Fury are looking to approach for a retake. We'll find an isolated 1v1 for just a little bit as Mono keeps on going, as the fellow Jeff will swallow up a few members. It looks like it's just going to be 2, and that's going to be all that Hoodie needs in order to keep himself alive, and they bring him right back with the BRB, a strategy that we have seen some teams do in Ignite back in 2025, and here Gosari are no different, and they will use that strategy to perfection.
Yeah, I mean, BRB Beacon will be available pretty relatively soon again. And Hoodie's already back in the fight, farming up that ult charge once again. I mean, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, borderline 5 with Faker. Ultimate's ready on Gosari right there. Just gonna see if they get themselves some value. But TF Neb is there. The Devil's gonna be letting it out right now. Gonna be going forward, but Billy's gonna be turning it instead. Bucky is there to turn the tide and shut down the Daredevil's push. Right now, buffed as well by the Fate of Both Worlds. Good and sustain, and really making sure they don't feel the pain. You, unfortunately, dropping that amplifier there seems a bit interesting.
A little bit. I think that's the last moment to try to be the difference, but instead Solman goes down and the CYA goes in. The Solman has to use it as a farewell gift, as Gosari are just gonna wipe the floor out of Fury, and Fury just have no momentum. They had no grasp, no chance on the site. And this might be a shutout as Rocco just somersaults forward and backwards. Just show off a little bit. And Gosari, Bookies who like it, will take round 1.
Yeah, fair enough, fair dues right there for these teams. Let's see how it all unfolds going into this second round. Here we go. Warrior Falls time. Quite a lot of Warrior Falls today, I will say. But I'm enjoying it. What I do want to see is how they're going to play to their advantage of the terrain here, because both teams have the Jeff player this time around. Last time we were on Warrior Falls, the time before that, no Jeff players. There's Spider-Man, a couple Angelas, you know, taking a couple people off the map, but Jeff is just a little bit extra reliable. Let's see if Hoodie can pull it off, and maybe it's going to be Neb. But I like that I'm seeing Nev actually bring out the thing. A strong pick that can definitely work here. And if it's true, maybe Silver brings out the Thor. Could be good value. But nonetheless, we're going to see how it all susses out as they're walking out those doors. It looks like it's true.
They're going to stick with
Fury are going to be running
okay.
the Thor. First time in MRC Season 5.
Yeah, Thor is Thor got a decent quality of life change. Now can change his dash direction while he's in the middle of it, but Nev isn't so lucky. Thankfully has the BRB to come back, but his fellow Vanguard gets taken down dangerously low. And without any KOs, Gosari will have full control of the site, but has to wait for the missionary to unlock, and Fury have to look for an entryway. Just barely are able to deny Gosari from taking control. Fury, losing members, will have to regroup as all the health bars are getting way too low, and Fury, without Nev, will have to regroup immediately. And Gosari will start climbing up the board.
Right there is the opening that Villa's trying to make. And there it is. It's denied by a strangely prison coming up from Faker, but Faker's taken down nonetheless. The last ditch effort wasn't in their favor. Judgery execution that goes off, but they're kind of far away and they're gonna get lasered from distance right now. Gosari really needed to combine some ults there. Nonetheless, it doesn't matter because AWD is just gonna double dunk on them. Done and dusted right there. Getting the value back that they just lost and just maintaining their trade for themselves here. Let's see if they can keep it going, but Fury's kind of got the Royal Thunder ready. Neb could do something crazy with the Jeff as well.
It's going to be Rocco going with this the spectacular spin. TF Nev also using the Jeff, but with everyone on Gosari spread out, the speech bubbles will pop out for TF Nev, and that's going to spell his demise, but the BRB will bring him right back, so he has a second chance in this fight. Hoodie getting taken down dangerously low, has to go into the depths to make sure he stays alive. Has its Jeff also, but when does he opt to use it? Warrior Falls has that giant waterfall that Hoodie could use to get an environmental KO, but so far they don't even need it, or they're not even going to want to use it. In fact, as Fury are able to retake the site for themselves, and Gosari are the ones getting staggered this time around.
Oh, indeed, they are making it happen. Oh, forward right there. Silver B Rocco. She falls 75% and climbing. Not enough right there. Swift it, 20%. Close for Fury. Moving forward. Nev already has ult, but still lining up shots. Just waiting for Gosari to try to make the impact, try to start the fight for themselves. You know, they want to commit second, they don't want to commit first. They want to get the resources out of the way so they can get value from their ultimates here. They're going to start with, just a bit of an amplifier from Xlar, just giving them the juice. It doesn't matter because downrange, downtown, Slipfox just going to burn them up on a Phoenix right there with those crazy shots.
Now the full court press comes in for Fury. With so many ultimates available, they can afford to get some space and threaten Gosari to make sure that they don't find an entryway back into the site. Everyone on Gosari switching over to the high ground. Silver finds several members of Gosari, makes sure that he backs away to make sure that he's just weaving in out of the line of sight of Gosari, who have to pay attention to multiple angles if they want to find the retake onto the site. Rocco onto the Iron Man, wants to just try and shred down IX9, who is able to do so successfully, but the BRB will bring him right back. Devil Out is available. When will he use it? The Freedom Charge by Faker will buy a lot of time, a lot of resources used, but a clutch Meteor from AWD will cancel the Jeff ultimate. As Mono chasing down the Rocket Raccoon will find X-Lyle. Rocco now having that invincible pulse cannon. Does he even need it? As Gosari looking to clean up house. And Gosari will finally be able to get the retake down. Fury get to 99. And Fury get the retake down. They have ultimates to work with, and they just have to use it to make sure that Gosari don't have any way to work with. But Rocco, if he goes undetected, might be a devastating ultimate. He's creeping on forward. He's waiting for the opportunity. He gets spotted and now has to reposition.
Eyes on the potential maximum pulse, which could be big if they time the value here. WWD taking down IX9, putting in the value Soulman, taking out Billa, Rocco as well, getting the value maximum pulse.
Oh no!
Ooh, it was there to bait the meteor.
A little bit unlucky in the end, as Gosari finally are able to take over round number 2 and will cleanly take over Fury, who did put up a decent fight here in Warrior Falls, but unfortunately it just was not enough. Hoodie was able to get 2 with the It's Jeff ultimate, able to get the 2 strategists on the side of Fury, and that's all you needed in order to get that fight win. Because without the strategist, without healing potential, it just lose so much momentum, so much options, so many, and that chance of just winning that fight just goes almost to 0. And with no strategist,
Couldn't agree more.
no fight win.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. You couldn't get the value extracted out of the picks that you made. However, Moon on the Devil. Moon on the Daredevil really got some value there. So I'd like to see some more Moon of Sapper. Hopefully, Mono Sapper, sorry. Doing a bit more Daredevil maybe. But probably gonna get banned out if I was Fury right now. Can't let that Daredevil through. Too many moments.
Yeah, Mono has been doing really, really well on the Daredevil. Not only is it important to do damage and try to find crucial KOs, but also to draw the attention from the strategist on the side of Fury, yeah, you do have Rocket Raccoon who can just fire off repair modes left, right, and center. The orbs can eventually find the target that he wants to go for. TF Neb also on the Jeff being able to just provide healing in a straight line. But if you have to focus on the Daredevil, you're drawing your attention, and that healing potential on the side of Fury just goes lower and lower as everyone else on Fury have to find a way to keep themselves alive, make sure that this Daredevil isn't taking out the backline. And that balance of aggression, making sure that you're keeping tabs on everything that's going on the side of Fury is just really difficult for Fury if they're not able to contain what is this Daredevil pick.
Yeah, look, from what I can see so far, it seems as though it's a matter of who downloaded each team more effectively right here. And, just got the right bands, got the right situated picks that you need, all of the above to be able to secure a good, clean victory for themselves. Again, bit experimental from Fury lately, trying new things, experimenting. They've played at the high, top 4 level. They also won an MRC themselves as well. So the question on everyone's mind is, can they do it again? Double time, get another win? You never know.
To be fair, this is one of the more difficult MRCs that we have seen in a good while. With all the Ignite players being in that off season means that they have access to be able to play here in MRC Season 5. And another thing is, a lot of orgs, now that the 2026 roadmap is out, means that they're all looking at MRC, seeing if they can find a diamond in the rough, to put it lightly. See if they can find any potential up-and-coming players, up-and-coming teams to pick up as we head closer and closer towards Ignite 2026, which will kick off in April as we head into map number 2 between Gosari and Fury. As we set our sights here in the lands of Asgard, it's going to be on Yggdrasil. And we will see an adjustment from Fury. They will take away that Daredevil that has been a problem for them throughout that first map.
Yes, indeed. It's a good ban from Fury. Now they can protect something in their favor. Gosari seem to really want to run that Phoenix. Not going to let her slip through the cracks. They're going to go for the protect there. In return, if it's a woman's protected by Fury, hoping that this time Invis might be the differentiating factor to help them.
A little bit of an options here for Fury. A little bit less emphasis on Gambit and Loki this time around. See if any of these teams do want to put some emphasis on it just yet. Fury instead will opt to take away the Angela, which is really, really strong in terms of being able to displace the front line for anyone on any team. And Gosari, as soon as I say, when do they put emphasis on the Gambit Loki? They do it right now.
Done and dusted. Gambit's in favor, protected. Loki out of here. No copies, just one royal flush to just try and get the value they need. But on top of that, there's a lot of options here that could be for this final protect from Fury. Something to really enable them, really give them an option in case all else fails. And let's see finally what it would be.
Ooh, there we go.
Be a hella protect. Wow, strong.
Very, very strong. We've seen it perform extremely well, being able to pressure so many long-range angles. And that's going to put a lot of pressure if you want to look for any sort of damage, any sort of healing on the side of either Gosari or Fury. You have to make sure that this Hela isn't in some crazy angle on the side. You have to make sure to spot out where this Hela is firing her spears from. That's going to be a difficult task that both teams may have to navigate through as we head into Yggdrasil. Gosari defending first time around. Fury, I believe, chose which side to go for first. I'm not sure if that's in line with MRC and Ignite in tandem with each other, but that doesn't matter too much.
Sure.
All we know is Fury are on the attacking side for round 1. Gosari on the defensive. Do Gosari go for the triple? And it looks like they're just gonna stick with the Phoenix and the Wolverine team-up ability that we have seen time and time again, and will resort to Faker on the Groot and AWD on the Magneto.
Ooh. I like what I'm seeing. I like what I'm seeing. Something different, something spicy. Good pick so far. Nobody running for the triple. Keeping it spicy, which is good. Let's see how far these teams get to push against each other. Get the values, get the potential for themselves. Into the action we go. Playing on the high ground, Gosari. Very unique position, but if they can hold there, they'll be in a good spot nonetheless.
Yep, AWD activates the Mag Sword, the explosive entanglement, providing the ult charge that he wants, and is able to get it up to about 26%. It's going to be a matter of time. It's a race against who gets their Q button available first. AWD looking to get bubbles down, is able to find one onto Rocco before the Ironwood wall blocks him from any line of sight. AWD now jumps back up to the top of the high ground to make sure that his fellow teammates have a Vanguard to play behind. Front and back composition is the name of the game for Gosari, as Rocco has to look for any Sparrow Leaps that he wants to go for, but Gosari will find 2 opening picks, make it a third, so half of Fury will have to reset, and everyone else will follow suit.
Thanks for the boost.
Into the action. Seems to be a good position right now, holding it down. And Rocco really getting the value out of that situation for themselves. You know, that team up is very, very strong when you at least think about it. You know, Phoenix Wolverine rarely is it addressed, but it really gives Wolverine a lot of options, and the Phoenix Force is aiding them. But into this right now, Mono getting shots, pick it up, forcing some ultimates. Silver and Billa both going for it. Those ultimates are flying out of the front door right now. They're going to sustain it with just the Gambit rush and a massive end song inferno coming out from Mono right there with a double kill, and they're going to keep firing, and Soulman's there. That is just insane to think the resources Fury poured into that were just cancelled out by 2 ultimates from Gosari. That is ecstatic damage.
Nev went for the Strangling Prison, but Hoodie was able to react just in time, using the Gambit ultimate to cleanse the Strangling Prison. This is the problem when playing Groot into a Gambit that is available inside the game. Because of the mind games between the Groot and the Gambit means that whoever uses the ultimate first, the other person will have the upper hand, as AWD teaming up with the Strangling Prison will able to take out X-Lyle, as Faker will team up with another as well, the GOAT himself, taking out another member of Fury, as Gosari, still 6 members strong, are just gonna pick apart and stagger away Fury, and this hold is just getting closer and closer to absolute perfection, and Fury have to adjust yet again.
Ooh, again and again is what we want to see, but there's no Bucky here today, so nonetheless, we'll be happy with these shots being fired out from Monosapper right now. They're really trying to get an angle here for Rocco to see if Rocco can bring anyone back into the fight, and they do, and that's Ned. And that's a massive, massive pick on the Emma. That is going to deny them so much. Nonetheless, a lot of options still on the table for
Oh
Fury.
my god, another one.
Seconds left to spare. Never mind, there's no options left. The Wolverine Rocco is just slashing through every obstacle.
Okay. Looks like Silver had to use the Unsung Inferno in order to get the health reset. Great block coming in from Rocco, being able to tank the damage, triggering the passive. But that is a worthwhile trade, as Mono takes to the skies as well, but isn't able to find value. Baker is threatening the Strangling Prison, but when does he opt to go for it? Gets the seed bomb right onto Neil's head. As Fury will find 2, make it 3, half of Kasari gone. Means that they finally have some ground to work with. And now we'll move the mission area just a little bit closer. The convoy slowly inching towards that first point, but now with overtime triggering, someone on Fury needs to stay on the site at all times, or else this overtime meter will go down before you know it. Soulman will use the invisible boundary to combat what is the Cutterfly of Villa. But can Fury stay alive? Can they get the push going? Last stand goes wide this time around, but Rocco somehow finds Silver. How in the world did that happen? But overtime, still alive and well here as Gosari and Fury still scrapping back and forth and back again. Fury having that man advantage for a few seconds, will not have it anymore as Gosari will hold long enough and will deny the portal to extend this fight even further.
Time to switch things up.
Wow.
Including which
Such
side
little
you're on.
distance right now. That's
You'll need
insane.
a top-notch team to win this one.
That is insane. Look, these bans that are really dictating how this game is being played right now. And we're seeing a lot of Phoenix definitely pressuring on in. But look, Hella's open though. You don't have to necessarily lock yourself to Phoenix. You could play the Hella. Interesting to see the compositions they want to run with. Maybe not triple, but they might anticipate the triple, so they'll go with a, you know, a lot of options. Really hard to say what they'll really do here, but not a lot of distance to push down. This looks very much in favor of Gosari so far.
Plan is for Gosari.
30 seconds before you
Playing
attack.
with the
Get
idea
ready.
of maybe going for the Hella Namor. I don't think that's the best idea, especially when you're playing on the offensive side of this map. But Fury opting for Storm and Jeff. You know what that means? It's the Jeff NATO team up.
Oh, to see Jeff Nato back again, high value, high reward, a lot of ult commitment, but honestly worth it because usually you get about 2 or 3
Worth.
people on the regular.
Yeah.
Might as well commit to it, and it does solve the triple strategist anomaly. It does. It's the comp to counter it. Let's see if they can run it.
Let's see if that'll come into fruition, as Hella Namor is going to be the option for this first fight, at the very least for Gosari, as they are already just taking over the chicane, as Gosari will just put their foot on the gas pedal and put it all the way down onto the floor, as Holman is able to capitalize on another. Mono is in an off angle. Fury are just getting clamped down. Blink and you miss it. They are all gone. Nev has to switch over to the Doctor Strange in order to prepare a portal to try and fight for round 2, and this time for their upper bracket lives.
Oh, the portal's going up. You're going to be able to contest one final time from Nev. All the way enough from Monosapa is there. 4.37 meters. Are they going to be able to pressure it right now? Going to be trying to put the power down. There it is. Can they hold it?
Oh, that's
There
it.
is the fire. Oh my days. Insane. The gambit. The power is there. Oh.
That's the problem when you don't run the gambit on your side. If Gosari finally get the flush down, Fury get flushed away. And that's exactly what happens here, as Gosari will take over Fury 2-0 in this best of 3 series, and will send Fury as well down to that lower bracket.
Definitely a tough position for them to be in, but nonetheless, they've won tougher odds before. But Gosari get the W. Nice secured tour. Off they go to the next bracket to keep that winner's momentum going. Best of luck to them. But I will say some standout players though. I gotta say, you know, Biller's Bucky. It's good. It's good. It was just missing something, you know. Something to get over the line.
Just that
At the end of
sauce.
the day. Yeah. Couple moments, but again, like, look, if I'm looking at a team that's running Gambit, Hella, Namor, the Rogue, everything is just compounding on itself with team up aspects like never before. And it just gives them so much value.
I really saw like the potential of these team abilities. We've seen a cycle of so many. Like we've seen explosive entanglement. We've seen the Hella Namor team up as well. The Tidal Dirge providing so much utility, so much anti-heal, and knockout potential as well. And then you also have the Phoenix and the Wolverine team up ability that we saw in a few seasons past, and now making an appearance here in season 5.5. So this variety of options that these teams have to themselves means there's a lot of adaptation needed in this current meta that is the highest level of Marvel Rivals. And if you're able to adapt and overcome your opponent, you have the upper hand. If you have a wider champion or hero pool that's gonna prove to be worthwhile as this Ignite season starts to take shape here in 2026.
Couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more right now. It's looking cool. It's looking dicey. I'm watching the, the leaderboards, the tournament rankings so far. The bracket's looking very good. A lot of teams getting their games in very, very soon. Round 10 is going to start. They're going to go off. They're going to go off, Dan. They're going to go really, really off. I will say though, we're going to learn a lot tomorrow. Results as a whole tomorrow, it's going to be crazy. So much value coming out from all these teams right here. A lot of matches. What are some standout teams, Dan, that come to mind that you're curious to see how they're performing, I
mean, the big one really is Chopper Mag, Crazy Raccoon. These teams made an appearance in the recent Ignite Grand Finals at DreamHack Atlanta. Chopper Mag made one hell of a run, but Crazy Raccoon got a little bit unlucky, I would say, in their group draws.
Yep.
And managed to end up in the group of death. But here, it's a new season. It's a new year, a new era of Marvel Rivals esports. We're so ready to get back into it, but for now, we take a short break. We'll be back for more of that MRC action.
Ooh, it's a big one. Big one.
"2025 has concluded. We would like to thank all the participating teams and the players who delivered top performances over the past year. It's probably time to discuss the plans for next year. This video will share much about the new format, the new ecosystem, and other surprises. In short, welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026, the inaugural league year of Marvel Rivals. To better balance each region and present more exciting competition, we've made adjustments to the regional distribution for the Professional League in 2026. Specifically, we are merging the Asia and Oceania regions into a single Pacific region. The regions for 2026 will be Americas, EMEA, China, and Pacific. During the group stage, the Asia and Oceania regions will compete independently and face off in the playoff stage. In 2026, there will be 2 regular seasons and 2 international LAN events. A notable addition this year is the preseason before the start of Stage 1. The preseason is not only the debut for these teams, but will also determine the initial seed placements. Additionally, Marvel Rivals Championship will continue to exist throughout this period. Even more exciting changes include the allocation of league spots and promotions. In the 4 regions, online competitions will determine the teams that qualify for the 2 international events. We eagerly anticipate seeing these competitive teams once again. Starting in 2026, in addition to the preseason, the Regional League and Mid-Season Finals, hosted by Marvel Rivals Ignite, will determine whether teams qualified for the Grand Finals. The final results from Stage 1, the Mid-Season Finals, and Stage 2 will correspond to varying league points allocation. Teams that excel in Stage 2 playoffs or rank highly in the annual league leaderboard will compete for a spot in the Grand Finals. At the same time, to enhance the competitiveness and accessibility of the league, we are introducing a promotion and relegation system that provides all aspiring teams and players around the world with the opportunity to enter the professional league. Teams can earn champion points through the MRC, enabling them to compete fairly for league spots against the low-ranked league teams. Partner clubs will have limited relegation protection opportunities. Speaking of the MRC, there will be 6 seasons next year. The PC region in Season 6 of the MRC will be the final opportunity to compete for the last spots in each region for 2026 preseason and Stage 1. If your region still has available slots, be sure not to miss out. Starting from Season 7 of the MRC, ongoing participation will enable your team to earn champion points, and the teams with the highest cumulative points will have the opportunity to compete for qualifications for the mid-season and end-of-year promotion leagues. Certainly, the most significant surprise is that in 2026, we will launch a Partner Teams program. with certain teams worldwide to become our partners. We will create partner team bundles, and partner teams will enjoy revenue sharing. We hope that this initiative will encourage comprehensive and healthy development of Marvel Rivals esports ecosystem. Besides the partner team bundles, esport bundles will be launched in a timely manner. At the same time, the annual prize pool will exceed $3 million. Let's see how much you can win. More competitions, more moments of victory. There is so much to look forward to next year. The Ignite events of 2025 were unforgettable, and we can't wait to embark on a new journey with everyone.
Hold still. I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
My time to shine.
Welcome back for more Marvel Rivals Championship action for Season 5 here in the Pacific region. If you've stuck around for this long, boy, do we have a treat for you. We've got two heavy hitters blocking horns here in the upper bracket here in round number 8. Crazy Raccoon up against Vulcan Red, a Titan from Asia versus a Titan from Oceania. And Liger, you know Vulcan Red very, very well. Why don't you walk us through on their own background?
Listen. It doesn't get any more Pacific than this, all right? We're talking about Vulcan Red, okay? Top 4 in Season 3, top 32 in Season 0, and even the ones that have taken Chopper Mag to the distance in the finals in Stage 2, as well as in external third-party events, have taken Chopper Mag into series that have gone 3-2. It's insane. Vulcan Red, top tier team, one of the best in OCE, got a lot of hard hitters in there and a lot of great OCE community members as well. Shout out to them, always doing it for the community, and I'm excited to see how it all really unfolds for them. But you know them well, Crazy Raccoon. They are formidable and they put on a show, made it to the big stage in Atlanta. Tell me about them. Tell the world about Crazy Raccoon.
Well, they had a mix of Japanese, Korean, and one American player in their own roster. But after Atlanta, they overhauled. They dropped almost all of their roster. The only members that are left remaining, I believe, are Lostro, J-Mac, and Sunghoon, and they're bringing in other talent from other teams, most notably Piggy and Gargoyle, two players from that reject roster that we also saw in Atlanta. Brownie coming in from Gen G, and then you've got Yaki, the newcomer here, as J-Mac is going to be still on that player slash coach role, but this time around in this series in particular will stay on that coaching role and give Yaki some exposure to high level Marvel Rivals gameplay as we navigate throughout this band draft. I know we were talking about the backgrounds of these teams, but we do need to most notably look at the band draft as a whole. Crazy Raccoon putting heavy emphasis on the Mantis pick, something that is very, very common in the Asia region, whereas Vulcan Red do ban out the Daredevil, targeting Yaki, who has been performing solidly well on that pick.
Definitely. Now, interesting bans, interesting protects, but most notably, bring your attention to this, Tinny Valkyrie hovers the Angela. It's not for mucking around. Tinny probably I would say, best Angela in OCE. Most consistent, I would say. There's a couple that do put Tinny on the back foot every now and again, but in terms of someone who's like, yo, that's my guy, that's Tinny always going for the Angela pick. But I'm excited to see how Citrus is, you know. Right now, we got this team has been restructuring a bit as well. Like you mentioned, Crazy Raccoon, restructuring, bringing in new talent. Vulcan Red, they've been bringing in new ideas. Okay, because sometimes you might have the right roster, but you don't have the right mentality. So this team is really deconstructing how they approach the game and coming back strong. But I'm gonna just say it right now. I'm anticipating something fire from Proxy's Phoenix right now. To see the Proxy's Phoenix, I don't know. It's one of those names out there that when I see this person on Phoenix, I feel like we're gonna get a crazy experience. Kind of reminds me of Jerry from earlier today. So let's see if we get another round of Jerry in the Phoenix action. But let's see ultimately what goes forward. I'm liking Gargoyle Rogue. I won't lie. I would like to see some Rogue gameplay, but Lick, one of the best Lokis in the scene as well. Already on the Lady Loki. We'll get some fun Lady Loki gameplay too to follow. Wav, I have no doubt. Wav playing all the way from the North America's region, coming through to play on this team. As we know, this team is one of the ones out there that really taps into the Western market to bring some talent down to the Pacific. But here we go. A clash, a true clash between two of, I would say, consistently top 8 in the Pacific region, these two teams. So let's get into it, Dan. This is gonna be a good one.
Let's get into it. I am so ready. Gargoyle, most notably, you've seen him play the duelist role for so long throughout Ignite, but now going back to that Vanguard role means that he's gonna be the ones leading the charge on the Rogue pick, and Piggy being that passive Vanguard for the team gives Crazy Raccoon something to rely on, as Brownie will open the bank. We'll get a pick onto Proxies. Doxu will follow suit from the likes of Piggy's laser, but Brownie leading the charge, allowing Crazy Raccoon to just take over the site and take over Vulcan Red quick as you like it.
Ooh, the pressure, the power. Crazy Raccoon is just putting them on the hour right there, as it is exactly time to get into it. You know what's happening right now? Dan, what's happening right now is that Crazy Raccoon is really flexing their muscles when it comes down to this new team that they've built. They're really stretching out to see what are they capable of, what they can really do. Can they play high risk, high reward? Can they try different compositions now that they've got different players on the squad? It's one of the greatest positions a team can be in, knowing that you've rebuilt yourselves and you're ready to finally perform. Really hit the stage. Let's see if it's going to get in their favor. Already straightforward, Captain America. Tinny rushing for the backline. Daxu following it as well. Going there to help against Brownie right now. Wev going with a massive Sonic Seduction, taking out Piggy. Lashtra Force. Sunghyun Force. Proxies with the Star-Lord. They're just getting picked 1 to 1 to 1. It looks Vulcan Red back, everybody. 54% lead from Crazy Raccoon, but Vulcan Red do manage to get some percentage on the board. There it is.
And I think the main idea, if this roster becomes the confirmed roster throughout the entire Ignite season for 2026, Crazy Raccoon, this is a team full of Koreans. No longer do you have a mix of Japanese, Korean, and American players that are forced to use English as their main source of communication. It could get very limited when you want to go for these advanced plays, but if everyone's speaking the same language, this is the kind of result you see. Crazy Raccoon with 2 ultimates only wipe out all of Vulcan Red and will rip the site back for themselves.
Ooh, like what I'm seeing there. Maybe something good. Crazy Raccoon have that 70% climbing. I would like to see a heartbreaker go off, but it's going to start off with Lashro. Going to go for the copy right there. Going to sustain. It's going to be the Gambit. Definitely going to be copied right there. Going to be backing it up with the Sonic Seduction right now. Probably going Legendary in the sky from Proxies. We're going to see the Phoenix from Brownie going to try to nullify a bit of pressure. But Citrus is there. Citrus gets the pick, taking out Gargoyle. How could you do it to your love, Mike? Mia Moore is gone. No more today. But Dax is going to get the picks on Brownie right there. Tinny Valkyrie's Freedom Charge is literally giving the team the freedom to charge in and deny as much as they can right there. Daxu playing on the forward front line on the Phoenix right there, putting in the pressure, and they do capture percentage back, but not after Crazy Raccoon did achieve 99%. which means they need to not lose another fight if they want to hold it here. But Crazy Raccoon are going to make them sweat for it. Heartbreaker's online from Gargoyle. This could be big.
Would in fact be big if he uses it at the right time. Denies Citrus from using the Raging Royal Flush, but Citrus is able to pull it off in time. Doxy's going to team up with it. The damage boost, is it going to be enough? It is surely enough, as half of Crazy Raccoon just get blown up immediately, and Brownie has to just wait for the team to respawn, and Vulcan Red will find a way back into the fight, back into this round number 1. When will Crazy Raccoon invest in the Doctor Strange? When will they invest in the portal? They won't do it just yet, as they do have enough time to navigate towards that site and look for a potential retake, as Seung-hoon is threatening with that Raging Royal Flush.
We could be big. Lastro's got the absolute shapeshift ready if they need it as well. Gargoyle's Heartbreaker could be the opening marquee. But they said it's going to be Seung-hoon with the Raging Royal Flush right now. That's going to be pushing them forward. That's going to let Piggy go in. That's going to be Sonic Seduction nearly online. But it's going to be Yaki Brownie taken out. Proxy's licking. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 down. Falcon Red's down with a clean flush. Literally a Royal Flush. Straight from overtime down and out. There's no chance for the portal. They clean them out too damn fast.
Round 1. Vulcan Red did show some resistance, but Crazy Raccoon were able to come out on top in the end. The experience really showing off here. Not only here in Marvel Rivals, but also in past titles from years past. A lot of these members, in fact, maybe even all of Crazy Raccoon, have that experience playing in this similar kind of genre, playing at the highest level as well. And Crazy Raccoon, with most of the roster having a year's worth of experience in Marvel Rivals under their belt, they're going to ease themselves into this esport even more as we head into the new year. Whereas Vulcan Red, again, showed signs of resistance from the offensive push of Crazy Raccoon, who are known for playing really, really fast. But Vulcan Red, we're almost there, but that time around it was just not quite. Now look at this, a little bit of a not sure what happened there. They wanted to go for the portal and then they immediately backed out. Wonder how the comms are going over there.
Interesting to see what the plan is. See if they push on in, trying to make it happen. They actually landed some marks. Oh, that's a big pick right there from Gargoyle. That's going to give him enough power to take out Tinny in the skies. It's going to be legendary flying proxies. Going to get some value. Piggy does take out Wav. It's just 2 down for Vulcan Ray, 3 down. Not enough time for proxies to try and focus on and get damage. It's just Crazy Raccoon just more sustained, picking up the pieces of whatever fight they have and just making sure their team's fortified and protected at the same time. What I'm wondering though is how are Vulcan Red going to push here with the Freedom Charge? There's a lot of damage pouring down the range right here. It's pretty tough.
Yep, Tinny could look to use Freedom Charge. Citrus also has the Royal Flush. So if Vulcan Red are able to stagger out those 2 ultimates, they should be able to win the War of Attrition, unless Seung-hoon is able to get the ultimate down in time. Brownie uses the Dark Flight to get out of the field of view, as Tinny will find Piggy. As Proxies and Yaki doing a little bit of a Star Lord 1v1, as Proxies will be the one to win it out in the end. Silent Seduction and Freedom Charge both invested at the same time on the side of Vulcan Red. But can they find the retake? They find the pick onto Brownie, but can they find more? Gargoyle looking to try to stall on the site just to sap out as much of that percent as possible, and he will have to settle as Crazy Raccoon will get to 58%, and now Vulcan Red will start climbing.
Ooh, climbing in percentage. Same scenario as last round. Vulcan Red, you know, they took it back after the 58 mark was reached by Crazy Raccoon right there, but it's going to be some good value for them if they can try to stall here. I think the issue right now is just not having that, just something in the front that can really, honestly, box up with that lineup of Rogue and Emma right now. Caps more in the back, trying to just, you know, disrupt the Gambit, disrupt the Star-Lord, and really absorb damage. But it's not helping when Gargoyle and Piggy are literally beelining straight for your Loki, straight for Citrus, and really shutting him down. But speaking of beelining, there you go. Yaki in the skies, Galactic Legend takes out Lick, takes out another, takes out two more. That's a triple KO, shredding through the clones. Just a well-executed, perfectly flush Yaki ultimate, backed up by Lastro copying the Gambit, doing a royal flush of their own. It's just good value.
Yaki on a show with the hit scans right now. I've seen him do very well in the Daredevil. Now, seeing him perform on the Star-Lord means that he already has a lot of flexibility in terms of what kind of duelists he can operate with, as he does draw the attention of Tinny, but it's all going to be a ploy as Piggy kicks things off with the Silent Seduction, but the Raging Royal Flush again, just flushing out Vulcan Red. And now we head into Final Fight territory. Vulcan Red, no one is close to using the Doctor Strange portal. No Pentagram of Ferraro will save you from this one. Overtime meter comes in. Brownie finds one, but everyone on Vulcan Red are stuck at their own spawn. Doxu is going over to the Doctor Strange. He's able to get the Pentagram of Ferraro down, but with the Heartbreaker threatening everyone on Vulcan Red, but as soon as they entry their way into the site, Crazy Raccoon have so much of that control. Vulcan Red, they want to go through, but they just get kicked right out. And Vulcan Red cannot get it done. Crazy Raccoon, quick as you like it, will get two down onto Vulcan Red.
Yeah, they take the Soldier Factory, they take Eldritch Monument, don't even need to access the Frozen Airfield. They're going to take Hell's Heaven in this 2-0 and lead themselves in this best of 3 series with their first map victory. Now the question is, how do they approach this next map? Can Vulcan Red pivot their original plan and try something new? Let's see what they do. Maybe the bans and peaks might be slightly different this one especially. See if they can open up some more possibilities for themselves.
Oh, there was also a little bit of from you, Liger, when talking about Vulcan Red as a whole. You talked about the mindset aspect of Vulcan Red being a little bit of an issue. As soon as things go wrong, Vulcan Red also start to get a little worried, get a little pressed about the issues that they had to deal with. And it's just a matter of, can they navigate through it, or is it quite simply just a mental boom and another reason why they very well could bomb out the double elimination bracket?
It's a tough one. It's a tough one. It happens to quite a few teams sometimes. You really need to get your mental right. At the end of the day, I've seen them at their peak and I've seen them in struggles as well. It really depends on how they approach the day. And if it's a tough matchup against Crazy Raccoon, literally best in-house, best in region, best in the scene, especially after their recent roster switches and buffs. Ooh, I gotta say, Vulcan Red, look, if there's ever a matchup to really exercise, figure out what you need to work on, it's good that you guys are versing Crazy Raccoon. And we're in upper bracket as well, Dan, so there is the risk of dropping, but not necessarily eliminating. Regardless, you don't want to be in elimination station, but good things can happen regardless of the outcome. But it's not over yet. Could go to map 2, could go to map 3. Vulcan Red take map 2, we go to map 3 decider, it would be cool. Another map 3 decider would be beautiful, absolute chef's kiss. But we're going to find out now as we go to this map, and I'm excited because Dan, we go into Kunlun, but the heart of heaven is the map. We haven't seen this all day. This is exciting. I just love casting this map. I love this map purely because of the unique concept that was implemented by the Rivals team, the Fog of War. I love it so much. It really changes the game. It's like there are so many long sight lines, but at the same time, it's limited by vision, not limited by obstacle. It's not pure denial. So if you could throw a prediction, if you could snipe through the clouds, you can get value. But more than that, you can stage in the shadows, communicate with your team, and then absolutely jump on the enemy, whether you're attacking or defending, especially because the convoy's path rotates in and over itself in the middle section of the map, which really opens up massive possibilities for pincer movement, high ground defense, or even flanking arsenals through offensive or defensive strategies on that part. It's a straight up loop. There's so many options there.
Yeah, it's such a unique map, not only, like you said, from the Fog of War, also with the path of that second checkpoint being unlike any other convergence map we have seen thus far. But now we have to set our sights here in the ban draft. Gambit going to be saved, Groot going to be saved as well, but Crazy Raccoon staying true to their roots. So will Vulcan Red as they take away Mantis and Daredevil right off the get-go. Now,
Ooh,
Invisible
there it is.
Woman also getting taken away as well. So the strategist pool getting so limited. So both teams really could resort to the Jeff and the Rocket, maybe even the Luna Snow if they do want to play that route.
I mean, at this point, if 6 bans are dedicated to strategists, what's left? You're gonna have to take the disguise and bring out the Ultron at this point. And you know what I would do with that? Bring out Iron Man so you can have Ultron's healing beam, just have a little extra juice. But it's good nonetheless. We'll see what it ultimately rolls up into. Phoenix is protected, makes sense. Vulcan Red, whether it's proxies, whether it's Daxu, Phoenix has good value. There's a lot of opportunity there. Hela banned. That makes sense because you kind of want Phoenix to flourish. And if she's got to take on a Hela, she's going to be constantly marked for the whole game. And there it is, a 5th strategist ban. Who's left from the strategist? Adam, Jeff, Rocket. It's mainly just speed comps right now. Amplifier into Jeff.
Oh, Gambit's also
It does make
available.
sense.
Oh, how could I have forgotten?
Oh,
there's literally Vulcan Red quite literally saved the Gambit. How
That's right.
silly of us
Sleep
to miss out on what is the most popular strategist in the entire game.
We're so used to him being banned that we got off the
He is not banned any longer, unshackled by the MRC ban draft. Now we set our sights here. Crazy Raccoon on the defense, and Vulcan Red will kick things off. Yaki thought about going for the Wolverine, but it looks like he's gonna eventually switch over. We'll go back to the Star-Lord that we saw perform really well in that first map on Hell's Heaven. And Crazy Raccoon will want to lobby off that. Gargoyle and Piggy almost had the team up with the symbiote shenanigans, but are they going to go for it? Looks like Piggy playing around with that idea, but it's going to be Lostro, the main strategist of the team, to pilot the Jeff. And Piggy has been solidly performing. Very consistent on that Angela pick, and will look to use it this time around. And Vulcan Red, look at their composition. They're going to utilize the Ultron.
There you are.
Ooh, Ultron. You know what? Genuinely, this can work because of a simple factor. Ultron, Rocket kind of pseudo flies. He can really get aerial when you need him to. So that's the double fly sort of strategy situation. But Star-Lord also flies. Angela also flies. They can all take to the skies. The only one grounded is Wav, and honestly, Wav's happy to be down on the ground, absolutely, choke slamming a diamond form under the hell out of him. But nonetheless, Crazy Raccoon, a team very well known for dive. And that Venom excites me because Venom mixed with Phoenix really can land some crazy Face of the Abyss into Anton Inferno combos, give a lot of value, a lot of old potential. But right now, Lastro on the Jeff, just trying to survive right now from being turned into sashimi by the teeny Valkyries Angela. So you got to be very careful how you play these rotations here. But this is such an interesting point, right? The start of Kunlun, it's just the high ground, the building. Once you get out of that pincer choke, you really have more options to try and get here. And most of the time, it's so hard to retake the Dragon Turtle back. It's just so difficult. But nonetheless, Venom's in the skies, popping up some passives, not going to get the value they need. Proxies hits the rage of Ultron and just pouring that damage into the corridor. Going to be matching it with, I believe, a Gambit. It is back on. Browning hits the Phoenix, taking out the Ultron. Oh, there it is. Picks are just going left, right, and center. Dan, the Gambits are just enabling their team so much.
The amount of value you get when you use the Raging Royal Flush as Lostro will send 2 down into the Abyss. Looks like Tinny, I think, just went for the dive down to the Abyss willingly, just so that he's not staggered from the team. And Crazy Raccoon with a great hold. Lostro going up into that high ground. So many different avenues of line of sight, but look at Crazy Raccoon. Everyone is on the roof right now, looking to jump onto what possibly could be Vulcan Red's backline, while Lostro is still up in that high ground, making sure that the team is in healthy shape, as CYA will be strung out on the side of Vulcan Red as Doxu looks to go for any sort of executions. Won't find one, but is struggling to find Lostro. He will settle with a pick onto Seunghoon, but it's going to be up to Lostro if he's able to find any sort of stall mechanics, but in the end, it's not going to matter at all as Crazy Raccoon cannot hold any longer. Vulcan Red will overcome what is the defense of Crazy Raccoon and will keep that convoy moving forward.
Yes, indeed. They're going to keep it moving forward. They're going to keep all the momentum right now that they just got from that nice capture there. But again, that's a tough spot. Let's see how far ultimately goes in their favor here. 3 minutes 20 left on the clock right here. Seunghoon on the gambit. Just absolutely pouring damage into Vulcan Red's backline, trying to base some ultimates. Team Valkyrie's got the Heaven Fall ready and online, but man, they're just trying to get the Dragon Toe. Oh, they drop it early. They actually scoop on someone down with a Phoenix.
Oh, okay.
Curves around and back and catches out Proxies. What a drift right there from Brownie. That was so clean.
Crazy Raccoon are kind of just camping in front of Vulcan Red spawn. A little bit tough of a situation to be in. Lav really is the only way of entry with the Silent Seduction. They could also wait for Citrus to get his Royal Flush up and ready to go, as Crazy Raccoon will have theirs online first, but Citrus is not far behind. Seunghoon will kick things off. Silent Seduction will be used as well. Here comes the Royal Flush in response by Vulcan Red. Lav will find Gargoyle. Takes down this fellow symbiote as the Jeff ultimate does come in, but they can they find the pick onto Lostro in time? They're not going to be able to. Lostro needs to get towards the edge, but doesn't have the time to send them into the spawn room. Not just yet, not for a while. Lav almost finds the pick onto Lostro. Gargoyle forced to use the Feast of the Abyss in order to stay alive, but it is how far it's going to get shredded. Proxies and Lick will team up with the Inside Inferno and the CYA to find more picks as Crazy Raccoon, without their front line, need to reset yet again.
Ooh, wow. Well, right there. They are pushing around this really tough spot and really getting the value that they need right now, getting away from that tough position. Now, it's pretty straightforward where Crazy Raccoon stand, where Vulcan Red stand right here. We're going to see if it's enough for them as a whole.
Have to see as they creep up towards the staircase, looking for another pick. Proxies dashes aggressively to finish off Seunghoon. Yaki will find the trade onto Proxies. Brownie crashes down and crashes out Lick. Well, man advantage in favor of Crazy Raccoon. Citrus now dangerously low. Needs to keep himself alive in order to keep the team alive, but he's not going to be so lucky as Vulcan Red will fall to pieces, staggered yet again. Half the team needs to be respawned, and Crazy Raccoon looking to hold while Vulcan Red have 60 seconds left to get at least that second point.
Into the moment right here. 50 seconds is very tough position for Vulcan Red to be in right now. I think he's going to try to go for a backstore. Going to shut down the BRB
big
beacon. They're going to be slashing right now. The Daxu Wolverine is in the house, baby. And it's going to be supported by the Teeny Valkyrie thing. That's going to be taken down by Brownie with the big picks from Yaki. Taking out Daxu. That's 1, 2, 3 down for Vulcan Red. Crazy Raccoon are feeling confident, feeling strong, making it happen. There's a chance of something to happen here right now. 20 seconds left. Oh, Crazy Raccoon to Freedom Charge and a Royal Flush from Raging online. So the Citrus, it's going to be a battle of both teams going for a flush on each other. The question is who's going to get the value. And so, oh my days, not online yet, but the Sonic Seduction from WAV is going out, collecting 5 sets. We're going to overtime, Dan. This is about to go off with the amplifier from Lick right there. And everybody's getting ready to throw their final last-ditch effort ults to keep it going.
Oh my gosh. Gonna be up to Brownie and Yaki. They're both gonna pop their ultimates at the exact same time. No way for Vulcan Red to respond to this. No Royal Flush. No Ensong Inferno will save you from this one, as Vulcan Red cannot get the push down, and they will have to settle at 1.5 points. What a hold from Crazy Raccoon, being able to hold onto their duelist ultimates and waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Both Brownie and Yaki teaming up to just wipe out Vulcan Red, who used everything in order to combat what was Piggy's Freedom Charge.
Righty, into the power situation right there is very, very good for them. If they can try and push to that halfway mark of the map, then Crazy Raccoon's taking this series. But Vulcan Red have held tougher games before. Let's see what the homies can do. Let's see what everybody knows out here. You got OCE rooting for one side. You got Asia rooting for the other side. This is a classic example, but I know the fans of Pacific rooting for both sides because we just want to have a fun show. I don't know about you, bro.
Oh yeah.
Whoever wins, wins. I just want whoever wins to own it. Put on a show, make it exciting, make it fun, make it dramatic.
We do not care who wins. We just hope that everyone has a good time. And that's
What do you mean?
the mindset
Hey,
we've been trying to go for. And it looks like Lostro and Piggy are just having a bit of fun. Lostro will probably switch over to the Jeff. Oh, nope, gonna be the Rocket. Give that extra armor. Give that bonus health. Online, ready to go. Now Crazy Raccoon, now their turn on the offense. As Sunghun stays on the Gambit, Lostro will switch over to the Jeff. So it will be that pick being finalized for now. As Vulcan Red looking for the dive, they find the tendrils right onto Sunghun. A crucial pick in order to delay the Raging Royal Flush from being a threat anytime soon. And look at the difference right now. Sunghun, him going down, puts his ultimate stayed at 9%, while Citrus is still in the fight with 40% ult charge and counting.
Oh, speaking of old charge, Brownie's already at the 70% mark. A couple more shots and we're going to see a Phoenix drop down. And that's going to help them handle Lick when they drop the Cosmic Gun Amplifier as well. And it's going to be good value. And there it is, mark after mark. Brownie takes down Citrus, who drops to the waterfall. But unfortunately doesn't get to cool off and gets burnt to a crisp. Gargoyle with the spears. Going for Lick right now. They're kind of capturing it. Crazy Raccoon's kind of capturing it. Vulcan Red kind of fell apart one by one. And then that's it. They do it. They missed the portal. They missed the portal, and now they have a 5-minute time bank to try and defend against Crazy Raccoon. You have to just get it around that second corner. Go under, turn once, turn twice, and they're home stretch clear to get that win. But it's on Vulcan Red to hold it. So they need to regroup, see if they can try to assess how do they approach the situation now. Because what's happening here is Brownie's chopping the Phoenix early, getting some value. Lastro taking out Citrus. Couple picks one to side, each going down, and that's Lastro as well. But Piggy is caught up again as well, taken down. It's going to lose the Captain America. Tinny's going to be taken down from Brownie as well. Both teams losing the Vanguard here or there, but at the moment, Dan, Crazy Raccoon pushing without contention. No one on Vulcan Red's trying to stop the movement.
Yep, as long as they're able to get through that small little choke point, I think Crazy Raccoon should have a better chance of winning out this map, winning out this entire series, in fact, as Gargoyle gets a nice skewer onto Tinny, and Piggy leading the charge, the Captain America dangerously low, and a nice shield toss will finish off Lav. And now Vulcan Red closer and closer to 5 ultimates available. Crazy Raccoon have 5 of their own ready at any given moment. And it might be the signal here as Piggy and Doxu both use their ultimates at the exact same time. Basho goes down to the seas to make sure that the team is still alive and well. Great catch onto the 2 Vanguards of Vulcan Red. And if you get rid of that front line, Vulcan Red don't have someone to rely on, someone to block the damage, someone to soak up what is left of Vulcan Red. Crazy Raccoon speed running their way into a 2-0 victory over Vulcan Red.
Yes. Wow. Wow. That is information. That is information for everybody right now. A lot of teams need to download a lot of data right there. That is evident to see what Crazy Raccoon is in 2026. Dan, you mentioned they were rebuilding. They were rebuilding. Yeah. They came out with a completely different roster. I heard, they really reconstructed how they approached the game, especially their front line. Vanguards. They worked on really securing some people with massive tanking potential to be able to be like, these are our Vanguards. They can tank for us. They can make space for us. They can protect us. And most importantly, disrupt the enemy's flow. Yeah. As we could clearly see, very versatile with their own Angela and Captain America. Massive presence.
And again, we talked about this in matches past, being able to dive onto the backline of Vulcan Red or Crazy Raccoon. Both teams utilize the Angela and the Captain America. If you're able to draw the line of sight from the strategist and find opportunities to go for the KOs onto either the Star-Lord or even the Phoenix, that little window could be crucial from getting an important pick and get yourself that man advantage, or they end up getting away, and they do end up getting the support from their fellow strategists. That's something that is so difficult for a lot of players in terms of trying to deal with the dive composition, because Captain America and Angela, two of the best dive vanguards in the game at the current moment, and you need to be able to adapt to it, because it's not going to just happen here. It's going to happen potentially in almost every single match.
Potentially right now. I mean, we've seen it all MRC long. A lot of time is definitely being analyzed right now. This gameplay, everybody's downloading data about other teams, really figuring out how can they approach it when it's their time to verse. That 48 team bracket is tightening. It's getting down to that top 16, and hey, top 16 all get prize money, so a W if you make it there.
Oh yeah.
But nonetheless, it's pretty good. It's pretty good so far. I'm liking how MSC starting this year.
And unfortunately, we do end on this match. What a way to end the first day of MRC. What a way to end our first day of what could be a hectic, a special chapter of Ignite. As we head into our closing statements, we have to do our due diligence yet again. We've got the Cloak and Dagger, the Ice Pas de Deux bundle. You've got that available right here, right now, as well as the Thor God of Winter costume with his might sealed in ice and storm, available right now until January 23rd. So get it while you can, because these two costumes are so good.
Woo! Good stuff. And you know what? There's more. It's like, go nuts this season. The snowballs aren't gonna throw themselves, mate. You gotta get out there. Give into the holiday spirit in style with Penny Parker's festive Snow Spider. That's right, Star-Lord's storybook-like Starcracker and Daredevil's I'm Not Daredevil costume. Available December 18th all the way to January 16th to 1 AM PT. Strut your cold as ice looks and bring on the winter cheer.
Bring on that winter cheer indeed, as we get a little showcase of arguably the current best Penny Parker skin in the entire game. You gotta show them why all the other costumes are on thin ice, because this is no snowman, it's a snow spider, or more accurately, a snow spider. See what I did there? It may be coated in a thick layer of snow, but there is no mistake that everyone's favorite mechanical marvel, especially when Penny Parker pops out of its hatch in her festive holiday dress, this is not a costume you want to miss.
100%. Alright, you gotta keep it cool on the battlefield, okay? With Penny Parker Snow SP/SDR, aka the Snow Spider. You gotta keep it cool. It first appears in Marvel Rivals Season 5. And again, it's available from December 18th all the way to January 16th, alright? All these holiday festive things, they all came out in December. Gonna be available to the mid-January mark. Slay the competition and reign snowy supreme.
On that snowy supreme, as this is just a beautiful costume. Not only does Penny Parker herself look beautiful, the mech also looking so good. Sound effects, music, you name it, everything cooking for that costume in particular. But we do move on because there are more costumes to cover, and most notably, it's the coziest time of the year and the festive sweater season. Matt Murdock will opt for a more casual option, donning a more personalized holiday sweater that still managed to make a bold statement, even if it wasn't the boldest of fashion statements.
I absolutely love this one. This costume, it embraces the festivities in comfort and style. Like, I expected nothing less from a Daredevil's new costume. It first appeared in actually Daredevil issue 7 back in 2011. So it's OG. It's a real deep cut for the comics. And it does bring the warm and fuzzy holiday spirit to the battlefield. Honestly, it's available from December 18th all the way to January 16th once again. I mean, who said comfort couldn't look good? You know what I'm saying? He looking good. Matt Murdock is cozy, and he gonna take you to court. Straight
Oh,
up.
another one that
With
could
the candy cane.
terrorize lobbies as well with the holiday joy is the Star-Lord Nutcracker himself, who is decked out in head to toe in that elaborate costume that quite literally makes him look like a Christmas Nutcracker. From his mustachioed mask to his red and green coat, he looks like a storybook character that came to life.
Woo! And crack open a world full of mysteries with Star-Lord Starcracker costume. First appeared in Marvel Rivals Season 5. Again, available December 18th all the way to January 16th. The
now.
night sky full of stars. And be the one that ignites the brightest. Just like all of our players did here today when they ignited the battle for the first day officially of MRC action in the Pacific region. What a banger day of gaming. Banger day of tournament gameplay. Stakes are set for these top 48 teams. It is absolutely crazy. Been an absolute honor casting alongside you, Dan, for the first MRC match of 2026 Rivals Esports. It's been an absolute banger one. Woo!
Yeah, we've seen so many different adaptations between so many different teams, a lot of different compositions that we've seen throughout here in MRC Season 5. Be sure to also check out MRC over in the EMEA region as well as the Americas region happening later this weekend as well. While we are done, those regions still have yet to ignite their battles of their own, and soon enough we will have EMEA here live on the broadcast here on the Marvel Rivals Twitch and YouTube channel as well, so be sure to support those teams. Be sure to check out that region as a whole as well. But for now, this will be the Pacific region signing off for today. We will be back tomorrow for more of that MRC action here in Pacific. But for now, we will be signing off, and we'll see you later tomorrow.